Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second Interdepartmental Conference of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Education. It is a great pleasure to have you with us. The four of us that you see are the organizing committee of the conference. So my name is Aristotelis Konstantinidis. I'm an associate professor of the Department of Law.
And I'm Simone Simeonidou. I'm an associate professor at the Department of Education, and I'm glad to be here with you today.
I'm Eren Düzgün. I'm an assistant professor of political science. Very glad to see you all today.
And Alexandros Lordos, assistant professor of psychology. Very glad to be here also.
So this is the second conference, Interdepartmental Conference of the Faculty of Social Science and Education. We kicked off these interdisciplinary conferences, multidisciplinary, I would say, last year, and it was a very successful first effort. So we decided to, it was decided actually by the board of the faculty to have it as an annual event, and we are particularly happy to have organized this. We want to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Education for his warm support, also last year, but also this year. We want to thank Ms. Elena Damianou, the Secretariat Officer of the faculty, for her invaluable support. A few things about the concept of the conference. So we are trying to figure out each year what topics can be of an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary character. So this year, 2024, because of this an anniversary year, 50 years since the Turkish invasion of Cyprus, 20 years since Cyprus has become a member in the European Union, 60 years since the island was de facto started its de facto separation process, and 60 years since the United Nations force in Cyprus was established. So we had another anniversary a couple of weeks ago. So the idea was to focus on the Cyprus problem this year. So we have colleagues from all departments of the faculty presenting various topics ranging from psychology to political science to law. And at the end, we'll have a roundtable discussion with journalists, activists, members of civil society, educators, in a hope to offer a complete, comprehensive, I would say, not complete, it cannot be, but let us say a comprehensive picture of where we are today. Our focus is on the future, although this is an anniversary year. We know that there will be many events in Cyprus taking place this year focusing on the past. We want to focus on the future. Of course, the past informs the present and in some ways dictates the future, but our vision is, our perspective is more towards the future. Hence, the topic is approaches to overcome the stalemate. So I don't know if my colleagues would like to add anything before we give the floor for the opening.
I just wanted to add that an event like this has been a long time coming because moving towards an interdisciplinary approaches to the Cyprus issue has been a matter of concern for decades now. Many have been complaining, for instance, that the Cyprus problem has become the province of legal experts and political scientists only, but that there are several social, psychological, and other aspects as well that need to be considered holistically if we are to make any progress on the Cyprus issue. So I think people like us, the psychologists, the educationalists in the room, I think we're particularly happy that we're finally getting the opportunity to have such an interdisciplinary dialogue, and hopefully it will be the first of many leading to a more sustainable future for our country.
As a proof of what Alexandros has just said, I'm the only lawyer taking the floor today. So indeed, just to add that we decided to have this conference in English, so as also to address our Turkish Cypriot compatriots and friends and colleagues, and as well as the diplomatic and other foreign actors that are present in Cyprus. And we are particularly happy that the technology has helped us in a way that we are, we're having a simultaneous translation of what is said, both in Turkish and in Greek. But the conference will be in English. In this way, we also hope to kind of introduce another way of having a conference in Cyprus. Let us hope that this will be more sustainable. So with these few words, I would like now to invite, to ask the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of the University of Cyprus, our colleague, Professor Tatiana Synodinou, for a short welcome speech.
Dear colleagues and guests, good morning. It is with great joy that I welcome you also at this second Interdepartmental Conference of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Education. And once again, the Faculty of Social Sciences and Education has organized a great conference with a particularly topical and much discussed issue, the Cyprus problem at a crossroads, interdisciplinary approaches to overcome the stalemate. At this point, I would like to say a few words about the Faculty of Social Sciences and Education, which is a dynamic faculty at our university, and in which I'm also a member as a professor of the Department of Law. So you have another colleague, but under another quality, presenting here, just giving this welcome speech. The Faculty of Social Sciences and Education, including the Department of Education, Social and Political Sciences, Law and Psychology, offers a dynamic teaching and research environment to about 2,000 students and 75 faculty members. The 4 departments offer a significant number of popular programs, and the faculty students have significant opportunities to develop various skills, to acquire practical experience through placements to the business sector, to the public sector, and also, and more importantly, to contribute to the innovative research activities of the faculty members. Moreover, the faculty responds in various ways to complex and multiple societal challenges by providing valuable expertise and by enlightening critically on topical issues of national, European, and international interest. The today event is yet another example of the important contribution of our faculty to the critical approach to a multidimensional issue which touches upon the foundations of the Republic of Cyprus itself, the Cyprus problem. The interdepartmental analysis of core aspects of the Cyprus issue highlights the scientific wealth and the dynamism of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Education. The conference program, through original complementary presentations, approaches holistically, as it has been said before, but also alternatively, I will say, an issue which has been usually treated one-dimensionally. Providing a new view to the multiple parameters of the Cyprus issue, the conference is also a model of cross-sectoral cooperation, openness, and scientific dialogue. Indeed, the topic of this conference focuses on the biggest challenge of the Cypriot reality. The Cyprus issue has deep historical roots and various internal and international dimensions, and more specifically, since 1974, when Cyprus was forcibly divided as a consequence of the Turkish invasion, the coexistence between the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriots has crumbled. As a result, Cyprus does indeed represent nowadays one of the world's longest-running conflicts. However, is the Cyprus problem so difficult to be understood and to be solved? Are there visible perspectives to overcome the stalemate, or is the Cyprus problem unsolvable? Is the historical and psychological background an obstacle to efforts to move forward, or should be seen instead as a source of necessary reflection that opens new perspectives, paths, and approaches to follow? Why the Cypriot issue appears as a complex constitutional riddle? Can the solution of bicommunal, bizonal federation be successfully discussed? under international and European law in light of the present political, social, and international dynamics. These questions, among others, will be discussed at the Today conference. In conclusion, I would like to warmly congratulate the school, the dean, the organizing committee, Aristotelis Konstantinidis, Erendus Gun, Alexandros Lordos, and Simoni Simeonidou, the chairs and all the speakers, for bringing together their various expertise and for offering such an interesting, innovating, and enriching approach on the Cyprus issue. I wish the best of success to the conference with fruitful and thoughtful inquiries and discussions. And of course, I would have loved to stay more. Maybe I will come back later because I have other commitments in the morning. But I stress again that this is a very important event for the faculty, but also for the university. And thank you for organizing this.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, dear Tiana. And we now call the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Antonis Elenas, for his welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the faculty or the School of Social Sciences and Education, I would like to welcome you to the Interdepartmental Conference, which focuses on the Cyprus problem. This is the second Interdepartmental Conference organized by our school, and we're really happy and thankful that it is marked by the participation of colleagues and students from all four departments: the Department of Education, the Department of Social and Political Sciences, the Department of Law, and the Department of Psychology. Together, the four departments, as the Vice Rector said, house 2 out of the 7,000 students of the University of Cyprus, and they're at the forefront of research and teaching in the respective fields of education, political science, sociology, journalism, law, and psychology. The main aim of the conference is to bring together these various fields and build bridges between colleagues and researchers from the various departments, highlighting potential synergies in the study of the Cyprus problem. The papers to be presented in the conference are indicative, though not exhaustive, of the depth and breadth of research conducted in our school on this topic, and of the promise that multidisciplinary approaches might hold in understanding various phases of the problem. As the call for papers noted, this is indeed a year of multiple commemorations for the Cyprus problem and for EU accession, and it is a good time to take stock of how various disciplines engage with both. The conference draws upon, highlights, and furthers what we know and what we have discussed in terms of both top-down and bottom-up perspectives or approaches, and indeed finds value in the combination rather than opposition of these perspectives. Since the 1970s, there has been considerable research on the Cyprus problem, and even within the same disciplines, there is considerable diversity in ontological, epistemological, and methodological approaches, highlighting the true value of combining these various perspectives. As the title of the conference suggests, the Cyprus problem is as always, at a crossroads. The papers in this conference suggest that this crossroads is not only geopolitical, one that has to be determined by factors exogenous to what is happening on this island. It is also endogenous to the way citizens and societies deal with geopolitical challenges in a liberal, democratic context. Let me take this opportunity to thank the board of our school for supporting this second conference. I would also like to thank Elena Damianou, who helped organize it, and mostly the organizing committee, Aris Konstantinidis from Law, Erendus Gun from Social and Political Sciences, Alexandros Lordos from Psychology, and Simoni Simeonidou from Education, who have managed to bring together colleagues from all departments to present their work. A big thank you to you all. Finally, many thanks to you for being here, and humble apologies that I have to leave for a couple of hours between 11 and 1, but I will be back for the entire afternoon session, so humble apologies to the presenters that I will miss. I look forward to the presentations and hope we will get a chance to talk more throughout the day. Again, a warm welcome from our school to this Interdepartmental conference.
Thank you very much. Just the last word to add that the conference is being live streamed. There is a link that you have received in the invitation, so let us also welcome those who are following the conference remotely. We will now leave the floor, and we will immediately start, without any break, with the first panel of the conference. So thank you again for being here, and we will see you later in the day for this.
So we're ready to start with the first session. We've given the title Narratives, Media, and Social Representations. There are colleagues from 3 departments presenting at this session, Department of Education, Social and Political Science, and Psychology. And we'll start with Anastasia Giannagou, who is a graduate of the Department of Social and Political Sciences. And the title of her presentation is The Rhetoric of the Visuals. So, Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Hello, γεια σας, merhaba. My name is Anastasia Giannagou. I'm really glad to be here and present to you my research with the title The Rhetoric of the Visuals. The aim of the research is to analyze the visual representations from articles originating from Greek and Cypriot media and focus how they depict an image of the North. This study examines visual representations of landscape employing the metaphor of ruination and remote spaces. So the key question is, how do media representation shape the social and political perceptions of a community that is in territorial dispute, and also how these perceptions can be influenced from economic motivations. So I want to pause here, take a moment, and think about an image of North. Did you imagine anything like this? Like this? Or this? So this will be the image that we are going to analyze in slides to come, but first, before doing this, I'm going to go through some literature review in order to establish some concepts that will be our tools for the analysis. So first of all, what is the importance of image? What is the meaning of images? And what are the social and political meanings when we see an image, when we see a visual? So images influence the public's understanding and shapes the political discourse. An image is a social and political statement. It's a network of symbols ideologies, and cultural representations. So it's very important to understand the meaning of images, of visuals. These visuals that I already introduced, the main characteristics are they depict landscapes, and these landscapes have some concepts of metaphor of ruinations and remote spaces. And we're going to analyze these concepts. So what is a landscape? Landscape is neutral. Landscapes are intertwined over centuries and generations, so they are a living field of meanings, cultural meanings. In the visuals that I already introduced to you, there is a metaphor of ruin. What do we mean by a metaphor of ruin? A ruin represents a constant, both physical and social. And it represents something that lost in its purpose, that is out of use, lost its functionality. So it's out of use and is photographed as a historical remnant. Ruins are bound up with losses of all kinds. These losses can be losses of lives, losses of property, or anything. So ruins are correlated with memory and mourning. What about remote spaces? We already saw some remote spaces in the pictures. So remote spaces are spaces, areas in between. It's areas in a transitional zone, in between urban and countryside, in between rural landscapes and cities. So usually remote areas are encircled over regional community, or regional economies or local economies. What are these ruins and remote spaces do to our imagination, to our political imagination? What is political imaginary? Political imaginary encompasses forms of political agency and identity, governs the relationship between the possible and the impossible. It's a locus of contemplation and reflection on the past, the present, and the future. So when we see these places that uses the metaphor of ruins or remote spaces, we imagine, we inspire visions of alternative futures for these objects. So these ruins and remote spaces can be symbols of economic decline and also economic potential. Why are they symbols of economic failure? Let's say when we see landscapes of ruins, we immediately identify some economic recession and decline for the region. Also, when we see remote spaces, it's an area of undevelopment. It's an area of economic stagnation. But also, at the same time, these ruins and remote spaces, they spark our political imaginary. What these places could be, the possible and the impossible, the vision of alternative futures. So at the same time, we imagine these ruins and remote spaces are symbols of economic growth. Let's say the ruins can offer new possibilities of future site planning, design, or alternative vision of the space. Also, remote spaces can represent a domain of unfulfilled potential. It's empty. You can do whatever you want. You can develop the area. So it's an unlimited opportunity, a potential for future economic growth and development. So now that I established the key concepts that we're going to use in the analysis of these images, of these visuals, first I'm going to take a moment and discuss the media significance in the Cyprus context. So we live in Cyprus a space with long-standing differences and conflicts between Greek and Turkish Cypriots set against a broader backdrop of relations between Greece and Turkey. So media plays a crucial role on representing the conflict, shaping public perceptions and influencing political discourse around the Cyprus problem. My methodology for the research, my research combines qualitative methods with critical theory and cultural studies. I draw insight from Benjamin's use of archaeology as a metaphor and also from Wiseman's forensic architecture. And the method that I used for collecting the material is criterion sampling method and snowball method, where I Google search some keywords like ειδήσεις για τα κατεχόμενα ψευδοκράτος ή Κυπριακό. So if I translate, it's news for the occupied Cyprus, pseudo-state, or the Cyprus problem. So I searched these keywords online in order to find online articles from Greek and Cypriot newspapers, spanning the years from 2022 until 2024. So I used articles with visuals of landscape depicting the north from Φιλελεύθερος, Politis, Alpha News Reporter. So we're gonna go to the actual analysis. All these tools that I already mentioned, we're gonna use them to analyze these pictures. Oh. So I'm gonna hurry. It's gonna be a quick analysis. So you better help me. So then the first picture is the Famagusta ghost city. What do we see here? Is it a landscape of ruination or a landscape of remote spaces? What do you think? So this visual uses a metaphor of ruins. We see abandonment, empty hotels, abandoned touristic area. It's a reminder of a vibrant economy frozen in time. So this ruin metaphor symbolizes an economic failure, an unutilized space, but at the same time, it sparks the political imaginary of economic growth. So this symbolizes the unfulfilled promise and the unlimited opportunity, the potential for economic prosperity. The next picture, the next visual, empty space. This is a visual that depicts remote spaces. It's an area in between city and countryside. It's a rural space, empty space, non-human life. Nature is in control of shaping the land. And this shows as a symbol of economic failure. Areas of no development, economic stagnation. But at the same time, there is a political imaginary of economic growth. What this picture, what this area could be the vision of alternative future. So it can be viewed as a potential future economic hub. The emptiness holds the potential for traditional development, housing, industrial parks. The final picture, the final visual that we're going to analyze is urban ruins. So what do we see here? The metaphor of ruins. Uninhabited housing, decaying building, a space that has lost its purpose and functionality. So this is a symbol of economic failure, a space that represents economic decline for the region, and also sparks the imaginary of economic growth, the unlimited possibilities and the future space utilization open to appropriation. So the key themes emerging from my analysis is that media representations of landscapes employ metaphor of ruins. Media representations, they use remote spaces, and there is a dual symbolism of ruins and remote spaces to symbolize the economic failure and the prospects of economic growth. So some other pictures that I'm not going to analyze because the time is pressure. I have a time pressure here. Media representations of landscapes, other visuals, and the dual symbolism of economic decline and economic growth. So the results of this research: media representations cultivate an image of abandonment and underdevelopment of North, emphasizing in the unfulfilled potential for economic development, which instills the sense of economic possibilities among Greek and Cypriots, thereby fueling the desire to return and reclaim the occupied North. This rhetoric surrounding the North oscillates between the promise of economic development and the disappointment of unfulfillment potential. So the conclusions of my research is that visual media are narratives of power. They have social and political significance within societies, and especially in societies with long-standing territorial disputes, differences. So they shape the political discourse, and these images are transformed into politicized visuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. We are going to continue with the presentations, and we'll take all the questions in the end of the session to save time. So please keep your questions, note them down. Okay. So the next presentation is authored by my colleagues Stavroula Philippou and Stavroula Kondovourki. They're both associate professors at the Department of Education. The title of the presentation is The Cyprus Problem as Narrated in Greek Cypriot Teachers' Histories of Schooling, Disciplinarity and Professionalism. We have Stavroula Philippou today here with us on behalf of the team.
So good morning, and apologies from Stavroula Kondovourki, who couldn't be here with us today. She already had an engagement when this conference was announced, but this did not stop us from submitting an abstract because we think and we thank the school for organizing this. We think it's a significant initiative in many ways. So the purpose today for this particular paper is to explore the implications of the Cyprus problem in education by trying to map out how it emerges in teachers' histories of enacting professionalism and school curricula at different points of their careers. We trace how the Cyprus problem manifested across the years and at the interplay of the personal and the professional with and within changing institutional and sociopolitical context, which are stable and fluid at the same time. So the broader study, the broader project, two projects actually, from which this presentation today is coming from, attempts a dual move. By focusing on the middle ground, we approach teacher professionalism as emergent in teachers' life histories. And by looking across generations, 6 generations, we explore it as contingent to changing socio-historical and institutional contexts, imbued with continuities and discontinuities over time, over about 70 years. To argue that a focus on teachers' histories brings forth the interconnections of the personal, the institutional, and the social, which holds significance for understanding teacher professionalism over time. And as you can see from the circles there, with sort of an earlier study from which this study was inspired from, where there were complex ways in which the personal biography, the immediate school context, the broader institutional context, as well as broader social discourses were all coming together in complex ways in how teachers were narrating their professionalism in earlier circumstances. Very briefly, drawing upon theories of educational change, especially curriculum change and school subjects as they are being shaped within those, teacher professionalism as a social construct, and debates around the de- and reprofessionalization of teachers, looking at teachers as agents who can actively shape their professional lives, albeit within the limits, within the constants or resources set in given contexts, including educational policies, including γνωρίζω δεν ξεχνώ και αγωνίζομαι, which is more relevant today. Underlying all this, post-structural notions of power and subjectivations. I'm going to talk a little bit about this later, so in view of time, I'll press on. A few notes about the context, because as we look at interview teachers, inviting them to narrate their lives, personal and professional, as they intersect, we keep in mind actually these shades of those circles, that there is a certain historicity behind each set of contexts. And to acknowledge that this is a profession for elementary school teachers that is professionalized in 1921 and at the same time more highly regulated in a colonial setting. This kind of centralization and regulation of the profession was maintained post-1960, both in terms of curricula, textbooks, and material, as well as in administrative matters relating to appointments, secondments, and so on. At the same time, different kinds of narratives about and discourses of professionalism as to what the elementary school teacher is mainly supposed to be doing in their profession. And from previous analysis from the data we're drawing on today, we can see across the 6 cohorts, the 6 generations, as we call them, I'll explain later what they mean, there's different discourses of professionalism becoming dominant and subsiding, while other kind of discourses emerge from social work and model national citizens to more school managers, leaders, scientists, coinciding also with scientification of higher education, of teacher education in Cyprus, and more recently, teachers as entrepreneurs, self-entrepreneurs, versatile subjects looking, constantly looking for work. At the same time, some constant discourses about the profession offering to themselves and their pupils social mobility, being exceptional academically mainly, but also providing care that was quite strong, a profession distinguishable from others as mainly providing care and different types of care to young children. So the design, methodologically, drawing on biographical research and life history interviewing of teachers from 6 cohorts. The sampling was purposeful. We wanted a distribution in terms of male, female, geographical, the different districts, years of experience, different types of schools served. And this is in more detail how the 6 generations were organized every 10 years. The point that we were interested in was their point of graduation from where they were studying to become teachers. As you can see in the first, a key significance is that in the first 5 cohorts, entering the profession upon graduation was sort of taken for granted, which does not apply for the more recent generation, graduating between the mid-2000s to mid-2010s. Despite graduating at a university and acquiring also in the process several other academic credentials. So the data collection and analysis involved multiple and very long interviews with each participant, which fed back into the construction of their individual life histories, complemented with a collection and analysis of personal artifacts, official documents, circulated around significant time periods. And by immersing in the data for different analysis, and for this one, we looked at 1974 as a landmark which emerged bottom-up. It was not one of our key aims in this research. We were rather looking at broader notions of teacher professionalism, curriculum, school subject knowledge, and disciplinarity within life histories, within generations, but also across generations and for variety within generations. 1974 came up quite consistently bottom up, like from the teachers' narrations. And we combining that with notions of power and knowledge as both regulatory and productive, we read the personal in the professional and the contextual in both as fields where teachers were simultaneously subjected to regulatory power and produced at the same time, subjectivated as professionals amidst and through a changing institutional, which relates more closely to elementary schooling, but also a broader socio-political landscape. So some, very few of the key findings, and these are organized around these 3 themes. The Cyprus problem came through quite with gravity and texture as part of enacting the profession, including as at the constant interplay between the personal and the professional. Also as a resource for curriculum making that connects to, but also sediments to teachers' constitutions as mainly carers and social, cultural, national workers as a profession. And it also came through in institutionalized forms, mainly through the Xechno policy, as incorporated, but also as siloed, distinct from school knowledge and subject area curricula. So in the case of the first theme, the presence of invasion and partition in teachers' personal histories came up quite strongly for those who were already teachers when 1974 happened, where there was a distinction between the luxury of being a public servant and that kind of professional stability, but at the same time, a professional capacity that made them vulnerable to relocation despite their refugee status when that applied, but also vulnerable to political persecution depending on the political beliefs, describing a very intense, ideologically conflictual period. So, for example, the 1974 came up as a landmark both in the narratives, literally splitting lives to before and after, and as you can see in these historical lines in more timelines in a more visual manner, 1974 being marked even if usually these timelines were used at the end of a long process to give an opportunity to fill in or add other events or landmarks in teachers' lives. Usually these were filled by personal important dates like marriage, having children and so on, or professional, being promoted, first appointment and so on. But 1974 was something coming through all the time. So, for example, the conflict between being a public servant, having a job, however, in a state which at the time does not recognize that this teacher has been displaced, is a refugee with their family in Limassol, and they get appointed in Paphos. He has no means of traveling there. He uses autostop every morning, and this is an event he describes when he couldn't take it anymore. He got back after 2 hours at the back of a pig truck where pigs were carried before him. Going into the education office in Limassol, unless you give me your car to go back and forth, I cannot continue working in that remote school, a school which was far away from Limassol. He tries to claim this with the inspectors, but at first he's faced with irony. Well, if you want to lose your daily wages, feel free not to go to work, was the first response here. In the second theme, 1974 coming through in the ways that curriculum was being made in ways which pushed or gravitated towards particular types of professionalism. And these meant mainly at the immediacy of having to care for children who were living in tents or providing food, but also consoling or providing different kind of affective pedagogical work than what they used to. So the profession mainly as social work, but also in the long run, this constant theme of working towards a national mission of not forgetting through the policy of Deng Sechno, which remains quite strong for the first 4 generations, as narrated bottom up in their lives, wanes in the last 2 generations, because other policies appear, but also because, especially for the last generation, it sort of becomes a luxury. The real struggle for them is to actually find work in schools. That mainly happens in part-time, in afternoon schools, and so on, where Deng Sechno is not a priority. No, I wanted to. So in the first generation, no, I wanted to. This curriculum making was coming bottom up from within. No, I wanted to because the school was in this area. It was full of refugees from one side of Cyprus to the other, and I wanted them to be maintained. Every child to talk about their village, about their personal experience, and so on. And here, a comparison. At first, we did it with pleasure. We wanted it. And then gradually, why would you bring the kids to this misery when this teacher was contemplating of taking the children for their annual school trip on a chapel related to the missing persons? I think it's somehow irrelevant, absurd, and it's not something that someone has cultivated. Don't teach it. But this is the term. You need to devote much time, much effort, and we don't have this. This is a luxury. And different ways of going about this, relating to other wars rather than 1974, but through that connecting to 1974 as a way to work. And in this instance, it was in Greek language arts. In the third theme, as time is pressing, the Cyprus problem is institutionalized in the policy of Deng Sechno. This was an emphasis which has prevailed as transdisciplinary curriculum. However, it attracted or impacted more Greek language arts. It also impacted the formation of the history curriculum by excluding issues perceived as politically sensitive and controversial. And more recently, there was emergence in the narratives of the more recent introduction of bicommunal programs as part of official attempts for unification, which, however, are differentially negotiated, perceived by different social actors. Maybe I will skip the examples, but these speak to the points I mentioned earlier. And in this last instance, the discussion here was whether the teacher should go participate, take the kids to a program where they would meet and play with Turkish Cypriot teachers and children. The teachers were positive, but there was opposition from two specific families. So it was this. This is also very strong here when teachers. In this visual, because which school you are at was narrated as very much significant as to how you would talk about, even which terms to use, about Turkish Cypriots, the Cyprus problem, 1974, depending on whether the area, there were the political affiliations of parents was closer to the right or left-wing positions. So to conclude, such research, and especially even if we focus very closely to the Cyprus problem as a very specific kind of situation entangled in the teachers' life histories, the profession emerges as in dialectical relationship with the historicity of shifting, yet persisting, solidified, sedimented local sociopolitical and institutional contexts. The impact of the Cyprus problem, as we understand it from below and in the middle ground, makes space for discussing it as multiple, emergent, and shifting over time, and reveals how teachers as constituted as professional subjects constantly at the interplay of context, which are characterized by shifts, but nevertheless constantly subject them and subjectivate them mainly as social and national workers. Now, this is a little bit in contrast to what we've been finding with other analyses when we looked at professionalism, teacher education, additional academic credentials, exomiocy, master's programs, and the kind of work that the last cohort is finding, where shifts were more strong in how obvious in how teachers narrated their life histories. But in this instance of the Xechno, we found a weaker susceptibility of the constitution of teachers as social, national, and cultural workers. So this is more persistent, more visible in the first four cohorts, less visible in the more recent cohorts. And at the same time, the Xechno entangled with other discourses, sometimes contradicting, and practices, which, however, do not disrupt the subjection and subjectivation of teachers as a particular type of professionals, mainly social and national workers, and through also the sedimentation of subject areas, the Greek language arts and history, interdisciplinarity is rooted mainly in the modernist nation-state building project. I would like to thank you for your attention, but also the names of the colleagues you can see here, the research assistants who made this project possible, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Stavroula. So we're moving on to our third presentation this morning. It's by Loukas Perikleous. Loukas has been collaborating with the Department of Education for some years now as a special teaching staff and as a special scientist. The title of his presentation is The Arc of Truth, Greek Cypriot History Education at the Crossroads Between Truth and Understanding.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for putting together such an interesting conference. I was about to tell you a story about a fictional device from science fiction, but I don't have the time, I think. So let me cut to the chase and begin by saying that history teaching has been used and is still being used in many occasions as an arc of truth, as a device to convince our students about the past, to convince them about the truth. And this truth is usually the truth about who we are and the truth about how we should behave now and in the future. This truth can change in many contexts when the political situation changes, when the political administration changes, and sometimes when the balance between competing narratives changes. Cyprus, Greek Cypriot education, is one of the many examples of using history as an arc of truth. In our case, we have a dominant Hellenocentric and ethnocentric narrative, which tells a truth about Cyprus being always being a part of a Greek nation that has suffered from their enemies in the past, especially the Turks. And this is a truth that cultivates a national Greek identity. Now, this narrative is challenged by a Cyprocentric one, according to which Cyprus has always been a crossroads of civilizations, and during the last centuries, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots lived together on the island. This is now a truth that aims to cultivate a Cyprus civic identity, a common identity for both Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. Now, we also have a paradox. Some people see that a paradox in Greek Cypriot education. On one hand, we have officially expressed policy in terms of curricular text, which describes a disciplinary approach in history teaching, which aims to promote disciplinary understanding and skills and abilities related to historical inquiry, rather than promoting a single narrative. However, on the other hand, we also have an officially again expressed prescribed factual knowledge. We can see it in the curricula, but mostly in history textbooks, which is a monoperspectival one. It's an ethnocentric, Hellenocentric narrative, which tells again the truth about the past. Now, this paradox can be explained in terms of visibility. On one hand, history textbooks are visible, are explicit in terms of the stories they say our children. So changes in history textbooks cause what Kliridis and Zembilas put it a few years ago, immunological responses in the form of reactions that resist to changes that might threaten our identity. The same applies for curricular texts in terms of their content list. On the other hand, descriptions of methodology do not tell stories. They are not explicit about the stories they tell about the past. Therefore, they are not considered dangerous. Therefore, changes in methodology do not usually cause reactions. Now, when it comes to what teachers actually do in their classrooms, we have some conflicting evidence. On one hand, we have some quantitative data which suggests that teachers view positively the idea of teaching history to develop historical thinking. However, on the other hand, we have a number of qualitative studies, small-scale studies, that suggest something different. They show avoidance of teaching controversial issues. They show practices and approaches that are traditional and focus on conveying a single narrative. They show that teachers are heavily relied in the use of the official history textbooks, and they also show a lack of training in history education. Now, this difference in research evidence can be explained in a number of ways. The first possible reason is the issues related to internal and external validity. However, it is possible that both phenomena exist. So teachers might be willing, might be positive in terms of teaching in ways that develop historical thinking, but they are not doing it in their practices for a number of reasons. It could be epistemic switching, it could be a lack of pedagogical content knowledge, it could be related to external pressure, related to the assessment and examinations, it could be internal pressures in terms of fear of working with contested issues, because this can cause losing classroom control, because this can cause reactions from outside factors. So, based on my experience, I would say that this is the case, because it is unlikely to have a group of teachers or a teacher population that has evolved to teaching in disciplinary ways if we take into consideration that they have no training, if we take into consideration the dominant role of the traditional history textbooks we have, and if we take into consideration that the national exams that are central and are taken by all students are focused again on measuring content knowledge conveyed by the traditional history textbooks. So we could say that at the moment, not at the moment, for many years, Greek Cypriot history education is at the crossroads between what I call truth and understanding. The first option is to use history as an arc of truth to convince students that they are Greeks. So this means we keep where we are with our current approaches, which develop a Greek national identity in order to cultivate citizens that they strive for our community's future and protect their country. The second option is to use history as an arc of truth to convince students that they are Greeks. And in this case, we abandon the current narrative and we replace it with a different Cyprocentric narrative, which tells the story about Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots living peacefully and creating a Cyprus civic identity as a means for peace and reconciliation on the island. However, this is unlikely in the current political situation because we know from international experience that such changes take place only after the competing groups have solved their political conflicts and their political disagreements. Now, the third option is to not use history as an arc of truth, but instead focus on developing historical thinking and historical understanding. This is the most radical change because it means that we abandon schools' traditional aim to promote, cultivate certain identities and move to an education in which we focus on helping students understanding identities and understanding how identities are created and understanding how the discipline of history works. This is also a radical change because it means that we all should accept that the stories of the other, the ethnic other, but also the ideological other, have a place in classrooms. Now, there are fundamental problems with the first two approaches. The approaches where we use history as an arc of truth. We use history to tell the truth, the single story about the past. Because, first of all, there is a lack of consensus about what these stories should be. There are outdated approaches of conveying knowledge. There are historical approaches in the sense that they select specific aspects of the past that they promote certain values, and also they present history as an agreed version of the past, creating what Collingwood calls an illusion of finality. They are also teaching a practical past, which serves purpose of the present, which means that they leave future citizens unhelpful, without help, in the face of an unpredictable future. And the past is in some cases manipulated, and also ideas like truth and validity become of secondary importance in such approaches. And let me give you a quick example of what I call manipulation of the past. To the question, why did Greek Cypriots fought in World War II, you have two popular answers in our society. We see them in social media, we hear them from people. The Hellenocentric truth about Greek Cypriots' involvement in World War II is that they fought for Greece. So the Cypriots fight for their nation. The other the popular answer is the one we got from a Cyprocentric view. So Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots together fought against fascism. Now, there is also another answer that we don't usually get. And it's the answer I got personally when I asked my wife's grandfather, who was a World War II veteran. So when I asked him, why did you fight? He told me that we had no money, son. The army was paying a salary. So there is another truth here, a truth that is not popular because it's not glorious. Thank you. So, on the other hand, a disciplinary approach can contribute to cultivate citizens that think historically, to cultivate citizens that think about the nature of conflict. And although such an approach does not promote peace as its primary goal, it can be a valuable contribution to peace. This in the sense that the discipline of history is a peaceful disposition, in the sense that it demands respect for the perspective of the other and also care to understand the other. And it is also a cognitive act of understanding why conflict happens and how different perspectives create conflict. Also an understanding of how the historical context, the past context, but also the present context can create conflict. Also very important, such an approach develops an understanding of how our own perspectives affect the way we see the past and the way we interpret the past. And finally, it shields against propaganda and what I called earlier as a manipulation of the past. So, because I don't have much time, a quick reference to the North Irish example. In Northern Ireland, as a way to deal with the conflicting narratives and as a way to deal with the conflict in the society, they implemented such an approach 20 years ago, 25 years ago, a disciplinary approach as a way to balance, as a way to counter the conflict created by the conflicting narratives, and as an approach that it was acceptable for everybody. And we had some good results, so teachers were willing to teach in a more balanced way. Students seem to have developed an understanding of the use of evidence, an understanding of how their own narratives could be biased and how the narratives of their community could be biased, but there are also problems that have to do with the pressures created by the examination system, which again measures only factual knowledge, and also the phenomenon of avoidance. Teachers avoiding to teach controversial issues because of the fear of reactions, the fear, again, as I mentioned earlier, losing control of their classroom. So moving forward, and I'm done. We have some causes for optimism. For the first time, you have a Prime Minister of Education, a Minister of Education, who argues that repeatedly that history teaching should be about developing historical thinking, about developing abilities of historical inquiry, and that changes in history education should be made upon pedagogical criteria. However, we need more research about teachers' views, teachers' ideas of history, and the ideas of teaching. We also need more research about teachers' practices. No change will be successful in the absence of pre- and in-service training for teachers. At the moment, history is the subject that takes the least attention from educational authorities, and also the subject that gets no attention at all, almost no attention at all, from the universities that they prepare teachers. And we also need to develop teaching materials that will replace the traditional textbooks we have at the moment. And I'm closing because I'm not arguing that such an approach will change everything immediately. I'm not even arguing that such an approach will create peaceful citizens and citizens that will be willing to take the perspective of the other, and citizens that they will strive for peace and prosperity. And I'm closing by my favorite quote by Dennis Shemilt: what we can hope for then. So all that we can guarantee about the outcomes of history education courses that teach students to evaluate what passes as facts and self-evident truths and to construct alternative accounts and interpretations of the past is that students' values and beliefs are likely to be more rational, justifiable, and just maybe socially useful than if they had been told persuasive and comfortable stories about the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucas, for this analysis. So we now have a presentation by Christiana Karagianni, who is a lecturer at Frederick University, and Haris Psaltis, who is a professor at the Department of Psychology at the University of Cyprus. and the title of their presentation is Social Media Networks and the Networks of Meanings as Imagings of the Cypriot Problem, a study on the use of images on Twitter in the Cyprus peace efforts.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here for today's presentation. I suspect that Dr. Psaltis will join us later today. So I will present on behalf of both of us. This is actually a small part of our joint work that we have produced in the context of the Cyprus Peace Project, which has been funded by the Onissilos Grant at the University of Cyprus. And it's actually a paper that has been in print, is now in print, and will be published soon in the PSR journal, a special issue of the PSR, which is on the power of the image and the role of social representations. So what we did in this article is that we examined the use of images on Twitter, today known as X, related to the Cyprus problem during the negotiations, the most important as we consider negotiations that have been in the recent history of Cyprus, of the Cyprus problem history, which was actually in September 2016 to July 2017. So what we did is we gathered the images used on Twitter, we analyzed them using social network analysis and visualization, and we tried to understand what kind of social representations these images were trying to develop, what kind of meaning did they construct. And of course, we decided to look at the images on social media because of the dominance of social media in communicative processes today. All communicative processes, almost all communicative processes are defined by digital media today, and they're actually saturated by the use of images. So the images become central in these communicative processes. And even though in Cyprus, Twitter and today X is still not the most popular social media tool, still during the period under studied was very popular, especially we have seen the StatCounter statistics, and we've seen that during the months that milestone negotiations were on, the use of Twitter has increased. And even though there is literature already on the use of social media and how these are influencing political attitudes of users, they have been mostly focusing on the political attitudes and not including any reference to how image use is impacting these attitudes. Of course, we also have work established that concentrate on the role of images in the construction of meaning, but outside the social media context. So we've seen that there is a gap there that needs our attention as researchers because of the vast use of social media today. There is an area, a field there that it's relatively unexplored, and it needs more attention from us. So we base our work on theories that already exist and work that already exists. We combine together different disciplines, and we consider the images as manifestations of social representations in the communicative processes, providing networks of signification by combining contextual information with shared beliefs and knowledge. We also see, we adopt Castoriadis' statement saying that images are the iconic version of the social imaginary, collectively produced and institutionalized, constructing and carrying meaning that needs to be interpreted. And lastly, we bring in some media theorists in the picture, McLuhan in particular, that says that images focus a large region of experience in a tiny compass, enabling the construction and establishment of meaning based on presupposition. And of course, the father of social representation theory, Moscovici, we built on this theory, which sees social representations being developed through relational and collaborative processes. And that's another reason for using social network analysis in this project, because we wanted to see these relations and these connections that are being formed online. So if we would make a list of images related to the Cyprus problem, this list would be endless. I put some examples up on this slide just to say that these visual signs used to describe usually the Cyprus problem have two similar characteristics. They are institutionalized and they aim in contributing to the social imaginary of the Cypriot society, which has almost since its birth in 1960 determined by the Cyprus problem. So what we would like to see in this project is whether the images shared on Twitter in particular had these two similar characteristics. We've used RStudio to collect our data that was actually all the tweets produced between 1st of September 2016 to 31st of July 2017. We have used 39 hashtags that have been related somehow with the Cyprus problem in English, Greek, and Turkish. And this resulted to a total number of 76,000 tweets, almost 77,000 tweets. From those tweets, then we have identified which were the ones that contained an images. Only 12% of the posts of the tweets included an image. So we focused this part of the project to the analysis of these almost 10,000 tweets. We started with a distant viewing. So we created a network through social network analysis, a visualization, and we've looked at the connections and the communities that we were created through the image tweeting. Then we took a closer reading to the clusters, communities, and to the images themselves in order to identify the social representations that these images were actually developing and the meaning they were trying to construct. So let me begin with showing you this social network visualization that we created, the one which shows the whole network produced between the users and the actual images they have shared. So what we see here are actually the different clusters marked with different colors. Clusters, as I've mentioned before, are the communities that are being created by the connections through their image tweeting. And what we've noticed is that the core of this network, the most active users, were actually 46 in total, and they have been in some sort of power position. They were either people who belonged to the political elite, or journalists, or had any other kind of power in the Cypriot public sphere, and of course organizations. Were part of this network. And then we isolated only the 10 largest clusters in order to see who were the most dominant communities, the ones that were responsible for disseminating the images across the network. Because in this network, in the whole network, 5,000 clusters were detected. So in this graph, we only see the 10 clusters that were mostly responsible for disseminating the images across this network. And then we took a closer look. I will use 3 examples today. I will present 3 examples today of some of the largest or most significant, let's say, clusters from this network. The first one, which is the largest detected cluster in the network, has Sigma Live, a media organization, and Greek Cypriot media organization, as a central node. And it's the largest one because it's the most active. It produced the most tweets, the highest number of tweets within the network. However, this community, even though very active, it remained a bit closed. And if we go back to this general picture of the network, we will notice, let me try and zoom in to this, we will notice that is at the left, the cluster is located at the left of this visual map that we see there. So that means that even though producing a lot of images, the images make like a loop within this community and cannot reach the rest of the network as much. And the other observation we made about this cluster is that, of course, the social representation that it was developing was based on showing images of the political elite. So it created a social representation that conveying a meaning around the Cyprus problem that is something very distant from the grassroots of society, that is something concerning only the political elites, the political sphere, and has nothing to do with the public itself. I skip the other example and go to the next cluster that I would like to show today. The second largest cluster in the network. I call it the most influential one because of 2 reasons. First of all, the participants within this community are people with many connections themselves. That means that they work as a bridge for the whole network, and they can disseminate the images and the information across the whole network. If we go back to the big picture of the network, is the green color that you see at the back, you will see the position of the cluster is very important as well. It's a strong bridge for connecting and reaching all the parts of the network as a whole. And the third one is important because it does something very different from the other 2. I forgot to mention that this one also concentrates on the social representation of the Cyprus problem as something that is a political issue, nothing to do with the grassroots of society. What we have here is something different, though. It's a cluster that we call Propis cluster that contains mostly images that show a different picture. It shows people and citizens from the 2 communities participating perhaps in Propis demonstration or activities, and also share images of places from both sides of Cyprus, conveying a meaning and message about the lost paradise of these places in Cyprus, something that should be a paradise that everyone should be able to enjoy, if you like. So we see a different kind of social representation to be developed for the first time within this network. Let me move on. So two key points, as we've noticed. The dominant social representation constructed by the images is actually based and emphasizes on endless meetings, discussions by the political elite. And then another observation, which is really important, is that the role of active users we have active users mainly coming from the political elite and the media, so they somehow institutionalize those social representations through their image tweeting. And I have I took a closer look at the actual active users, the most active users within these clusters. And as you will notice on the tables that I provide on the slide, we see that their affiliation comes from either the political sphere, from an international organization that participates in the process, or from the media. So even though, and I will close with this, even though we have a platform that could be potentially more open for citizens and from both communities to do something different in terms of building meaning and constructing meaning around the Cyprus problem, we see that again, during this period that we've studied, the images used have constructed meaning around the Cyprus problem as something very distant from the responsibility of the actual citizens of this island, and having it in another sphere that is nothing to do with the simple people of the Cypriot society. Thank you very much for your attention. More on in the discussion.
Thank you, Christiana. And if you allow me now, give me just a minute to find Haris Psaltis' presentation. Okay, so let me present you Haris. So the last presentation of the session is by Haris Psaltis. He is professor at the Department of Psychology, and the title of his presentation is The Perspective of Generic Social Psychology on the Cyprus Problem, Analysis of the Period after the Opening of the Checkpoints until Today.
Thank you, Simoni, and I want to thank the organizers for this very interesting conference. What I will be presenting today is a short summary of a theoretical framework I'm developing, but also some empirical findings from the research program we've been involved in since 2004, 5, just after the opening of the checkpoints, when we had the chance to start collecting data from both communities of Cyprus, exploring the views of the two communities about the Cyprus issue. So what we are proposing is an interdisciplinary space where social developmental psychology meets history and sociology. And it is mostly about the study of change. We generally lack good theories of understanding change. And we believe that what we are proposing is something that can fill this gap, at least at the field of understanding conflict transformation. This is not only about understanding conflict, however, it's also about understanding processes of communication and their consequences for knowledge construction. So at the heart of this endeavor is the effort to understand different ways of communicating and influencing each other as human beings. So what I call genetic social psychology is mostly about the study of genesis, which is a Greek word which means study of change. The study of how new ideas emerge and are born in the social context. It's a theory that can handle power asymmetries and inequalities, and more importantly, it is in a position to explain the relationship between social inequality and the distinctions between forms of representing or knowing. It's inspired by the work of developmental psychologists and social psychologists like Piaget, Moscovici, Gerard Duvin, and the work of social Genevans, social developmental psychologists who were interested in the study of social interaction and learning and cognitive development. So this framework draws on ideas from philosophy, epistemological discussions like Kant, Hegel, Marx, developmental psychologists, James Baldwin, Piaget, Vygotsky, sociologists, Lucien Goldman, and social psychologists. But the main idea is how do we construct knowledge in a social context, in the present and in communication with other people. And these other people can be members of our own community, or they can be members of other communities. And the idea is that depending on the way we are embedded in a social context or a social group, the way we relate to others and the way we communicate, we engage in dialogue changes, and through these changes we have consequences for how we understand and construct social reality. So I don't want to discuss much more about theory. I want to go into some data to connect some of these ideas with empirical evidence. So I will skip a lot of things, actually, because I understand we don't have so much time. So I will go into the empirical data. Okay. So, you know, when after the failure of Crans-Montana, many people thought, what's the situation now? Where do the two communities stand on the Cyprus issue? What do they want? And this is mainly the question that we get also when we are asked by people from the United Nations, for example, or people who are trying to understand for a way forward in the Cyprus issue. The main question is, do Greek Cypriots still want the reunification of Cyprus? Do they want any other form of solution? Are they now interested in partition, for example? Do they accept the idea of two states? And given that we had some publications like the work of sociologist Grigoris Ioannou and the normalization of partition and Dekhtash in the south. This kind of discourse that, it seems to be emerging that a lot of people in the Greek Cypriot community are now turning towards partition. This was one of my main topics in the last 2-3 years of my studies, trying to understand first if there is a group that thinks in that way in the Greek Cypriot community, and then if there is, what are their values, their motivations, how do they construct this knowledge, within which social circles and social networks. And then, if you like, the kind of social influence that this group might have in policy making. Because you understand here we're talking about 2 different levels. The one is the policymakers, and the discussions we had mostly concern what, for example, the previous president was discussing, Anastasiadis, with Çavuşoğlu, for example, or behind closed doors with some groups in the Greek Cypriot community. But this is at the political level, at the elite level. What we really want to know is whether these kinds of ideas have any influence in the wider society. And because what we do in our lab in the University of Cyprus is collect a lot of data through large representative sample surveys, where we try to understand what percentage of people thinks in that or the other way, I think we are in a position to answer this question. So let me tell you from the beginning that there is about 20% in the Greek Cypriot community that doesn't mind the idea of 2 separate states. And this is actually not a new idea, because if you study the data that I will show in a while, this 20% has been there since 2007. What might be new is that I think in the last 4 or 5 years, especially after Anastasiadis started discussing these ideas behind closed doors, that somehow they felt free to express this point of view, and it was crystallized in a way that we could understand it as social scientists. So what we understood about this group of people is that usually they tend to be younger people compared to older people. You are much more likely to find younger people in this group. In terms of their values, they are people usually more self-centered. So they are usually not interested in what the social happenings or politics. So we might call them apolitical. In that sense, they don't have good knowledge of politics. Also, sometimes they tend to be have some traits that Alexandros, as a clinical psychologist, might be more familiar, narcissistic traits. That's why I call them more egocentric. They have this idea that, as the dominant community, why should we, as being, the majority in terms of number, why should we have to share power with Turkish Cypriots, for example? So, in the broad scheme of things, it's an emerging social representation, which is still in the minority. But given the way our societies progress, becoming more and more individualist in a way, and this alienation of people from politics, it is a worrying trend, because it might mean that in the future it might become more dominant. What for me is most worrying here is that you will find this kind of thinking more likely in the political elites. For me, this is more worrying, because these are the decision makers. So in terms of the people, I don't think it's really a dominant position. I would definitely not call it normalization in any way, because normalization means that something becomes a norm. Everybody accepts this idea, and it's in the majority. This is definitely not the case. But it is worrying that it is there in some political circles. Thank you, Simone. But to show this in numbers, what I want to show is where is the situation moving in the last 4 or 5 years after the failure of the Crans-Montana. So, in our research, we usually ask questions about where people stand on bizonal, bicommunal federation, on two-state solution, on a unitary state, and the continuation of the status quo. So what I want to show you in the last 5 minutes of my presentation is the percentage of people in each community that accept these kinds of solutions, reject these kinds of solutions, or they could tolerate them. It might not be their ideal vision of how things should go, but they still might accept this as the second best, as we say. So let's start from the continuation of the current situation. This is the stance of Greek Cypriots. What we see here is that there was a big increase of people who reject the continuation of the status quo in the Greek Cypriot community after Crans-Montana. But as you see, just last year in 2023, it seems that there was a drop in the percentage of people who reject the status quo. So it seems that some people are becoming more complacent or accepting of the current situation. Although if you add the numbers, you will see that actually the majority do not like the current situation, and they would like a way out of this impasse. This is for Greek Cypriots. Now, Turkish Cypriots, it is not a very different situation. Actually, there is about 60 to 40, 60% reject the status quo and 40% accept it. So there is a common thread here in the two communities that the status quo is unsustainable and somehow it needs to change. Now, if we go into the idea of the unitary state, this was a kind of solution that was always accepted by Greek Cypriots, always rejected by Turkish Cypriots. As you see here, this is generally the picture, although we see in the last 2-3 years after the Crans-Montana failure that there is an increasing people in the Turkish Cypriot community who accept the idea of a unitary state. This is something new. I haven't seen that in the last years. I'm doing the research. So it needs further exploration. Why would, despite all these discussions about, Greek Cypriots like Anastasiadis accept two states, it seems like a unitary state in the ideas of people of Turkish Cypriots might actually be becoming more acceptable. Now about the two-state solution. This is a picture of Greek Cypriots. So what you see here is that there is a big majority of people who reject the two-state solution. And actually after Crans-Montana is 2017, so after 2017 you see an increasing number of people who reject a two-state solution. So the trend is actually not for normalization, as I said earlier, but against normalization in the last period of years, in the last 3-4 years. For me, it's kind of reaction, because when people think that now Turkey is pressing for two-state solution, so the reaction of Greek Cypriots would be immediately to oppose this. So you see that reaction emerging. You see people who we were at 70%, and now we went up to 80% rejection of a two-state solution in the last 3-4 years. And in terms of Turkish Cypriots, it has always been an accepted solution, a two-state solution. You've seen at the highest level of acceptance was in 2020, but 2023 we have a somewhat drop at this percentage. What is important to keep in mind here is that for Turkish Cypriots, there is a clear majority who accept both federation and two states. I think this needs to be very clear because, usually in the Greek Cypriot community, people say, how do you make sense of this? Because from the Greek Cypriot perspective, these two ideas seem to be in the opposite end of a bipolarity. But in the mind of Turkish Cypriots, it seems that both ideas could be accepted, and we can discuss more about this, why this is happening, if you like. Now about bizonal bicommunal federation, and I'm finishing with this. What we see is after Crans-Montana, 2017, there is an increasing trend of acceptance of federation in the Greek Cypriot community. So it was around 56% just after Crans-Montana, then it went up to 65, then 1 year after 72, and 1 year after that up to 80%. So again, this shows that we don't have a trend of acceptance of two states, but a trend of accepting actually federation, which goes against the idea of normalization again. And in the Turkish Cypriot community, what I said earlier, you see it very clearly here. The green line is acceptance. So there is still a clear majority of people in the Turkish Cypriot community who accept federation. So I think I will leave it here. Thank you very much.
So thank you all. I think this was a very rich first session. And if I can summarize a little bit, I think we've seen how both the experiences, the discourses, the images in the social media, the texts, and even the views of people who I think are informed by these discourses and experiences shape what we think maybe about the national other in Cyprus, because we've mostly seen the views and the experiences of Greek Cypriots, except for Harris, who presented both sides. So I think it's important to see the links between all these presentations and to have your questions, maybe to help draw these links or clarify or comment on anything you've heard. Wait a bit until the microphone gets to you, because it's important to use it for the translation. And if you want to say your name and where you come from.
Είμαι η Χριστίνα Βαλανίδου. Έρχομαι από την εκπαίδευση ουσιαστικά. Άρα είμαι από το κοινοτικό κίνημα. Να μιλώ ελληνικά ή αγγλικά, δεν ξέρω.
Ό,τι θέλετε, αν μιλάτε ελληνικά θα μεταφράσουμε για τους υπότιτλους, γιατί δεν μεταφράζει το σύστημα ελληνικά ή τουρκικά. Ό,τι σας είναι εύκολο.
Οκ, εντάξει, ευχαριστώ. Θα μιλήσω θα κάνω 2-3 σχόλια πάνω στην παρουσίαση για τα βιβλία ιστορίας. Και το πρώτο μου σχόλιο είναι σχετικά, και θα απογοητεύσω τον παρουσιαστή της διάλεξης, ότι είμαστε τυχεροί που έχουμε αυτήν την Υπουργό Παιδείας. Είμαστε τόσο τυχεροί όσον έχουμε αυτόν τον Πρόεδρο. Αυτή η Υπουργός Παιδείας μιλά επιφανειακά, υπόσχεται, χωρίς περιεχόμενο. Πρόσφατα, 3 μέρες πριν, μίλησα με ανθρώπους που ασχολούνται με την ιστορία και το αναλυτικό πρόγραμμα ιστορίας και μου είπαν ότι καμία οδηγία δεν έχει δοθεί για να αλλάξει, απλώς τους είπαν κόψετε ύλη. Ούτε τα βιβλία θα αλλάξουν. Υπόσχεται πολλά, χωρίς να κάνουν τίποτα. Και έρχομαι στο θέμα της ουσίας της παιδείας, γιατί το ένα πρόβλημα είναι η ιστορία και πώς γράφονται τα βιβλία. Και να ήταν τέλεια τα βιβλία, να ήταν τέλεια εκπαίδευση των εκπαιδευτικών, να ήταν τέλεια η παρουσίαση μέσα στις τάξεις, το context, το συγκείμενο της τάξης, του σχολείου, του κοινωνικοπολιτικού συγκείμενου και αυτές οι οδηγίες που έρχονται από το Υπουργείο θα τα χαλούσαν τα πάντα. Τα πάντα εξαρτούνται από αυτόν το περιβάλλον που επηρεάζει και τα παιδιά, και τους μαθητές, και τους πολίτες. Πηγαίνετε να ακούσετε ή να διαβάσετε ομιλίες της Υπουργού για τις εθνικές επετείους. Πηγαίνετε να δείτε συναντήσεις με τον ηγέτη της θρησκείας. Πηγαίνετε στις τάξεις να δείτε τις εικόνες των Αγίων. Παρακολουθήστε στα σχολεία πόσες θρησκευτικές γιορτές γίνονται. Πότε παίρνουν τα παιδιά εκκλησιασμών, πότε έρχεται ο παπάς να τα εξομολογήσει. Τι λένε στις εθνικές γιορτές. Το ελληνικό έθνος, το ηρωικό έθνος, πλα. Όλα αυτά χαλούν τα πάντα και είναι αυτό που λέμε το κρυφό αναλυτικό πρόγραμμα, που είναι πολύ πιο δυνατόν στην επίδραση από το επίσημο αναλυτικό πρόγραμμα, που παράλληλα και αυτόν έχει μειονεκτήματα, και αυτόν είναι που διαμορφώνει συνειδήσεις και καθορίζει πορείες πολιτικές των παιδιών και των πολιτών. Δέστε τι πλασάρουν στους πολίτες τα ΜΜΕ. Δέστε τι διδάσκουν στα παιδιά στη λογοτεχνία. Ανύπαρκτη τουρκοκύπρη ουσιαστικά. Όλα αυτά, όλο αυτό το συγκείμενο είναι που διαμορφώνει συνειδήσεις. Καλά είναι να μιλούμε για την ιστορία. Συμφωνώ, να την αλλάξουμε, να διδάσκουν ιστορικοί, γιατί στην Κύπρο πρέπει να σας πω ότι στη μέση εκπαίδευση τουλάχιστον δεν διδάσκουν ιστορικοί την ιστορία. Διδάσκουν φιλόλογοι. Φιλόλογοι που μπορεί, όπως θα καταλαβαίνουν, να τα λένε την ιστορία. Δεν ξέρουν τον επιστημονικό τρόπο διδασκαλίας της ιστορίας. Και να πούμε ότι η Εκκλησία έχει το πάνω χέρι στην εκπαίδευση στην Κύπρο. Και αυτόν το έχει από το 1812. Και παράλληλα που της το αφαίρεσαν για λίγα χρόνια οι Εγγλέζοι, με τις νομοθεσίες του 20, του 30 κλπ. Και με το ανεξάρτητο κράτος, η Εκκλησία είναι κυρίαρχη. Και δεν είναι τυχαίο που ο Υπουργός Παιδείας θα φιλήσει πρώτα το χέρι του Αρχιεπισκόπου για να πάρει καθήκοντα. Αυτά για να καταλάβουμε πού βρισκόμαστε, πού ζούμε και πώς επηρεάζουν την όλη πολιτική κατάσταση στον τόπο μας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Απολογούμε αν μακρηγόρησα.
Okay, I'll summarize. I think it was more of comments and concerns about history teaching, and the question is addressed to Lucas. So the state and the church have a great role to play in Cyprus, and they influence both maybe the curriculum, even the minister's statements about education and about religion. It was mentioned that there is also a hidden curriculum, that even if we have the perfect curriculum and we change the curriculum because there's now a curriculum reform going on, and even if we have the perfect training, maybe teachers still will teach history in the traditional way they do. So, Lucas, if you want to give some responses to any of the comments.
Does this work? Okay. I will agree with the idea that the context is not favorable at the moment, and it obviously affects what our students, our children know, what our children learn, how our children think. However, I have two major points. The first one is that I am also involved in the process of changing history curricula, and what is happening is not just removing some factual knowledge. So before we decide that we like them or not, let's see them first. So the direction, the guideline we got, the guidelines we have on this work is not just removing material, it's about importing skills, abilities related to historical inquiry and the history of discipline. So I wouldn't be that pessimistic yet. And also, another point, history should be taught by history teachers, not just historians, not just primary teachers, by history teachers. Because, as in any other subject, there is a specific field of how we teach history, how we help our students beyond these general ideas of just thinking about the other perspective, teaching the truth, but there are also other issues involved that have to do with how children learn history, how different ideas of history are developed. And we have much research on this thing, and we need, and I say this all the time, we need to train our teachers. We need to train them in history education, and at the moment, we are not doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Yes, there's another question here.
Good morning, and thank you very much, everyone, for your really thought-provoking presentations. I'm Stefanos Katsekas. I'm Associate Professor at the Department of History and Archaeology at the University of Cyprus. And I have written down a couple of questions for each of the panelists. I think I'm not going to overdo it, but I just want, to facilitate the discussion a little bit here. I will start with Anastasia. I will call you by first names if you don't mind. You spoke in your presentation about imaginary of the North. And most of your presentation was focusing on the imaginary of the North. I was wondering if there is an imaginary of the South. And if so, will your research take into account and analyze this at all? I was recently in the North, as a member of the group, and I've seen, many communities coming from the South and living in the North. And my guess is probably they have their own memories on how they perceive the North and so on. So then I will move to Lucas Perikleos. My question is, you spoke about, the nationalist versus civic narrative in the education, but most of your presentation focused actually on Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots, which understandably are the largest community. What about Maronites? What about the Latins? There are, where do they figure, in this kind of model that you presented? Then I have a question also for my colleague and friend, Haris Psaltis. I found your presentation really fascinating. I hope it will come out as a book, and I'm really looking forward to getting it and reading it. But I have a couple of questions. First of all, you said that there is a 20% of the public in favor of partition. Do we know if there are any changes throughout time in this 20%, or we see it 20% from, let's say, 1974 to the present? And my second question is, sometimes, we use terms like bizonal, bicommunal federation, and so on. I'm not sure if people understand the same thing when they use these terms. I have in mind, for example, there was a panel discussion in one of the TV channels during back to the debate about the Annan Plan. And I remember one prominent politician, when he was using the term bicommunal, bizonal federation, and then he was challenged by the journalist. And he said, well, when we say bicommunal and bizonal federation, it means there will be a state in the south, a state in the north, two parliaments and so on. And his response was, yes, but we do not mean it in territorial terms, which means that he didn't accept basically two different states, the way that he understood it. Do we have any kind of, do we have any measurements and researches, to test how people perceive and understand this kind of terms? I have a couple of more, but I'll stop here. But anyway, thank you.
Okay, Anastasia?
Just to clarify the question, is it about the imaginary of the Greek and Cypriots, of the Turkish Cypriots about the north and... Okay. There can be a research about it. I didn't get into it. Maybe in the future, why not? I focused on the Greek Cypriots part, how they imagine the imaginary for the north, but this comes to contrast with the current situation. Following the 1974, there was a huge development in the south, so this played a crucial role on the imaginary of these visuals. So I don't have clear answer for the Turkish Cypriot imaginary of North, but this can be a great area for research, for future research. Thank you.
I imagine you ask where are these other communities in these two dominant narratives. So nowhere. And they are nowhere because both of them have a specific aim. The Hellenocentric, ethnocentric one have a specific aim about cultivating Greek national identity. These groups have no place in this identity. On the other hand, the Cyprocentric approach, again, it's about the civic identity of Greek Cypriots and the Turkish Cypriots, who are the ones responsible for the conflict. So the other communities also do not really have a place in this narrative. That's why we don't meet them or nowhere.
So you'll consider it in the curriculum reform?
Oh, we have things in the curriculum about these communities, but it's not enough. I mean, I was referring to these dominant narratives. We are trying to make changes, but as I said, changes will not become just with the curriculum. We need more things.
Definitely. Haris?
Yes, Stephanie, thank you. It is working. Yeah. Yes, to the question whether this percentage was there, well, it was there about 20% from the time since we started collecting data in around 2007. Okay, people who did not have a problem mentioning that I accept a two-state solution. But I think what changes is that in the recent period, in the last 20 years, and especially the last 5 years, when we had these developments after Crans-Montana, it kind of became a bit more okay to say publicly for this part of the population to express their point of view. But what I don't see an increase in the percentage of people who accept the idea. Actually, in the last 5 years, from what I presented, there's a reduction of that percentage of people who accept the idea of partition. And I interpreted also part of it is a reaction to Turkey's official stance for a two-state solution. So part of it is a reaction to that, but still I think there is a core of 20% somewhere there in the Greek Cypriot community that can accept this idea. I don't have a problem. And what I tried to explain in my short presentation is that the profile of people that accept this idea is usually on the right of the political spectrum. Usually DC supporters, okay? More individualist in their values, want to make money, to have a good time, and they don't care about politics, mostly apolitical and younger. This is the profile.
Yes, Elena?
Thank you, everyone. I have two questions for one for Anastasia and one for Stavroula. And perhaps for Christina also, because about the image. I'm just wondering, your keywords, the way you search for the images, right? If you put pseudokratos or, I mean, the words you would use, you would get those images that you found. And I was wondering whether if you had different keywords, you would get different images. If you put the word, which is, έβαλες φορτισμένες λέξεις, I'm code switching, but that's okay. Ψευδοκράτος, κατεχόμενα, these, you know, you already get the meaning, right? So I was wondering whether if you thought of putting different keywords in finding different. That's one. And number two, there is a lot of theory called reception theory, θεωρία της πρόσληψης, about how an image is understood. And the way your interpretation of the image is your interpretation. So I was wondering whether perhaps you would think in your PhD candidate, right? Or no?
I'm a master's graduate.
Okay, okay.
It was a typo mistake.
That's fine. Well, maybe perhaps for, you know, future research. Yes, if you would show those images to other people and ask them, what they think, whether they see ruins. Maybe they say, I don't see ruins here, you know. I see someone putting their clothes and, you know, maybe they're poor, but it's not ruins. So, yeah, that's just one. And then I'll just do my second question to Stavroula. I was wondering, Stavroula, whether in your interviews you found any sense of responsibility about the Cyprus problem. I mean, there is a lot of responsibility on education, on how, you know, national narratives were constructed by teachers and policymakers, and whether in your life histories, teachers, apart from saying, oh, how difficult it was to go with the pigs, and whether they would get, whether you found any kind of, well, maybe we could have done things differently. Thank you.
For the first question, that's about the keywords, I said that the method was about criterion sampling, but also it was a snowball method, which means that any relevant articles to the ones that I already clicked with the keywords, I would search for the visuals and I would take them into account. To be honest, in order to find articles about North, it's a κατεχόμενα, so you need to search about κατεχόμενα or Turkey. So it's not just these words, it's also the snowball method, which means that an article can lead you to another article with similar context. So it was not just criterion with the keywords. And about the second question, with the images, that these images, it was my perspective, supported by literature. Images can be interpreted with various, it's a huge range of interpretations. Someone can interpret it in terms of the flags, nationality, memory, psychology. So there is a huge range of lenses to interpret those images. I just presented my lens, the lens of the ruins and the remote spaces. Thank you.
If I can complete on the image question, and then to what Anastasia is actually saying now, I don't think it's your interpretation. You took images from the media, so the images there are not alone, are not standing alone. They're part of a context of an article, of a title. So the title and the text also plays a role on the interpretation and on the meaning that is being constructed. So I guess your interpretation was perhaps influenced by what the article was saying. So it's not standing alone. In our case, we have, well, the purpose of the study wasn't to retrieve the images, but the tweets at the beginning. So we have used 39 hashtags as keywords to search and retrieve the tweets. We've tried to be exhaustive in the different hashtags that people could use in a tweet to say something about the Cyprus problem or the negotiations, but I'm pretty sure that we left some out.
Okay, about the question, is this working? Yes, of responsibility or allocating blame. This was not a study taking a normative stance as to how they should narrate the Cyprus problem. There was not a question directly about the Cyprus problem in the first place. There was firstly, inductively coming through in the narration if and when it occurred in their personal and professional life stories. And secondly, when towards the end, in the last interviews, when they were generally asked about events, and 1974 was the term used in the question, along with 1963-67, along with entrance to the European Union and some others, to which they could respond and narrate something related to those or one of those and so on. So in that sense, we were trying to understand those narrations of 1974 and how and when it appears, it emerges in their narratives. Now, in the sense of allocating blame in the personal narratives, as you've seen in the presentation, there was the same complexity in the sense that there were different different explanations as to why they would be doing the Xechno, or language arts, or history, geography, and civics, health education, which were the four subject areas we were focusing on. The disciplinarity of those was what the project was inquiring. That there were different explanations as to why changes happen in the curricula or in the textbooks or in the kind of commemorative events and so on that are happening. And what was interesting was that there was greater variety than we expected in a sense, which also perhaps gives me an opportunity to respond to the first question, that change is quite complex and it's not linear and one-directional, and if a minister decides, then it happens. What was coming through in the narratives was that it was quite complex, and the personal, what was happening in the particular school and community, what was happening at the time institutionally in terms of policies and materials, resources, and so on by the Ministry of Education, but also our other resources, Ministry of Finance, and so on. And social broader agendas, especially with regards to gender, or what children are and should be doing in school, in elementary schools, right? We're all coming into play to explain we should, or we are trying to instill a certain sense of national identity, which includes not forgetting and otherizing particular others. And in other instances, within generations, but also across other instances, when this very same narrative was questioned and problematized by teachers. Because of changing policies, institutional, social, political, and so on, but also because of very, not common to all, very dependent, συγκυριακά, if it happened that it was somehow important in their personal life, and they had some kind of personal experience. So what we find over time, because this is a kind of patterns that you can see if you look at longer durations, is this kind of change, shift in the Xechno, but also in other areas, which did not occur because in one instance somebody decided it top down and that power flows just if an institution takes a decision. There were many more threads coming together and then to manifest, to present as change.
Yes, thank you very much, Stavroula. And I'm afraid we need to close the session because we are already past the break. But I'm sure you will continue the discussions during the break. So now we are going to have a 20-minute break instead of half-an-hour break. And I would like to invite the speakers of the next session who haven't given us their presentation to approach us in order to set it up. So thank you all for this discussion and your contributions, and we'll see you in a bit. We have coffee outside, so please serve yourselves.
So let us resume with the second panel of today's conference. So we've got three speakers. The title of the panel is Psychological Aspects of the Cyprus Problem. And the first speaker is our very dear colleague, Elena Ioannidou, an associate professor from the Department of Education. And the title of her talk is Performing Non-Belongingness, from the story told to the story performed, the case of Romaica speakers in Cyprus. So, Elena. So for the second panel, we have moved the subtitles and the translation on the top of the slides. We would appreciate your feedback at the end of this panel if this is better than the previous one, so as to see what we do during the third panel.
Εντάξει. Γεια σας. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που είστε εδώ. Θα κάνω εναλλαγή κώδικα σε λίγο. Θα σας παρουσιάσω ένα πρόγραμμα το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ κοντά, έτσι, πολύ αγαπημένο μου. Και θα σας δείξω λίγο τι έκαναμε στην προσπάθεια του να κάνουμε αυτό που λέμε social intervention. So this is the title of my research. Thanks everyone for being here. This is going to take you a bit somewhere else from what we heard so far. I'm going to show you how we try to transform an academic project into a social intervention and into a performative action. I'm a sociolinguist and an ethnographer. I do a lot of research at the northern part of Cyprus, in Carpathia area, Lourougina. I study multilingualism and the way people use languages and what language means to identity. And I have been doing that for many, many years. So today's presentation, I'm going to describe how the way a group of researchers, students, and artists engaged in a dialogic process with raw data from an academic project and transformed this into a fully fledged participatory performance. So the project I'm talking about is the Greco project, which, as I said, is an ethnographic study on issues of multilingual repertoires, identities, and borders among Romaica speakers in Cyprus, and I'm going to explain what that means. So I'm going to show you how we kind of took data from the project and we transformed the project narratives and we reframed the geographical context and we engaged in a dialogic interaction between ethnography, narratives, and performance, and I'm going to explain what all these means. So, before I show you what we did with the project, let me talk a bit about the project. So the project studied a group of Turkish Cypriots, which I call Romaica speakers. Romaica is a term they used about their Greek. So they say, "Εγώ μιλώ Romaica." Okay, so it was older forms of Cypriot Greek. And the distinct characteristic of this group is that they have Romaica as a home language. So the first language they learned at home was Greek, Romaica, and then they learned Turkish when they went to school. So the project is situated in the heavily politicized context of Cyprus, where ethnic conflict, warfare, conflicting interpretations of history, as we saw before, and identity, physical borders and crossing points, and strong national discourses are present. So what happens with Romaica speakers? Romaica speakers are Turkish Cypriots, right? But they speak Greek. So they don't fit within the dominant narrative of one language, one identity. So it is a very politically sensitive group with multiple languages, and it's not that it's just, what is very interesting about them is how they're using their different languages to survive in a very heavily politicized context. Now, we have been doing this project for 10 years now. I've been collecting data for 10 years, and the narratives of the participants are stories of rupture. Many of the narratives experience stigma, burden, related to the language they speak. So they spoke Cypriot Greek, they speak Cypriot Greek, but they speak Chorkatica, that's what they say. So basically, their Greek are stigmatized in the north because they speak Greek, but they're also stigmatized in the south because they speak Chorkatica, okay? So Turkish Cypriots consider them the other because they speak Greek, but Greek Cypriots also consider them the other, again, so they're kind of in limbo land. So many of their narratives were stories of language prohibition, stigma, labeling them as traitors, and so forth. And here are some examples from the interviews. As I say, I'm an ethnographer, which means I'm visiting the villages. I spend a lot of time with the communities. I do a lot of interviews with them, but also a lot of participant observation. So some of the data, I'm going to read the Greek, and you can see the English translation. Εγώ δεν ήξερα τουρκικά καθόλου, οι γονείς μου δεν ήξεραν, στο σχολείο δεν με πέψαν, αρμάστηκα, δεν ήξεραν και ο άντρας μου έμεινα έτσι. Νέιλα και είμαι Χάιν, Βατάν Χάινιτς, πρώτης της πατρίας, για εκείνον δεν μιλούσαμε έτσι πολλά. And the third, μπορεί να το παρεξιούν, έτσι που το παρεξιούν οι φασίστες. They all refer to their knowledge of Greek, right? That they speak Greek as a home language. So after I published a lot of papers, I'm writing a book about it. I presented in conferences, we created websites, we gave talks, but there was a but. What do we do with these stories to intervene in the social context? How do we take these stories and we create learning communities, not about the past, but about the present? So there was this issue of reaching other audiences, of making the stories accessible to the wider public in different ways, so as to create different sense of understanding. So it's different to hear a story than to present it at a conference. So we wanted to offer these stories to the public and to allow them to engage in dialogue in every way they wanted. They could kind of like the story, they could not like it, but the question, okay, how do we reach out? So these are some of our theoretical tools. I'm not going to go into in depth with this now because of time, but as I say, ethnography is a big school for me. Ethnography is much more than methods. It is a general theoretical framework where social events are contextualized and connected with other events. I also use a lot of the theories from Voloshinov and Bakhtin, who are Russian philosophers of language, about dialogicality, so engaging the concept of social multi-accentuality and the crossing of different voices. And also with a colleague of mine, we kind of brought theater and performance into this perspective. I'm also drawing a lot on critical performance ethnography, where it's a much more activistic way of intervening to the social sphere. And if you want, so we look at performance as an act of intervention. So what we did was we needed a domain where all this would happen. So we started collaborating with the people who organize the Buffer Fringe Performing Art Festival, which is organized every year in Nicosia. It's an intercommunal, international performing festival. It's organized by Home of Cooperation, and they extended invitations. So we, in 2019, with a group of students and researchers, we took our data and we told them we want to do something with this. So we engaged in a process of formulating narratives into performative texts. So basically, it was a new sphere for me, right? It was a transition from academia, from academic-oriented data into more artistic acts of performance. So we engaged in a process of transformation, and basically we called our performance Skorti Jalas. This was a phrase one of my participants told me when I told her, έχεις 7 παιδιά, mashallah, I said, και είπε μου, Skorti Jalas. So I was really fascinated by this. So we kind of gave the title Skorti Jalas to the performance, and we worked with MA and PhD students and a group of researchers, and we took the interview data. So we had a lot of data, and they developed these themes: identity, now and then, the houses, Greek is forbidden, language and space, and so forth. Now, I want to show you a bit this process of formulating the narratives into something else, because for me it was such a big school and it was such a learning environment and also for my students. So these are the stages of and phases of the reformulation. So we took the narratives and then we engaged in what Bakhtin calls dialogicality, an agency, where different individuals and groups kind of come into dialogue with the narratives. Then we brought the concept of space. Okay, many of the stories was about the villages they lost, because many of these Turkish Cypriots were refugees as well. Not only Greek Cypriots are refugees, Turkish Cypriots are refugees too, right? So many of the Turkish Cypriots were refugees from Paphos. So they had a lot of stories about Arodes, Kritoutera, and their villages there. So, and then they relocated to Karpasia, Yalousa, Galinopo, they remained as they are. And so there was a lot of stories about space. So we brought space into this reformulation. And then number 4 and number 5 is the actual performance. Ari, μου λες για την ώρα, γιατί το χάσα. So I'm going to show you an example of the narrative. It's in English, but let me read this in Greek, right? So this is from Lourougina. Okay, he's a Romaica speaker. And he's talking about his experience speaking only Greek. Okay, he's a Turkish Cypriot speaking only Greek in 1963 in Lourougina. And he's saying, μετά το 1963 έκλεισαν οι δρόμοι και κυβερνούσαν μας μόνον Τούρκοι αξιωματικοί. Είχε έναν αξιωματικό που ήρθε και έγραψε μες στο καφενείο «Απαγορεύονται τα ελληνικά». Και έτσι υποχρεώθηκαν και μάθαν λίγα τουρκικά. Νομίζω ακόμα ότι τα μπέλα μες στον καφενέν. Μια κοτσάκα ρε, λένε του αστυνομικού, να σου δω 3 σελίνια να μου μάθει και εμένα λίγα τουρκικά. Και λένε του αξιωματικός, μανταλόις Τουρκοί είσαστε και μιλάτε ελληνικά. Έπιανεν το λάωμαν. So this is a story of the past, right? What do we do with these stories with like 20-year-old students in the present and in the future? Okay, I wrote a paper, I presented it in conferences. Is this enough? Well, for me, it wasn't enough, so you will see. So I'm not going to show you the other stories, but just keep that as an example. These are my students, okay, undergrads, postgrads, and they engaged, this is their collective work, so they engaged, so they took the stories and we did a lot of workshops at the Home of Cooperation with people who kind of wanted them to kind of understand the story, to understand what it means. And then we brought in the concept of space. So we visited some of them, as part of my teaching, we visited some of the villages that were part of the stories. So this is us going to Arodes in Paphos. So after they heard the stories and they kind of engaged in it, we actually went to the place. So the team visited the original places and they kind of did, and I have a video, if I have time, I'm going to show you. There was a story where, about the Melandra village where he says that in my village, the mosque and the church are side by side. And this is the photograph. If I have time, I'll show you the video. It's just 2 minutes, where the students actually went to the village and they saw that, okay, this is the church and the mosque. And it's an abandoned village now in Melandra, right? And then the other process, after doing that, we kind of engaged, we worked with artists, we worked with people of the theater, we worked with activists, and we engaged in what we call embodiment. So how do we perform this? How do we do this to give it to the wider audience? For example, here are some of the students. We wanted to give the idea of prohibition, that you are not allowed to speak Greek, and we worked with the idea of water, so spilling the water and filling in cups and all that. And performance, the actual performance was the story of a prohibition, was narrated while the glasses were filled as part of molding, and it was, you know, we kind of engaged in multiple ways, as I will show you later. Now, how the performance was actually placed in a tent, And we had 5 stations where people would go in and they would listen to the stories by the students as they were performed in different ways. So in one station, they would hear an audio, they would see a video one of my students prepared. In the other one, it was actually more acting. So it was all done in a symbolic kind of meta way. The idea was to eliminate the stage, so people would just go in the actual tent. The physical proximity between audience members and performance, and each audience member had a unique experience of the performance. So this happened with the students and the performance. So for us, this performance was a form of social interaction and intervention, but it was also, because I am from a Department of Education, a learning process. It was kind of creating new educational materials, apart from, at school we hear a lot about, okay, let's do let's sing, let's dance. But this was actually taking real stories and doing something with them as part of a dialogue. So festivals are used as platforms for social commentary, to be present and visible, for narratives that may have remained unseen. Again, this was a very important aspect. These students come from the dominant narrative. They know that, Greek Cypriots suffered, Greek Cypriots, were refugees, Greek Cypriots had missing people. End of the story. That's it. There's nothing else. And suddenly, they were given these stories to actually do something with that. So it allowed us to do less dominant narratives, more visible. It gave power to each of us to bring forth social change, when we talk about change before, through artistic practice, and the importance of interaction between artist and spectator. So this redefinition of hegemonic narratives and the othering processes takes place through collectivity, interventions in space and time, reshaping contested chronotopic contexts with new narratives, new corporate relationships, and connectedness. Okay, I'll stop. I'm going to show you the video. Έχω ένα λεπτό. Okay, sorry. These are the members of the team. Ellada Evangelou, who was like our theater person, Valentina Christodoulou. And if you're more interested about what we did, our paper was published last year in Language and Intercultural Communication, and I can share it with you. Right, the video. Ελπίζω να παίξει. Αυτό είναι από τη Μελάνδρα. Του ήταν η εμπειρία του να βρούμε. These are the students walking by.
Τέλος ήταν μετά από εφία.
Κέρβαν τα σπίτια που μυρίσκασαι. Κλαίασαι και εκείνες, κλαίαμε και εμείς.
Είναι από τις
Εμένα
Αρόλες.
στο χωριό μου το τζαμί και η εκκλησιά είναι δίπλα-δίπλα.
Είμαι Λάντρα.
Τα τρίτα μας είναι ένα νησί και είμαστε πάνω στο ίδιο νησί και ο ουρανός από πάνω ο ίδιος ουρανός.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Elena, for this great presentation and also for reminding us that there's so much that we don't know about this island.
A few words
Our
before
second
starting.
speaker is Christina Alexopoulos, a visiting lecturer at the Department of Psychology, and her talk is on the reviving the trauma of war in other traumatic circumstances. So, Christina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. A few words in Greek before starting. Θέλω να σας ευχαριστήσω θερμά για την πρόσκλησή σας. Ωστόσο, θέλω να εκφράσω και μία επιστημολογική ένσταση, αξιότιμη κυρία Κωνσταντινίδη. Η επιλογή της αγγλικής γλώσσας ως διεθνούς γλώσσας μπορεί κανείς να την σκεφτεί ως μία προσπάθεια προσέγγισης της εταιρότητας, μπορεί όμως να τη σκεφτεί και ως απότοκο της απεικιοκρατικής πολιτικής της Αγγλίας και του αμερικανικού ιμπεριαλισμού. Και μπορούμε να σκεφτούμε επίσης ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό να ερχόμαστε σε διάλογο με τους άλλους μέσα σε ένα πολυπολιτισμικό περιβάλλον. Η θέση μου δεν είναι εθνιστική θέση, η θέση μου είναι διεθνιστική θέση. Και η διεθνιστική θέση εναντιώνεται στην παγκοσμιοποίηση που ουσιαστικά προτείνει μια ισοπαίδωση της διαφορετικότητας. Με αυτή την έννοια εύχομαι και ονειρεύομαι συνέδρια στα οποία μπορούμε να μιλούμε πολλές γλώσσες και να μεταφράζονται από τη μία στην άλλη μέσα σε μία ροή του λόγου.
Και θα έχουμε και τα κονδύλια για να το κάνουμε όμως. Είναι και αυτό το θέμα.
Με καλή διάθεση όλα γίνονται και ουσιαστικά νομίζω ότι δεν είναι απλά μια επιστημολογική, ηθική και πολιτική άνσταση, είναι και μια ταξική θέση, γιατί στην κυπριακή κοινωνία η πρόσβαση στην αγγλόφωνη εκπαίδευση είναι συχνά μια πρόσβαση σε ιδιωτική εκπαίδευση. Και εγώ προσωπικά τίθεμαι ενάντια στα ιδιωτικά πανεπιστήμια και στην Ελλάδα. Με αυτή την έννοια, επιτρέψτε μου να ξεκινήσω την παρουσίασή μου. Είναι μια παρουσίαση που κάνω λοιπόν στην αγγλική γλώσσα, σεβόμενη τους κανόνες του παιχνιδιού. Reviving the trauma of war in other traumatic circumstances. Up. I would like to present part of my work as a clinical psychologist and psychotherapist working with people who lived through the 1974 war and whose traumas are reactivated after a new traumatic experience, like a serious illness, death of a close relative, major loss. This presentation is based on my experience as a clinical psychologist who has done a lot of psychodynamic psychotherapies at the German Oncology Center in Limassol. It's based on an observation that has been common through my work in this hospital. The trauma of being diagnosed with a serious or incurable illness, of undergoing invasive treatments such as chemotherapy, radiotherapy, or amputation surgery, of facing the prospect of death or bereavement of a loved one, reawakened memories of the traumas they had experienced during the 1974 war in the occupied part of Cyprus. The new traumatic experience associated with a serious illness, like the after effects described by Freud, re-semanticize the original trauma, giving it a new meaning in relationship to the current experience, but also allowing the old meaning, hitherto little represented, to finally emerge, to take shape, to become describable. How exactly does this reactualization of the traumatic past work in the light of a new ordeal? In other words, what does it mean in terms of the history of the individual and the group to which he or she belongs? What are the current psychological effects, and what are the possibilities for treatments? These are the three parties I'm going to talk about. In order to understand this question, we will try to use clinical cases of people who were children or adolescents during the war to see how the present meets the past through the process of trauma resurfacing in patients undergoing therapy, how this violent and involuntary recollection of the past affects their present, their relationship with others, with themselves, and with the world, and how an individual therapeutic process can enable both a recognition of the double trauma and the detachment of the subject from this entrenched position of victim. First part, the importance of the reactualization of trauma in relation to the history of the subject and his or her group. While Freud believed that all trauma takes place in two stages, the first often being a time of storing the raw experience, and the second being a time of revisiting the initial experience, trying to understand it and give it meaning, the question remains as to the psychological function of this return to the initial traces of inscription. In the psychodynamic approach, trauma is seen as a psychological breakthrough, the overflowing of defense mechanism through massive anxiety, which undermines the ability to connect within oneself and to build intersubjective links outside on self. So it's about links inside and outside. An experience of the rupture of psychic envelopes, in the sense that Didier Onzieux gives to this term, of the fragmentation of what constitutes the sense of continuity of existence, to use Donald Winnicott's expression. Trauma is both what freezes the subject in a moment of his history and what leads him to repeat this moment. There is a reproduction mechanism. In the manner of the flashbacks so common in the symptomatology of traumatized people. A freezy frame and an infinite compulsive reproduction of what could not be worked out due to its massiveness, due to economic factor. Trauma is also what marks an impossibility of conflictualization in dynamic terms. It's not included in the network of what we can be set in tension and confronted in the history of the subject, of what can take different forms and be the object of symbolic transformation. In other words, it remains enkysted. That are the words of Maria Torok and Nicolas Abraham. It's not very accessible, and it's difficult to include this trauma in the self-narrative that the subject manages to put in place. Finally, in chronological terms, its presence refers to a moment of fixation in the past that hurts, divides, and does not always make sense. And in topical terms, it initiates a need for regression from the conscious to the unconscious. So the importance of the actualization of trauma in relation to the history of the subject and his or her group, I continue, the confrontation of a new trauma serves to psychologically address what has remained buried within in the image of a new earthquake bringing to the surface the ruins of a vanished civilization. The original trauma is still there, sometimes invisible and barely perceptible. I will try to go a little bit quicker. For the patients I accompanied in the center, the announcement of a serious illness, its invasive, painful, and sometimes desubjectivizing treatments, and the confrontation with the prospect of death were often the opportunity to reveal the active force of trauma that was still present, even though, it had been silently passed over, linked to the events of 1974, to the collapse of a world that had been theirs until then, and to the experience of wandering, de facto loss, and dashed hopes that followed. Reconnecting with a wounded part of oneself is both a means of finding a form of representational and verbal expression in the face of what could not be thought or told, and also a way of finally attempting to integrate it into the memorial reconstruction of one's history, identity, and relationship with oneself, others, and the world. For a person traumatized by war, an experience that is at once intimate and political, private and public, individual and collective in its form and content, managing to approach a burning past also means unconsciously positioning oneself in relationship to the group's narrative matrices, which have sometimes been able to take the place of the subject's free speech. Sometimes the group narratives don't allow the subject to express himself. Although the traumatic past, consequences of the resurrection of the traumatic past on relationships with oneself, with others, and with the world. Although the traumatic past has always been with us in some way, confronting a new trauma can make it feel particularly recurrent. It's no longer a matter of remembering the past, but of reliving its most painful parts. Rather than remembering the past in a narrative mode, secundarized, reduced to a capacity for narrative elaboration, it's a quasi-performative presence of the past being replayed in the present. In the same way that tortured people cannot mentally leave their prison cells even after their release, many patients, overwhelmed by the ordeal of an incurable disease, have been led to relive this part of their history left in abeyance. By listening carefully to what they have to say, we can see the consequences of the resurrection of the traumatic past on the relationship with themselves, with others, and the world. Xenia is a soldier about to retire. Her choice of a military career was conditioned by her childhood encounter with the trauma of war, forced displacement within the island, and exile to Athens under incredible conditions when, as a young girl, she had to take a boat by herself. When she talks about her illness, her cancer, it's a whole verbal register of war that takes over, undoubtedly because her experience in the army determined the reading grids used in her understanding of the current situation and the discursive modality of its evocation. The metaphor of combat is very present in her fight against her illness and is the evocation of all the instructions to be strong or not to show her feelings or fear, anxiety, or shame. If the traumatic past cannot be psychologically processed in terms of its emotional and representational charge, the traumatized person may be led to ask recklessly, putting himself or herself in danger, as if the present risk-taking compensates for, defies, or disguises the past fear. Action thus becomes an antidote to the existential anxiety caused by the premature encounter with the prospect of death. Certain risk behaviors or refusals of care by already traumatized people can be explained by the subject's attempt to feel in control of his or her existence, even if this means adopting an attitude that can be harmful to him or her and that limits him or her to action that are sometimes unreasonable. The violence suffered can be reproduced on oneself in the form of a compulsion to repeat through the choice of traumatogenic living condition, or on others in the form of a role reversal between aggressor and aggressed. And that was exactly the situation of Xenia, who used to be very tough at the same time with herself and with everybody in her family. Then I had some other experiences, but as we don't have a lot of time, I will go quicker. So I'm not going to talk about these clinical studies, but we can talk about that later on if you want. And so I'm coming to my third part, what therapeutic approaches are still possible. The therapeutic work consists of opening up the field of possibilities, creating the capacity to elaborate the alienating identification to which the patient has been assigned, and trying to help the subject to emancipate himself from the paradoxical injunctions, internalized prohibition, and transgenerational mandates that he carries as a result of his history and that hinder his ability to enjoy his existence. In the case of people who have been doubly traumatized by early exposure to war and by the onset of a serious illness in adulthood, it's important to focus the therapeutic intervention on listening attentively, sympathetically, and warmly to what has erupted, repeated, and continued in the subject history. The aim is to understand how the various experiences of violence, loss, and suffering that have taken place in the person's life are related, what correlations there may be between them, people who have experienced great pain in their lives, and last but not least, what meaning the person makes of this difficult experience. Do they see themselves as victims? Or, on the contrary, do they try to turn them into a source of strength for coping with the present? Does the patient feel overwhelmed by events that are perceived as exogenous and almost alien? As part of this understanding of the meaning of the experience, it's important to analyze the defense mechanism deployed in the face of the anxiety aroused to consider their psychological function and also their cost for the subject. So, to finish my presentation, I would like to say that there is always a very singular articulation of traumatic experience linked to the past with the current experience of distress and profound loneliness, of the impossibility of believing in quality medical care, or of oscillating between an almost magical belief in the almost divine abilities of doctors and an equally massive devaluation of any prospect of care. The intensity of these psychological movements in the radical dichotomy, the absence of the capacity to elaborate one's own subjective involvement and actions that sometimes have the value of immediate release, acting just to have less pressure, all point to the presence of a traumatic shock whose impact on the current situation of help must be measured. To be able to free oneself from a position of victimhood, or on the contrary, from a sense of omnipotence that would compensate for the sense of radical distress described above, to gain recognition of one's affects and representation, to allow oneself to work on linking the different fragmentary parts of one's history while feeling sufficiently protected not to collapse again, are therapeutic objectives of the first order. They enable patients to come to terms more calmly with their illness and its treatment, to appreciate the differences in others, and to work through their anxieties about our shared finitude. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you also for your critical comments, which we will consider, of course, for next year's Interdepartmental Conference. And now. Okay, so the last speaker of this panel is Keti Makerjan, who has a MA in Social and Developmental Psychology from the Department of Psychology. And she's going to talk about the adverse childhood experiences and factors that contributed to the promotion of psychosocial resilience of children of fallen and missing persons of the period 1963 to 74. So, Keti.
Dear committee, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity I have to unravel the thread of understanding the effects of adverse experience of loss on children and the outcomes in adulthood, and at the same time to reveal the factors that promote psychosocial resilience. The events that took place in our island during the period of 1963-1967 and in the summer of 1974 resulted in the tragic death toll of approximately 3,000 fallen and missing persons, Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriots. Among them are included civilians, men, women, and children, who constituted and continue to be an unhealed wound in the body of our society. The adversities created by the loss of a loved one and the potential that emerges have led for many decades to the study of resilience. Resilience refers to the adaptation demonstrated by the individual at a physical, emotional, and spiritual level. It could be considered as a cluster of phenomena pointing the positive adjustment to good and bad situations, to the adversity recovery, the bouncing back ability, to bending but not breaking, the persistence and adjustment when things go wrong, the failure management, the balance after difficult situations, and also the self-consistency and maintenance of functions. Our research was conducted between November 2022 and January 2023. With children aged 0 to 12 at the time of the loss of their parent. The objectives of the proposed program was to understand the difficulties faced by young children who go through adverse experiences, such as conflict, war, and the loss of a parent. Interesting general results emerged from the interviews and also a questionnaire of Dr. Davidson's. Those results showed satisfactory resilience with a medium mean of 71.22 out of 100. Which is attributed to the support of the immediate family, the external environment, like school and friends, faith, positive thinking, academic goals, and hope for the future. I must say that we had 7 persons who participated in the research. We had 4 women and 5 men. And the allocation of the interviews was based on the laws. We had 6 missing persons. We had 1 person who was lost during the events of 1963, 1967, and 1 person who was known dead during the period of 1974. Specifically, the children of the missing persons of the 1974 seem to have a lower score between 50 and 71 out of 100. Uncertainty about the parents' fate appears to have negatively affected their resilience levels. At a higher level are the child of the fallen of 1974, 81 out of 100, and 2 children of the missing person during the period of 1963-1967. The results could be interpreted based on the knowledge about the father's death, but also the time elapsed since his loss. The ambiguous loss of the father and the subsequent loss of the family's income led 45% of the children to assume responsibilities disproportionate to their age. All the interviewers insisted on reporting about the insufficient information they had from official authorities about the fate of their loved ones, but also astute people who used the human suffering of the families. The denial that the missing person was dead led families to avoid discussing what had happened to the loved one, fearing that this could be seen as giving up hope. On the other hand, violation and overexposure of children's personal data was observed, resulting in children feeling ashamed of their parents' loss or death. However, in many cases, 55% of them reported the insufficient management of grief on the part of the remaining parent and the lack of social support that created strong negative feelings, such as anger, rage, hatred, sadness, shame, depression, and others. The continuing grief is also attributed to the authorities' lack of target, systematic, and long-term professional, psychological, social support, and family support programs for the families of fallen and missing persons. According to the responses of the participants, during childhood and adult life, they experience social alienation, the stigmatization for the mistakes of the father, and the identity of the child of a known dead or missing person. Additionally, the participants acknowledge that their adverse childhood experiences define them as personalities, resulting in the strong need to convey and transfer the trauma of their loss to their offsprings. Closing, in most interviews, there is the element of victimization for the past, whereas today there is the instillation of hope and optimism for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. And now I would like to invite you, Christina and Elena, to take the floor for a round of questions and discussion. So as before, please raise your hands, wait for the microphone. And you might want to identify yourself and give your questions.
Hello, good morning, and thank you very much for your presentations, and congratulations. It's more of an observation, not a question. Goes to Elena. I am Iagovos Psaltis, Doctor of Professional Studies in Educational Management. I wonder whether the Ministry of Education has utilized in any way or exploited, if you want, the results, the findings of your research, having in mind that they use very little of Greek Cypriot literature or anything other. I have in mind last year's Pan-Cyprian examinations at the end of the year. I reviewed very carefully the papers for Greek language, and I found nothing, absolutely nothing, about Greek Cypriot literature, let alone Turkish Cypriot literature. And I wonder how they want to promote the so-called Cyprus Republic, which is a bicommunal state. They could have at least, I think, used poems by Kyriakos Charalambidis, Pantelis Mechanikos, Pavlos Yassidis, or even Gürsen, Turkish Cypriot poet, to promote what, in words they say they want to promote the Cyprus Republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Well, the answer is very easy, no. They haven't used anything, but I wouldn't expect them to actually. I mean, it's a very big issue about the role of education and policy making, and then academia, and then what we do with our research. I mean, I don't have any expectation, to be honest, from the more formal like institutions. Not to say that, you know, there are not many teachers that, you know, they do a lot of work and they very interesting work, but I wouldn't expect this, to be honest, to go into like a formal education. I think it's what we do with our research and how we try to give our research in an honest way, you know, it's in an honest way, not hiding behind the veil of I'm objective. I'm not objective, you know. I don't want to be objective, you know. I study these communities. I believe in having other narratives from the dominant. I tell that to my students, and I engage them with that, and that's it, you know. So, yeah, I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, I don't have expectations from that perspective.
Pavlo.
Ευχαριστώ.
My name is Pavlos Anastasiadis. Thank you all for your presentations. My question will be addressed to Dr. Ioannidou. Very imaginative, creative, committed approach. Thank you very much. If you allow me, I will pose two questions. Maybe you're not the right person to answer. You're an educator. Maybe they should be addressed to a political scientist, a historian, or social psychologist, but I will ask them anyway. So the first one is, were you able to observe any relationship, any linkage to identity, those who speak Romaica, social identity, I mean political views, and relating to that with the term and the group Lilopampaki. So that's one question. The other one is more basic, data. How many are we talking about? What ages? For example, are the younger generations speaking Romaica or not? And does that relate to location? For example, the younger offsprings of people from the villages of Paphos who have been forced to resettle still speak or not speak? And how does that contrast with the younger generation of, say, Lourougina or Galinoporni, who have not been able to, who were always in that location? So I would be very interested to hear about this, and if there was any idea about the history. How come certain villages speak Romaica and others do not? Does it relate to some something in the Ottoman era where there were certain advantages if you, at least in face value, you changed religion? For example, I know a village in Kokinohoria, Liopetri, where they all changed to Muslim, and then with the arrival of the British, they turned back. So I'm interested in these things, and I have in mind other instances as well. We know from Greeks of Asia Minor, Karamanlides, that we are speaking that, and I don't think they speak any Turkish anymore. Or Turko-Kritiki, when they were resettled, there are many stories of the younger ones saying that my mother, my grandmother only spoke Greek, but they do not speak Greek anymore. So I would be interested to hear some of your observations on that.
Thank you. We will have perhaps a round of questions, and then our colleague, yes, and then gentlemen, the two ladies, Maria and Christina, and we will wrap it up.
Well, thank you very much to the entire panel for this, for your presentations. I want to have a follow-up question from the, two other colleagues who asked you about the first presenter. What you presented actually touches the issue of the endangered languages in the European Union. And my question is, to what extent have you tried to find sources from the European Union you can do a lot of things with, what you presented. Not only, for example, there is a colleague at the University of Kent in relation to Karamanlidica. He succeeded in producing a lexicon about the Karamanlidica, and he actually takes people from Greece every year. They visit areas there, and also he tries to revive the language. And also there have been efforts in the past, in Wales, for instance, to revive the Welsh language with funds from the European Union. And so my question is, have you been able to connect with these colleagues and people out there, and have you explored sources from the European Union to expand your work? Thank you.
Nikos Anastasiou. Sorry, guys, I'm also going to monopolize Elena. And just to add to what Pavlos said, is the Lourougina community and the Paphos Romaica communities linked at all? And are there connections between the Romaica community and the Greek Cypriot community in Karpasia? Do they communicate? Do they have connections? And in general, what Pavlos said, what are the is this a growing community? Is it a growing language? Is there more of these people? Are there young people? Thank you.
Maria Hadjipablou and Christina Valadkar.
Okay, thank you, Maria Hadjipablou. This has been a very rich panel, especially discussing issues that we don't normally, discuss either publicly or even often in our institutions of education. I have a lot to say to Ellen of my own experiences of Romaica and with Turkish Cypriots, especially in the mixed villages, where we noted that the Turkish Cypriots learned Kypriaka, Romaica, much more than the other way around. And this tells us something. Now, with regard to Christiana, I think what you said, you brought into discussion a very hidden issue concerning the collective trauma, which is personal, but also much broader than that. And in my latest research on women, and I want to ask you about whether you looked at the gender aspect of your own research, I found, which finished last year, and we are now ready to come and publicize it. It was in all communities, and one of the issues, one of the pillars we looked at was their personal story. And what came out was a lot of the trauma that they experienced, the Armenians with the Armenian genocide, and how this was transferred to the next generations, and the younger Armenian women telling us how they are having nightmares, about what those experiences were like and how they were transferred to them. One is this, about the intergenerational transfer, which is also very prevalent among the Greek Cypriot communities and lesser in the Turkish Cypriot community. So and we used dialogue as a method. Especially, we wanted to find out what happens to the women in the rural areas, whose voices usually are not heard and so on. And both from Drulos, which is truly is a village near the buffer zone, to Dali, which is away, but they did. And we found that the memories of 74 are still extremely part of their daily life. For instance, they would hear a very loud explosion, and they would feel their planes, throwing bombs, and they would run. And this was last year, So how these experiences were never addressed, there were no social or psychological services that would care about this aspect of healing and of addressing. And finally, I wanted to say that the Maronites, because I think we should bring in their experiences of all communities, they were telling us how shameful they felt and also how they were addressed as traitors because part of their community stayed behind in Gormakidis and they had, permission to go and visit them. So this stigmatization, after so many years, is still prevalent in their, psyche, but also feeling that it was never really recognized that it was the circumstances and the political, social context. The Latins were feeling very uncomfortable and guilty because during the invasion, many of them had 2 passports. So using the one that was not the Cyprus Republic, they were able to carry things from their, being expelled from Kyrenia, for instance, or from Famagusta to the south. And the others who could not do this, they were filling them with this guilt. So there are all these subtext of psychological issues that are still hanging in there, and we do need more research to really bring it out into a public discussion. So I'm very happy to
Thank you very much, Maria. Your rich experience is always very elucidating. So thank you very much, Christina, and then Elena. But may I ask you, in the interest of time, and because we are a little bit late on the schedule and we have a lunch break coming up, it's to be a little bit brief. Yes, thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. For trauma, is it possible the trauma to be cured? This massive trauma, or all of us, we need psychotherapy. In Cyprus or in other countries, has anywhere the people managed to overcome this collective trauma? This is my first question. And the other question is towards the Christiana.
Christina.
Oh no, this is Christina, yes, Elena. About the, how you spoke about those speaking, Turkish Cypriot speaking the Greek language. I'm very much interested to know, if you study this aspect, how the Greek language or the Greek Cypriot dialect influences or interferes to the Turkish Cypriot dialect, because they speak a dialect, and vice versa, and how this is connected with the culture, because according to a bit of language I know of Turkish and, okay, I'm a Greek-speaking person, there are so many similarities in these things and influences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina. A last one by Andrea, and we will get back to our speakers.
My name is Andrea Nicolaou. Can you, yeah? I work at the Department of Psychology, University Center of Field Studies. I'm also a PhD student. It's a comment to Elena, not a question. The picture with the mosque and the church being at the same place, sharing the same space, την ίδια αυλή. I mean, it's, for me, it was a strong testimony that these two people, at a point, they managed to live together, but they managed to respect also each other. Culture, life, and how, I mean, that's all. A strong image and a strong message.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I'll first give the floor to Elena. A lot of questions.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for your comments. This was a presentation, not a lot about the content of the project, but I'm going to try to answer quickly. I've written extensively about it, so if you are much more interested, I can send you the papers. Numbers. I'll start from that. There are many. We started with Lorugina, and then we found four geographical areas where they were Greek-speaking, okay? Greek-speaking meaning that they spoke Greek at home. Okay, we had to separate methodologically those who actually learned Turkish afterwards and those who actually spoke Romaica. So when I say Romaica, I mean as a home language. Okay, that's the. So Lorugina, περιοχή Πάφου, Κρητουτέρα, Arodes, Tilirka, and Carpasia. Okay, so these are like, for my research, I had 10 big social networks. I interviewed more than 60 people. So it's a lot of big numbers. Language and identity, of course. Of course, that was a project about. It was language and identity. It's this idea that, you know, they're different. but it's not in a monolithic way, so it's more multiple, so they have multiple layers of identities and also languages. About the Turkish Cretans, part of the project, which was funded by Levendis Foundation and the University of Cyprus, was to compare Turkish Cypriot Romaica speakers with Turkish Cretans. So we did research about the Turco-Critikus as well, and Karamanlidika and all that. Regarding endangered languages, that's a tough one. It's tough because it was very difficult gaining access. I had to go like undercover meaning that I went very protected there. That's one. Second, this is not a museified, museagi, so it's not to put it in the museum, it's still used. And that's, for me, it's the greatest. It's not about nostalgia about the past. It's how these people managed to act and expand their linguistic repertoire to survive and to become something. So it's not about endangered. It is, in a way. Younger people, after 2003, younger people cross the border and they come to learn Greek, but they face another problem. They teach them standard. So it's a nightmare. So what they know, the teachers consider it wrong. So that's another huge issue. Yeah. Well, they speak, okay. Also, very interesting was that for me, as a sociolinguist, it was discovering a treasure after 2003. Because these people, because of the separation, they maintained their older forms of the dialect. So they were protected from the standard. So we have what we call in sociolinguistics isoglossa, which means we've got the dialect of Paphos, we've got the dialect of Carpasia, they're intact. And there are a lot of influences between, of course, Turkish Cypriot dialect and Cypriot Greek dialect. Not only for the Romaica speakers, but for all. But it's mostly a linguistic point, not a sociolinguistic. Okay, but anyone who is more interested in reading about the project, I can send you papers and stuff to read.
Or talk over lunch break.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah. Oh, and sorry. And I have to say, two of the words that you used, trauma and resilience, were very, very present in my research, and thank you for mentioning it.
Christina?
Λοιπόν, θα μου επιτρέψετε να απαντήσω στα ελληνικά, αν είναι OK, και αν όλος ο κόσμος εδώ τουλάχιστον με καταλαβαίνει. Ωραία, κάποιος θα το κάνει summarize μετά, αν θέλει, για να μπορέσω να απαντήσω με έναν τρόπο που να είναι επαρκής και γρήγορος, όσο μπορώ, τέλος πάντων.
Just a second. The answer will be in Greek. I will then try to summarize in English. Thank you.
Is there anybody who doesn't speak Greek at all? I'm really apologizing for that, but it will be much easier for me to express myself in my language. Thank you for your understanding. Λοιπόν, όσον αφορά το διαγενειακό τραύμα, νομίζω ότι είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον να δούμε πώς μεταβιβάζεται και κυρίως ποιες είναι οι περίοδοι και οι συγκυρίες μέσα στις οποίες αυτή η μεταβίβαση μπορεί να γίνει με έναν τρόπο πιο επεξεργασμένο, δηλαδή ουσιαστικά αυτό που θα μεταβιβαστεί να είναι το απότοκο μιας προσπάθειας επεξεργασίας και κατανόησης των διακυβευμάτων του τραύματος και σε ποιες περιπτώσεις ουσιαστικά αυτό που μεταβιβάζεται είναι η καυτή πατάτα. Δηλαδή πετάμε στους επόμενους αυτό που έχει μείνει ανεπεξέργαστο, δεν έχει γίνει αντικείμενο αναπαράστασης, δεν έχει γίνει αντικείμενο λόγου και απλά καλείται η επόμενη γενιά να το επαναλάβει σαν βίωμα μέσα από διάφορες αδυνατότητες, μέσα από διάφορες παραδοξότητες, μέσα από διάφορες άλλες τραυματικές εμπειρίες. Όπου εκεί είμαστε σε αυτό που είναι ουσιαστικά μια μορφή επανάληψης, τραυματικής επανάληψης που μεταβιβάζεται από τη μία γενιά στην άλλη. Άρα μπορούμε να κρατήσουμε μια πρώτη ιδέα που είναι ότι όσο τα πράγματα είναι πιο επεξεργασμένα, τόσο περισσότερο αυτό που θα μεταφέρουμε θα είναι μια ικανότητα επεξεργασίας και αντίστροφα, όσο λιγότερο επεξεργασμένα είναι τα πράγματα, τόσο περισσότερο αυτό που θα μεταφέρουμε είναι αυτό που δεν θέλουμε να μεταφέρουμε, δηλαδή βαθύτερες αγωνίες, φόβο και μηχανισμούς άμυνας που είναι εξαιρετικά μαζικοί, όπως η προβολή, όπως η σχάση, όπως η άρνηση της πραγματικότητας. Αυτό είναι για να απαντήσω στο διαγενειακό κομμάτι. Όσον αφορά τώρα ιδιαίτερα τη διάσταση της γυναικείας ταυτότητας, η έμφυλη διάσταση στην επεξεργασία του τραύματος, αλλά και οι ιδιαίτερες διαστάσεις του τραύματος για τις γυναίκες, όσον αφορά, παραδείγματος χάρη, στη σωματικότητα. Εκεί υπάρχει πάρα πολύ δυνατότητα μελέτης, διότι στο νοσοκομείο που εργαζόμουν είχαμε πάρα πολλές κυρίες που ερχόντουσαν για διάφορους καρκίνους, πολύ συχνά για γυναικολογικούς καρκίνους, και εκεί είχε ένα μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον να δούμε το πόσο όλο το βίωμα της ευθραυστότητας που είχε σχέση με τον καρκίνο ερχόταν ουσιαστικά να αναγνωστεί μέσα από τις μορφές ανάλυσης και επεξεργασίας του παρελθόντος τραύματος που αφορούσε στην εμπειρία του πολέμου. Άρα εκεί υπάρχει μια ιδιαιτερότητα που μπορούμε να σκεφτούμε σε σχέση με μια αναπαράσταση του εαυτού ως εύθραυστου τροτού σε σχέση και με τις κοινωνικές απαγορεύσεις. Δηλαδή, σε ποιο βαθμό όταν είμαστε μια γυναίκα καλούμαστε να δείξουμε ότι είμαστε θαραλέα, γενναία, σε ποιο βαθμό επιτρέπεται να εκφράσουμε τα συναισθήματά μας. Η στρατιωτικός για την οποία σας μίλησα ήταν σε μια αντρική θέση. Δηλαδή, ουσιαστικά είχε θεωρήσει ότι πρέπει να είναι η δυνατή της οικογένειας απέναντι στη μικρή της αδελφή, απέναντι στα άλλα παιδιά. Δεν εξέφραζε ποτέ τα συναισθήματα από την πλευρά της ευθραυστότητας και του τροτού και ήταν πάντοτε σε μία θέση που ήταν πρέπει να είμαι δυνατή, πρέπει να μην εκφράσω τίποτα. Και όταν ήρθε ο καρκίνος, ουσιαστικά όλο αυτό το οικοδόμημα που κρατούσε με έναν τρόπο αρκετά μυστέρεο, κατέρευσε. Πάνω στην έμφυλη διάσταση του τραύματος υπάρχει εξαιρετική δουλειά της Ρίκης Βαν Μπούσχοτεν που αφορά στον ελληνικό χώρο και αφορά στη Βόρειο Ελλάδα. Πράγμα το οποίο μου επιτρέπει πολύ γρήγορα να κάνω έτσι και μία μικρή αναφορά σε αυτό που έλεγε η Έλενα πριν. Ήθελα να πω απλά ότι σκεφτόμουν, ακούγοντας Έλενα, είχα κάνει μια επιτόπια έρευνα με Σλαβομακεδόνες. Και είχε πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον, γιατί εκεί βλέπαμε πάρα πολύ έντονη τη διάσταση του τραύματος, της μεταβίβασης της γλώσσας, γιατί μιλούσαν ελληνικά ενώ ήταν στην πρώην Ιουγκοσλαβία, και του ιδιαίτερου στάτους που είχε αυτή η γλώσσα, ταυτόχρονα ως ταυτοτικός τόπος για το συγκεκριμένο γκρουπ, αλλά ταυτόχρονα και ως αντικείμενο ψυχικής επένδυσης από την πλευρά ενός αλυτρωτισμού. Αυτό που χάσαμε και αυτό που δεν θα μπορέσουμε να έχουμε πίσω. Ή από την πλευρά μιας ιδιαιτερότητας σε σχέση με το ευρύτερο γκρουπ. Έχουμε κάτι που οι άλλοι δεν έχουν. Ή ακόμα και από την πλευρά του στιγματισμού. Δεν είμαστε ακριβώς όπως οι υπόλοιποι. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό που φάνηκε και πολύ μέσα από τη δουλειά σου και μέσα από τα όσα είπατε κι εσείς για την resilience, νομίζω ότι είναι ακριβώς το γεγονός ότι έχουμε ουσιαστικά θέματα ταυτότητας, θέματα μνήμης και θέματα γλώσσας, που είναι σε μία μόνιμη διάδραση και άρα αυτό που καλούμαστε να κάνουμε είναι να προσπαθήσουμε να καταλάβουμε πώς όλα αυτά μπορεί να διαμορφώνονται στις διάφορες πτυχές τους. Αυτό.
Thank you, Christina. Once again, apologies to our non-Greek-speaking friends it is impossible for me to even summarize what has been said.
In French? I can't summarize in French.
No, it's okay, but it's psychology to me. Yeah. Okay, so I'm a lawyer. I cannot do that, but I think Elena will. Not even Elena.
No, okay. No, it's okay. I mean, you answered about το διαγενικό, intergenerational, it's okay, intergenerational trauma, about how it's kind of passed by from generation to generation in a fixed way. That's how I understood it. And then about the gender dimension, you showed examples, Ari, you showed examples about, how kind of tough like women, might deal with the trauma.
The body dimension, I tried to talk about the body dimension, saying that for the woman there are also some imperatives, some social imperatives about what it's allowed and what it's not allowed. And the main idea was that finally, for some women, it was easier to talk about how fragile they could be. But because in the woman identity, it's possible to admit some kind of vulnerability. But at the same time, I have some counter examples. For example, the military lady I was talking about, who was always identifying herself as the man of the family. And so in that way, she was considering that she has not the right to express any feeling of fear. And she became military because she was thinking that that would be the way to protect herself. And what was interesting about this lady, and I finish with that, is her relationship to the violence. She told me once that she was feeling very guilty about that, but she would be ready to kill children, Turkish children, if they were coming back. And so I was very surprised to listen to that, because I had the feeling that she was a very nice, very kind lady. And when I was discovering this aspect of her personality, talking about children and babies, it was very difficult for me to hear that. And I was thinking at that moment that it was the child. Yes, no, just I finished I finished my sentence. And so it was like the child was speaking, not the lady she was, but the traumatized child who was still there, and the impossibility to consider the other to his humanity. And all the work was to help her to recognize her feelings, her fragility, but also to recognize the other person's rights. And so the double recognition of trauma.
In an excellent English, I have to say. Thank you so much, Christina. And Katie?
Regarding resilience, I must say that as part of the Committee of Missing Persons that I work, it's a term that applies to everyday life of those families. It was very interesting for me to do the research in a more depth way and discover things that I only suspected. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. To my professor, Dr. Lordos, for me it was something that I think I always wanted to do it. I didn't have the chance to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and these are what these kind of conferences are for. So thank you all very much. We are 15 minutes past our time, so we will shorten a little bit the lunch break. Let us say, let's resume 10 past 2. Yeah? So we'll only be 10 minutes behind schedule. Thank you very much, and you're all invited to for a brief lunch.
What is introducing us? Yeah, but Alexander is there, Ipek is there. Right. There we go.
This is Emmanuel.
There's Ipek.
Okay. Oh, she saved it.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Welcome to what seems to be a very promising panel. There will be 4 contributions. There will be 4 contributions to this panel, and Dimitris Sakalas, Yannis Papadakis, Alexandros Lordos, together with Ipek Orman, and last but not least, Aristoteles Konstantinides. So, Dimitris, would you like to? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So today's presentation will be focusing on the role of the EU accession, the Cyprus problem, and the social perceptions for a solution of the Greek press, in the Cypriot press. This is part of a broader project that was happening, that was actually worked on 4 different levels, on the construction of European public sphere, citizenship, and the coverage of the Greek Cypriot media, mainly on the press of Philaeleftheros and Politis. So speaking about this, and fundamentally, this project is based on the Cyprus problem and the public sphere, whereas public sphere is the imaginary community where people gather and talk to each other and exchange information, opinion, and ideas about certain things of democracy. So Habermas, using the Habermasian theory on the national public sphere, we could see that the public sphere operates, the national public sphere, this was a bit identified, it is the public sphere that operates within the framework of a nation state. And what is interesting is that within the Cypriot press, we use the essence of assimilation, which is basically a process of interpretation and fusion which persons and groups acquire the memories, sentiments and attitudes of other persons and groups, and by sharing their experience in history, are incorporated with them in a common cultural life. Taking this context, the theoretical background, into the Cypriot press and the media, we could see that in Cyprus there is a lack of a common assimilation within the two different communities, the Greek Cypriot community, Turkish Cypriot community, after the 1974 era, after the separation and the division, de facto division at the moment. So we have now two communities, two languages, common memories, of course, for all the generations, and language before 1974. So you can see Turkish Cypriots, especially the older people, speaking Cypriot, Greek Cypriot, and the vice versa in many cases. But nonetheless, we have joined the European Union as of in 2004, 1st of May 2004. It was the biggest EU enlargement that took place in the European Union.
Εκείνο που δεν καταφέραμε το 55-59, την ένωση με την μητέρα πατρίδα, την καταφέρνουμε μέσω της Ευρώπης. Και εγώ ήδη έχω καλέσει όλους τους αγωνιστές του 55-59 παφίτες να έρθουν στη Μητρόπολη μετά την Θεία Λειτουργία, η ώρα 10, γιατί τα ψυγεία της Μητρόπολης θα είναι γεμάτα σαμπάνιες και θα τις ανοίξουμε, να γιορτάσουμε την ένωση της Κύπρου μετά της Ελλάδος μέσω της Ευρώπης.
However, when the EU accession took place, there was still this notion of enosis, which is actually the annexation with Greece, which is the inspiration for 1955 struggle against EOKA A, but apparently is still valid. And as we can see in the video,
Είμαι σίγουρος ότι την 1η του Μάη θα μπούμε στην Ευρώπη. Εκείνο που δεν καταφέραμε το 55-59, την ένωση με την μητέρα πατρίδα, την καταφέρνουμε μέσω της Ευρώπης. Και εγώ ήδη έχω καλέσει όλους τους αγωνιστές του 55-59 παφίτες να έρθουν στη Μητρόπολη μετά την Θεία Λειτουργία, η ώρα 10, γιατί τα ψυγεία της Μητρόπολης θα είναι γεμάτα σαμπάνιες και θα τις ανοίξουμε, να γιορτάσουμε την ένωση της Κύπρου μετά της Ελλάδος μέσω της Ευρώπης.
So this was the former Archbishop, the Bishop of Paphos, and for those who are non-Greek speakers, and the late Archbishop, Chrysostomos, who actually, when the European Union, when we joined the European Union, he called all the people from Paphos who were fighters for the EOKA A 55, 59, 1955, 1959 fighters to come and celebrate. He'll open champagnes because we're going to be annexed with Greece through Europe. Well, taken to a different level, the Politis newspaper and Phileleftheros were talking, and the media overall, had a very, very positive image of the European accession. Yes, we have joined the Euro, the European Union. Yes, we are ready. Our dream have come true. Now we're heading, the headlines were saying that towards Greece, we're going to a new era. This is a new era. We're becoming part of the European family. But Politis over here mentions it clearly that there is an issue in terms of people there's a separation of the island. Nonetheless, the Turkish Cypriots were kind of disappointed. Well, on one side, there was this amazing notion of, yes, we are together, we are part of the European Union. On the other side, there was disappointment. And the Turkish Cypriots saw the accession with overall disappointment. due to EU acquis, was not really implemented. And Turkish Cypriot Rafting-Tash Republic mentioned that this can have a big problem to the Cyprus problem as such.
The process for EU membership was going on as if there is no impediment on the way. I see the impediment on the way. We are not going to submit. EU will be getting on its shoulders the Cyprus problem in a more exaggerated way. Turkey is not going to accept it. So EU-Turkish relations will be destroyed. In Cyprus, new trouble will start. And I said it is my duty to talk to Mr. Kridis, to explain to him and to tell him that we are ready for a new partnership, but not for a Greek Cypriot unitary state. He has no right to apply for EU membership. I know that face-to-face, heart-to-heart talk is different, is more useful. You can talk without binding yourself to anything freely, without fear that you will be hurt or you will be caught. That is what I wanted in order to understand how far Kridis is free to settle with us, or whether he is a prisoner of his National Council.
It's called heartland, and the numbers are every time.
Mr. Anastasiadis, a famous Greek Cypriot party leader, has said that entry of Cyprus into the EU is equal to annexation with Greece. Now, if they can say this, if they are made to believe that this is so, and we also look upon it like that, what do you think any Turkish leader will say if you are going to annex Cyprus through the EU in this way? Naturally, Turkey has to do something about it. But this is the ultimate. There are degrees of reaction which can be done.
So fundamentally, this was what the Rafting-Tash has said. So since the two communities are having a problem in finding a common solution, there is a common way of saying that Europe will solve it. And that was the initial part of the European Union. When we joined the European Union, there was this wish and hope that the Cyprus problem would be resolved via the European Union. Since the two communities were unable to solve this problem, apparently the European Commission would help us, the European Union will help us join the European Union. And this is something that I've spotted from the Eurobarometer, saying that Cypriot always faced the European Union for two focus points, the political and the economic. Politically speaking, they expected that a possible EU accession would contribute to Cyprus, while on the contrary, the financial aspect, many citizens feared for negative consequences. So basically, the EU accession for the Cypriots meant, above all, the solution to the Cyprus problem and implementation of the fundamental human right. The political aspect is always superseded by the financial one. That's why the people were in favor of the accession. Indeed, and this has been shown in the latest Eurobarometer of that time, where 56% of the Cypriots thought and believed that the country's participation would lead to a solution of the problem. And it's very interesting that 10 years ago on, what the two MEPs said about the Cyprus problem.
Κατά πολλούς θεωρείται η μεγαλύτερη επιτυχία της χώρας, η οποία μπήκε στην ευρωπαϊκή οικογένεια και απέκτησε δυνατότητες ευρωστίας, ανάπτυξης και χρηματοδότησης μεγάλων έργων υποδομών. Τα ωφέλη είναι πολλαπλά για την Κύπρο, με τους ευρωβουλευτές Λουκά Φουρλά και Γιώργο Γεωργίου να μιλούν για το ζήτημα στο Euronews.
Ανήκουμε σε μια μεγάλη ευρωπαϊκή οικογένεια, η οποία στα θέματα της οικονομίας θα σταθεί δίπλα μας. Ανήκουμε σε ένα χώρο όπου τις πανδημίες τις διαχειρίζεται με ένα κοινό τρόπο και ένα θετικό πρόσημο, και δεν τολμώ να πιστέψω πώς θα ήμασταν εμείς ένα μικρό απομονωμένο νησί εκτός Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης και πώς θα διαχειριζόμασταν όλο αυτό το τσουνάμι που είχε πέσει τότε, αν θυμάστε, με την πανδημία, και πολλά άλλα τα οποία αν βάλουμε σε μια σειρά θα πρέπει να βάλω ένα θετικό πρόσημο στην όλη αυτή ιστορία στα 20 χρόνια της παρουσίας της Κύπρου στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση.
Το έρισμα για να ενταχθούμε στην Ένωση ήταν η πίστη, η πεποίθηση ότι θα λειτουργούσε ως καταλύτης για τη λύση του Κυπριακού. Πράγμα το οποίο προφανώς δεν συνέβη. Η Κύπρος έχει βοηθηθεί να εξυγχρονίσει τους θεσμούς της, νόμους, τρόπο συμπεριφοράς και μέσα από την προσχώρηση σε διάφορα προγράμματα τα οποία προσφέρονται από την Ένωση, να αναβαθμίσει δομές, λειτουργίες, να παράξει έργα, να βελτιώσει πάρα πολλά από αυτά τα οποία έπρεπε να γίνουν.
I'll just pause that because for the non-Greek speakers, it was actually Mr. Yoros Georgiou was a member of the left-wing party in the European Parliament, and who said that basically, as I quoted, the accession was supposed to be catalytic for the solution of the Cyprus problem, but this didn't happen despite the changes that happened. So, today, where do we stand? Today, we're having a standstill in negotiation talks between the two communities as the problem remains unsolved. The recent opening of Varosha, the fenced-off city of Varosha, was condemned by the international community and brought another obstacle in the discussion, in the talks. Turkish Cypriot leader at the moment, Ersin Tatar, follows the same narrative of Mr. Denktash, claiming that two different countries should be part of the solution and engage into negotiations. While the newly elected Republic of Cyprus president stated that making an effort in the UN, is trying to continue to make an effort in the UN to resume talks for unification. Of course, there's always the UN Secretary General calls in for discussion, to talk and discuss more and engage to a solution. But what do people think? Let's see.
How do you personally follow the Cyprus problem?
Because it's been going on since more than 50 years, and I'm almost 46, 47 years old. I should say that I'm not following it anymore, because I lost sort of my hope.
Διαβάζω, ενημερωνόμαστε, αλλά τελικά από ό,τι βλέπω οι πολιτικοί μας δεν θέλουν να το λύσουν.
Θέλουν ή δεν μπορούν?
Δεν μπορούν, δεν θέλουν, όπως άλλες πάρτι.
Ενημερώνομαι, διαμαρτύρομαι εκεί που μπορώ. Παρακολουθώ πάντως.
Παρακολουθώ τα. Όλα όσα και προέδροι, αντιπροέδροι, ξένοι, οτιδήποτε.
Προσπάθησα να ασχολούμαι με το Κυπριακό. Μετά που αντιλήφθηκα ότι το Κυπριακό δεν πρόκειται να προχωρήσει και να συμβεί οτιδήποτε, σταμάτησα να ασχολούμαι.
Did you used to follow it more?
Up until 2015, I was following it, but now, no.
Did something change or just time passing?
I think it's because of time. Too much time passed and we lost hope in the leaders. This is what it is, I think. Because they are saying the same thing. There isn't a real will to solve it from both sides.
Yes.
I'm a Turkish Cypriot, but this is my opinion.
Υπάρχει πολλή ψευτιά βασικά, υποκρισία και έτσι απλά έχουμε αυτή είναι η ελπίδα που είχαν οι γονείς μας, ότι κάποια μέρα...
Λίγο πολλά χάσετε τις ελπίδες ότι να γίνει κάτι, ας πούμε.
Ναι, δεν υπάρχει ελπίδα για το Κυπριακό.
Είστε σίγουρος?
Ναι, νομίζω δεν υπάρχει, τουλάχιστον από πλευράς δικής μας, γιατί νομίζω εδώ είναι όλος ο κόσμος πολύ βολεμένος, η πολιτική για τους δικούς τους λόγους, οπότε δεν νομίζω ότι υπάρχει οποιαδήποτε διάθεση πραγματική να λυθεί το Κυπριακό.
You know, on Monday there's this tripartite meeting. Are you going to be following that at all?
I haven't heard.
With the UN Secretary General and the two leaders.
Oh, they are meeting again? I don't know.
Νομίζω τώρα τη Δευτέρα να υπάρξει τριμερής συνάντηση, να παρακολουθείτε, ας πούμε.
Όχι, είμαστε ενδιαφέρον.
Ευχαριστώ.
Γιατί έκαναμε να είμαστε ενδιαφέρον.
Όχι, ναι. Απλά βλέπω έτσι που πάνω ότι θα γίνει κάτι, αλλά επειδή ξέρουμε ότι στο τέλος δεν θα υπάρχει κάτι ουσιώδης.
Τη Δευτέρα που θα υπάρχει η τριμερή συνάντηση, να παρακολουθείτε.
Ναι. Αυτή τη στιγμή λέω ότι ο πρόεδρος, την τριμερή που να βάσει, δεν θα δεχτεί και θα μιλήσει πολύ καλά. Να είσαι σίγουρος και να τον ακούσετε. Δεν θα δεχτεί τίποτε, εγώ σου λέω, πέραν της ανεξαρτησίας της Κύπρου.
Από ότι είμαι και ο πρόεδρος, πάει απεσιόδοξος. Εμείς δεν τα αισιοδοξία να έχουμε.
Do you feel sad that you've lost interest, shall we say?
I feel sad, yes, because I mean, Cyprus problem is number one in our agenda. I mean, since we were born, we were always living with Cyprus problem, in my case anyway. When there is no hope, there is no real future. So we are talking about the Cyprus problem. It looks like there is no future for any help.
So basically, and to resume quickly, and there's loss of hope. People have lost hope. And this has been shown in the latest Eurobarometer when there is no issue about the Cyprus problem on the agenda. What we propose, social integration is a pathway to the solution. People need to get together and need to be socially integrated with each other. And the Europeanization in its political aspect, that would help towards a solution. That's all from me. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dimitri. Next is Yannis Papadakis from the Department of Social and Political Sciences. The title of his presentation is The Cyprus Problem, Failure from Above, Successes from Below.
Thank you, Eren. If it's okay, I would like to speak from here. Is that okay? Yes. When I was thinking about this, this discussion on Cyprus and the Cyprus problem, what came to my mind was Walter Benjamin's quote about history. And I'll read this to you. This is how one pictures the angel of history. His face is turned towards the past. Where we perceive the chain of events, he sees one single catastrophe which keeps piling wreckage and hurls it in front of his feet. The angel would like to stay, awaken the dead, and make whole what has been smashed. But a storm is blowing from paradise. It has caught it in his wings with such violence that the angel can no longer close them. This storm irresistibly propels him into the future, to which his back is turned, while the pile of debris before him grows skyward. This is a bleak quote, and if we choose to look at the Cyprus issue in terms of, let's say, results, the picture is bleak. But I'm wondering if there are some other sides of the Cyprus issue and some other sides of the efforts to address this, which could be more hopeful. And in fact, even though I started with a very sad and despairing quote, my discussion will be more about some more hopeful aspects that have emerged. And I think one way to think of something more hopeful is to think beyond high diplomacy, beyond track one diplomacy. So the question I'll be posing here is, if we move away from track one diplomacy is more or less binary. Either you solve it or you don't solve it. To other kinds of diplomacies, especially what is called track two, can we find something positive there? One way in which Cyprus has many different ways of being called, one way in which it is called by foreign diplomats is the graveyard of diplomats. And it's called as the graveyard of diplomats because, of course, anybody who has tried to solve it has failed. So basically, I will try to shift focus from track one to track two diplomacy. Track two diplomacy is more about unofficial, informal interactions between members of adversary groups that aim to develop strategies to influence public opinion, organize human and material resources in ways that might help to resolve their conflicts. Now, I have to say also that the main actors I will be speaking about are in this very room, and in fact, the main actors I will be speaking about, many of them are in our faculty, and I think that's something to also cherish that, you know, some of these actors are in this faculty. Another shift I will try to make is from the very visible infrastructures of war. Infrastructures of war are, you know, barbed wire, walls, armies, to the less visible infrastructures of peace. So what are these infrastructures of peace that have been created in Cyprus? This is, you know, the question I'm posing basically, and I'll try to evaluate, I'll try to discuss I'll give three examples, and I'm interested in infrastructures of peace that have created, let's say, a lasting effect towards reconciliation, that have had some kind of international recognition and impact, and that have combined their activities within and outside of Cyprus. The first I'd like to discuss is the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. I think I won't mention the names of the people around us, and I won't even ask them to stand up and because it will embarrass them, but they're here, most of these people. The Association of Historical Dialogue and Research started out as a group of visionary teachers, and they have achieved quite a lot, creating the House of Cooperation and creating, let's say, an infrastructure that also enables all kinds of other organizations interested in peace, in historical education, but also really simply in cultural events to coexist within and around that structure. One of the small parentheses, one of the very interesting aspects of the Home for Cooperation, of the physical structure, and for me a very wise choice, is that they decided when they were renovating the building to keep the bullet holes visible. I think that was a really wonderful kind of gesture, showing that if you want to address the past, you cannot whitewash away the conflict. You have to address the conflict, and you have to be reminded by the conflict. And I think that in some ways, this is also the main, let's say, philosophy which guides their activities. I think another very key aspect in their work is what they call multi-perspectivity. And I think another wise choice that was taken was not to try to work on history books per se, but present alternative teaching material. This teaching material, I should say, has been disseminated very widely. It's available in 3 languages. They have produced many books about the Ottoman period, about monuments, about gender, about democratic education. They're all available online. And I think there has been a lot of interest also from foreign universities and other foreign organizations about the activities of this association, which means that they are often invited in conferences, universities abroad, and also they have been a very active member of Euroclio, the European historical, let's say, organization dealing with history issues. In terms of, let's say, some basic numbers, the association has engaged more than 2,000 teachers in projects related to historical education, and 2,500 in projects related to education for peace, along with more than 7,500 students. So I think for the size of Cyprus, these are quite important. Of course, we can never know, or it's difficult to assess if they are preaching to the already converted. Okay, as maybe even, as is something that maybe we even see in this very setting, that a lot of the people who come in these kinds of discussions are already people predisposed towards, let's say, a certain position. The association received a number of awards, the Europa Nostra Conservation Award, and this is why I also mentioned their very wise choice of preservation of the conflict on their very building. This is in terms of promoting heritage, but also their other activities. They won the Max van der Stoel Award in recognition of their achievements aimed at improving the position of national minorities, and the Sean McBride Peace Prize in recognition of its outstanding work for peace, disarmament, and human rights. They have also been running another program, and I'm also involved in this, so I'm just saying this more to show that also I'm speaking from, let's say, an engaged position in my talk. And this is the Imagine program, which was under the auspices of the Bicommunal Technical Committee for Education. It was quite a successful program. It was very much supported and funded by the German embassy, and I'll come back later to the issues of funding and the risks in terms of funding. And in this program, they trained around 6,200 students and 1,000 students and 714 teachers. So This is an organization that I think has had quite an important impact in Cyprus, but also an impact abroad in terms of, all the kinds of invitations it has been receiving and all the kinds of prizes it has been receiving. And it has also been creating some kind of games, educational games. I'll read you a couple of titles because I think the titles are fun. One of the games is called Do Neo-Nazis Eat Kebabs? I think the answer in Cyprus is, of course, but I think in terms of other countries like Germany, etc., I think it's a more kind of complex and interesting answer. And another one of their titles of books is Can White Guys Rap? So let me move to the next organization that I would like to present. This is SEED, the Center for Sustainable Peace and Democratic Development. SEED has been started working on different kinds of projects on Cyprus in collaboration with the UN, and they have developed what they call the SCORE Index, what is Social Cohesion and Reconciliation Index. And this is an assessment tool designed to measure different components of social cohesion and resilience, as well as vulnerability factors around the world in order to inform the efforts of peace building and development, again, across different societies. They developed this, first of all, in Cyprus. Then they enlarged their organization, and they have done projects all over the world, in the Americas, in Asia, but mostly, I would say, in Africa, by creating a very strong and kind of international team. Projects, let's say, in Liberia on reconciliation, projects on gender empowerment and participation in Ukraine, among others. The third organization I would like to mention is the Future World Center. This is an organization that started out again by creating know-how in terms of bi-communal meetings and discussions. And they used, but they also developed, a tool called Systemic Democratic Dialogue. There have been different names about this tool, but basically the main idea is that you can get 20 or more stakeholders in a single room and engage with them in discussions and finally come out with some kind of result. And as we know in Cyprus, this is a small miracle to engage 20 or 30 stakeholders and come out with some kind of result along the lines of some kind of consensus. So this is in a way a very technical tool that was first developed in the United States. Then it was taken up also in Cyprus, and in Cyprus this was developed further in practice, but also through academic publications. So basically what I'm saying is that this tool has developed also theoretically in Cyprus through the work primarily of the Future World Center and Yannis Lauris, who published a lot of papers on different aspects of this. But what I find also kind of interesting about this tool is that it has developed a second life beyond the Cyprus problem, and in the sense that it was taken up by the Academy for the Training of Public Servants. I hope I'm saying this right. Η Ακαδημία Διοικήσεως, Δημόσιας Διοίκησης, and it was used for many projects from the tax department. I don't know if we like the idea of the tax department becoming more efficient. Hopefully they failed. It depends also on which tax bracket you are, I guess, if you want them to become more efficient or not. But anyway, to projects related to, I don't know, grape-producing villages in different areas. So this has had a very wide application, the tool, the democratic dialogue tool, inside Cyprus with different kinds of projects involving different actors. And I'll just close with a couple of thoughts. I started out thinking about these organizations from a totally different angle, but I'm not sure if I would have a lot to say. I started out thinking about these organizations from the angle of, let's say, administration and governance. these are successful examples of collaborative governance between different groups in Cyprus. Could we learn something about governance in terms of maybe a future solution from the way that these successful organizations worked? In the end, I thought that because they're quite small, because they're already, composed by people with, a very strong and very clear mission that unites them, I'm not sure. But I think it's an open question, and maybe it could be something worth exploring. What has made these organizations successful in terms of their governance? And could we learn some political lessons from them? They faced a lot of problems, of course, and many, many, many more of these have failed at some point. One of the biggest dilemmas they had was, was funding. A lot of them received funding from abroad, or most of the funding from abroad, which is a double-edged sword. It opens them up to accusations, that they are kind of foreign, they serve foreign interests. At the same time, I don't know if they would have been able to do this otherwise, but this has been one of the main issues of these organizations. So I've talked about above, I've talked about below, and I'll just close with an example of the mid-level. And there is no better example of the mid-level, and I'm talking now about municipalities, of successful cooperation, and a project that is considered exemplary in the literature of divided cities, than what is lying right under our very feet. And this is the joint sewerage system of Nicosia that was created by the two urban leaders of Nicosia, and among divided cities, and the literature on divided cities is considered exemplary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanis. Next is Alexandros Lordos from the organizing committee, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Psychology, with Ipek Borman, who's a political scientist. And the title of their presentation is From High-Level Tools to a New Social Contract, a review of research to practice initiatives to engage the wider community in the Cyprus peace process.
Thank you, colleagues, and the fellow members of the organizing committee, and special thanks to Yanis, of course, for his generous reference to SEED and the work that SEED has been doing, as well as all of the other organizations. I think my talk, now I'm starting, and then, of course, Ipek is going to continue. We are going to try to discuss the challenge of how do you make this peace process more inclusive and participatory. It's an issue that I think Yanis's presentation also touched upon, this notion of from above and from below. The question also is how does the above and the below meet, and where can they meet? So I will start by discussing initiatives that have taken place in past years. I apologize in advance for a bias towards what I know better. So there is so much that has happened in the last 20 or 30 years regarding civic initiatives for peace that I couldn't possibly mention everything. So, for instance, I won't mention some of the initiatives that Yanis has already mentioned. So please take what I will mention as examples that point us towards certain conclusions. I think the important thing is not so much the examples of these initiatives, but the critical insight into why they failed to produce a transformative impact and what that teaches us about the future. After I speak about some of those more legacy initiatives, then my good friend and colleague Ipek is going to talk about the Cyprus Futures initiatives, which is actually live now, and in which we have both been engaged in the last couple of years. It's a year of many anniversaries, of course. It's 20 years since the Annan Plan. It's 30 years since the Gali set of ideas. It's 50 years since 1974. But it is also 60 years since the peace process began, since 1964. And I would like to start by inviting you to wonder whether this is actually part of the problem, that we actually have a peace process that is fundamentally unchanged since 1964. Peace talks are directed by the so-called leaders. Forgive me the fan of using so-called in my own kind of creative ways. It's a good tool for legitimizing and delegitimizing. So I would like to be a bit deconstructive toward this concept of leaders. So that's why I'm doing it. Of the two communities under a UN Good Offices umbrella. Note, of course, that the neutral labels of communities and leaders are only utilized and considered normative in the context of the peace talks, and typically in the English language too. Something that Christina was mentioning before about use of English as a kind of transitional language and what that implies. The wider society is not directly engaged in the peace process. Though leaders engage in non-binding consultations with political parties, while the UN engages in similarly non-binding consultations with civil society. Again, civil society has a very specific meaning in the Cyprus peace process. It includes networks of peace activists, academics, NGOs, chambers of commerce and industry, trade unions, etc. There's nothing wrong with civil society. I've always been part of civil society, but there is a problem with so-called civil society being placed in an advisory role towards the UN and not really having a stronger voice around the table. The peace process is therefore vulnerable to the personalities, political opinions, and available negotiating time and bandwidth of the two leaders. And there are several problems that have arisen due to the current structure of the peace process. And I will mention some of these pathologies. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, so it comes naturally to me to think of taxonomy of what is pathological about something, about a process. So let me offer a taxonomy of pathologies as below. Fleeting consensus. That's the phenomenon where leaders appear to come close to an agreement, but political transitions or other extraneous factors cause progress to dissipate. The stop-go process. That's the phenomenon whereby peace talks remain deadlocked, sometimes for years, whenever a specific pair of leaders cannot find common ground to engage in talks. Tunnel vision. That's the phenomenon where peace talks are more likely to focus on deeply contested hard issues where the sides are polarized, for instance, the status of guarantors, the order of priority to claim disputed properties, but disregards soft issues such as preventive security, social cohesion, and youth opportunities. And finally, alienation of the wider public. It was also mentioned before in Dimitris's presentation. The public in both communities is disconnected from the peace process, thinks it is somebody else's problem, does not see how the peace process will pave the way for a new and inclusive social contract. All of these are direct results of the structure of the peace process. It is not something that we see in other countries necessarily. How is inclusivity and participation fostered in other peace process? This could be a topic, this could be a talk on its own, yes? And the work that we have done through SEED over the years took us to many different places and it was a blessing to see actually how peace processes are structured around the world and what's different about them versus Cyprus. One notable difference is that in many other contexts, negotiations are led by political parties, not by the tribal leaders of the two warring groups, as we have here. I mean, here is basically, we have a tribal model of negotiation where the leader of the Greek Cypriot tribe and the leader of the Turkish Cypriot tribe are supposed to work things out, and the theory being that they somehow control their tribe, which of course none of this is true, or if it was true in 1964, it's not true today. So negotiation by political parties, as in Northern Ireland, Nepal, Liberia, is a method that has been known to produce results because political parties are mediators. Now, I'm not saying this is something that should be done in Cyprus, but it is what has worked elsewhere. Political parties are mediators between the people and governance, and political parties legislate. So there is a natural role for political parties in many other peace processes. Ministries dedicated to peace building and national unity. There are many examples around the world. The ones that I have personal experience with are Rwanda, Kenya, and Nepal, where these peace infrastructures, as Yanis has mentioned before, they're actually consolidated or supported through such ministries of peace. In the case of Cyprus, organizations like SEED or Association for Historical Dialogue or Future World Center, we are on our own. There is no umbrella infrastructure that we support and that we collaborate with. Proxy inclusion and participation via social research. Notable example is the Northern Ireland Peace Polls, the South Africa Reconciliation Barometers. These are legacy examples from the 1990s. And actually, we have done quite a lot in Cyprus in this dimension of social research for peace. And I will talk about that in a minute. And the last example that I will use is transformative scenarios processes that were implemented in South Africa and Colombia, amongst other places. This is something that has been happening in Cyprus also in the last couple of years, and IPEC is going to talk about that. I will focus, rather we will focus, I will talk about the first two and IPEC about the third. We will focus on 3 specific efforts for a more inclusive and participatory peace process in Cyprus, and discuss how it went, how it's going, and what we have learned from the experience. The first is social research for peace, using quantitative and qualitative survey methodologies to develop insight into public priorities for peace, informing the track 1 process accordingly. You could also call it action research for peace, if you like, differentiating from pure academic research, where you're just writing to accumulate basic theoretical knowledge. In action research for peace, what you do research and maybe you are also an academic, but a large part of your agenda is to inform the political process. Technical committees and working groups is another notable example, which of course is a more official aspect of inclusion and participation. And those are committees comprised of appropriate officials and thematic experts from both communities, considering and developing solutions for specific day-to-day issues or preparing the ground for substantive talks. And the transformative scenarios process, which is inclusive and participatory dialogue to map out plausible scenarios for the future of Cyprus, informing civic and political dialogue. There are, as I mentioned before, much more than this has happened, but I'm only using these 3 as an example to draw some conclusions. Firstly, talking about social research for peace. Actually, we've probably done more in this regard than most other peace processes around the world. The fact that the score was developed in Cyprus, for instance, and has since been implemented in 15 other countries, is indicative of the fact that Cyprus is actually leading the field in social research for peace, which is not necessarily a good thing. Yeah, it may mean that we have a kind of defense mechanism of abstracting the problem and trying to intellectually solve it, as opposed to using genuine democratic dialogue, as Yannis Lauris would have proposed we do. And instead we become bookish about the whole thing. But I mean, I could go on and talk about the examples. We see the first example that I'm familiar with is the research by Peristianis prior to the 2004 referendum. It's not widely published because the UN told him not to publish it, to identify citizen concerns and aspirations regarding the US peace plan. The work on participatory polling that I led along with Rol Kaimak, with Natalie Tocci, with Ahmed Sozen, with Spiros Christou and others in the early years after the Annan plan to identify possibilities for convergence of the 2 main communities. The social surveys conducted by Haris Psaltis, Hussein Chakal, Neophytos Loizidis and others, exploring, among other topics, the experience of crossing to the other community, living in mixed villages, priorities and aspirations of displaced persons, using conjoint analysis to identify possibilities for trade-offs in the peace process. The research by Maria Hajipavlou and colleagues exploring perspectives of women from diverse Cypriot communities vis-à-vis the peace process, Cypriot identity, peaceful coexistence. Similarly, the research by Yannis Papadakis and colleagues from a social anthropology perspective on conflict and identity. The development of the score index, which was already mentioned. A program of peace polls coordinated by Colin Irwin during the 2016-2017 period, more or less in secret, emulating the Northern Ireland peace polling process prior to the Good Friday agreements. So a lot has been happening in terms of social research for peace in Cyprus. And the example that I will talk a bit more about is the Security Dialogue Initiative conducted by myself with various colleagues, Ahmed Sozen, Ilke Dali, Yorgos Kentas, Anna Kokidis Prokopiou, and others, which accompanied the high-level peace talks during the period 2016-2017, exploring social and technical aspects of security sector reform in the context of a comprehensive settlement. In that project, we used a mixed method research, qualitative, quantitative, policy dialogue. We commissioned expert research in order to get a better grasp of the security. I thought I was just starting. No. I negotiated a few more minutes extra time so that we can. Okay. I'll try to be faster. All right. Okay. So we worked with multi-methods in order to first understand threats that each community is experiencing. For instance, Greek Cypriot fears, Turkish Cypriot fears, fears that are common to both communities. Then we worked with experts, security experts, to come up with conceptual frameworks for building resilient security institutions, differentiate endogenous resilience from state fragility. And then we also developed conceptual frameworks where we separated security solutions in the categories of early prevention, late prevention, early reaction, and late reaction, and reflecting on institutions that could be developed in order to not just to deal with a security threat after it has occurred, but to prevent it from happening. For instance, Federal Commission on Human Rights and Gender Equality, Federal Public Administration Commission, effective and community-blind police and judiciary, etc. And we then used the quantitative survey to test the results, to test the public acceptability and to what extent these methods would contribute to greater sense of security amongst Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. And you can see here that all of those solution elements are highly acceptable both to Greek Cypriots and to Turkish Cypriots. And that's supposed to be the most controversial dossier of the peace process. That's supposed to be security. That is totally deadlocked, that Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots cannot see eye to eye. But the research that that team conducted actually showed that there are possible ways to move forward in that. We actually presented it in Geneva in January 2017 in simultaneous teams. So we presented to the National Council that was meeting at the one hotel in Geneva, and our Turkish Cypriot colleagues presented to the Turkish Cypriot political parties. And when we debriefed after the meeting, everyone said, yes, everyone seems to agree with these ideas. All the Greek Cypriot and all the Turkish Cypriot political parties seemed to agree with the ideas. No one thought there was anything that they couldn't support. But nothing happened. Yeah, so it failed. It failed to transform the peace process, even though it was so promising. So, and this is actually quite characteristic of many such social research for peace initiatives. Such initiatives do have the strength that they provide nuanced insight into the needs, expectations, fears, and preferences of the population, and they can be used to customize solutions for greater support of a peace plan, but also for long-term sustainability and resilience. They also address the problem of civil society self-selection, because by going to the wider public, you are not just talking to 10 people that want to be involved. You are actually reaching out to everyone. The problem with this approach, as well as the fact that proxy participation is not actual democratic dialogue participation, but more importantly, the problem is that the impact is dependent on the uptake and utilization by the official peace process. And unfortunately, this was highly problematic, especially in the whole period from 2004 to 2017, when I was personally actively involved in such social research for peace. The one thing that the two communities leaders always agreed about was that we don't want these social researchers getting too close to the process because, I don't know, it will confuse our work.
Alex, can you just wrap it up, please?
Yeah, sure. And a few words on expert bi-communal technical committees and working groups. This was an initiative that started back in 2006. The idea was to set up technical committees on day-to-day issues and working groups on to discuss substantive aspects of the peace talks. The technical committees, of course, are still thriving to this day. The working groups, unfortunately, were only used to prepare the agenda of the Christofias Talat talks back in 2008, and so the opportunity to use them as a more inclusive and participatory space to generate consensus on substantive topics. Unfortunately, that opportunity has been lost in favor of high-level talks between the two leaders. And evaluating these technical committees and working groups, Their strength is that they have strong potential to connect the political, technical, and civic spaces to design targeted, sector-specific, and impactful policies for peace. And actually, some technical committees, cultural heritage, for instance, stands out, have been highly effective, but also others. The limitations are that these committees are underfunded, they have power to advise rather than decide, are sometimes dominated by the political leadership, and are often ignored, dismissed by mainstream governance in each community. And the expert working groups never really took off as intended. So again, some interesting and important lessons to learn here. Thank you.
Yes, so I know that I have to be very brief. So the transformative scenarios process, as Alexandros mentioned, we were both part of the scenario group, which was initiated some years ago. I'm going to give some brief information about why this group was created, what was the aim, and with what scenarios we came up with. So, what are scenarios as a start? So they are not predictions, they are not proposals, they are not our ideal solutions, for sure. They are stories that describe possible pathways into a future. So they are scenarios for the future. And in that way, they help us talk and think about our lived reality. Scenarios are also stories that are relevant, plausible, clear, and challenging. So we didn't engage in some wishful thinking or try to impose our own ideal solutions, as we were a very diverse group of 36 Cypriots. So why scenarios process is important? Well, scenarios processes help to catalyze open and reflective strategic thinking and conversation about the possible futures of Cyprus. And while doing that, you see the opportunities, the risks, and the choices that await you in the future. And as a result, you empower civic and political stakeholders to mark their own informed choices, develop shared visions, and mobilize toward futures which they value. So the methodology actually is quite interesting, and it applies the transformative scenarios approach of REOS Partners, which is a global social enterprise founded by Adam Kahane. Adam Kahane developed this methodology of transformative scenarios, which was born out of South Africa during the transition from apartheid, when in 1991 and 1992, a diverse group of South Africans from across the political spectrum came together to develop their own future scenarios. The former president of Colombia, Juan Manuel Santos, who also wrote the foreword for the Cyprus Scenarios report, said, for example, that it was Nelson Mandela who recommended to him the methodology to apply also in Colombia. The new UN envoy, for example, Holguin, and her team were also part of the scenario process applied in Colombia. Over the past 3 decades, this method has been applied not only at the national level, but also at regional and global levels on such topics as democracy, climate change, drug policy, justice, education, land reform, and so more. Apart from South Africa and Colombia, it has been applied in Guatemala, Ethiopia, well, Israel, Palestine, Thailand, and the Netherlands. So, how were the Cyprus scenarios created? The co-authors of the scenarios are a scenario team of 36 individual Cypriots, as I mentioned, 18 Greek Cypriots and 18 Turkish Cypriots, inclusive of religious minorities. So the scenarios are the collective creation of this team, who together are broadly representative of the Cypriot society. Initially, through the engagement of international and local stakeholders, including REOS partners, 4 Turkish Cypriots and 4 Greek Cypriots were selected as the conveners of this scenario group. And it was those 8 people who met numerous times online and in person with the guidance of our facilitators from REOS partners and established a scenario team of 36 individual Cypriots. It took us more than a year to convene the team. We got together in 3 workshops, 1 on the island and 2 abroad, where we had many intense conversations, discussions, and in the meanwhile continued to meet ad hoc and work together online on shared documents. In the end, we drafted the text collectively through collective writing and rewriting, and I think this is also a major success when you think of 36 Cypriots coming together and writing something collectively. So who were we? As I said, I will touch upon this very briefly. We were a very diverse group. So in convening the group together, we tried to bring in people coming from diverse backgrounds, coming from diverse professions, coming from different ideologies, identities, coming from different approaches towards the solution of the Cyprus problem. It was, of course, gender balanced, and the ages ranging from 20s to 60s. And as a result, we came up with a set of 4 scenarios. So these were not pre-determined, pre-designed set. It came out of our discussions, and I will just briefly mention them. So our first scenario is what we called as the no way scenario. It's a scenario of stagnation and inaction. It's pretty much the continuation of the status quo that lingers on, year after year, sustaining the community's learned helplessness. But of course, the status quo is never static. Each passing time creates irreversible changes on the ground, which gradually aggravates any prospect for the solution of the Cyprus problem. And in the scenario, the Cyprus problem gradually deteriorates. In the second scenario, my way, this is, again, how we felt that we were moving towards. So the Turkish Cypriot side, the Turkish Cypriot leadership, I won't call it Turkish Cypriots because we have a highly polarized society in the north. So the Turkish Cypriot leadership, with the intent on breaking out of their long-standing isolation, no longer hold out for the agreed framework for the solution of the Cyprus problem and actively pursue international engagement and recognition as an independent state, prompting strong resistance from Greek Cypriots and condemnation by international organizations. So in this scenario, the Cyprus problem escalates rapidly. Okay, I will wrap up with the other scenario. So in their way scenario, it's a scenario of peace, in quotation marks, under pressure. So pressured by external forces and relying on international experts, a federation is established in Cyprus through a top-down process again that fails to prepare communities for challenges ahead, resulting in a dispensation that reinforces mistrust and ethnic divisions and has little capability to handle stress. So in this scenario, the Cyprus problem gets settled on the surface. But in fact, the conflict continues to haunt the two communities. The last scenario in the SAD is a promising one. Thank God that we were able to bring at least one, hopeful and positive scenario. And here, taking charge of their own future through a participatory process, the two main communities on the island acknowledge their interdependence in an evolving context, as well as the economic and social benefits of peace, and becomes partners in a federation that is resilient and inclusive. And in this scenario, the Cyprus problem gets transformed. So I just briefly touched upon the scenarios as we do not have time, but actually we wrote these scenarios in thorough detail. You can reach them online. It's a 70-page report where you can see how the future unfolds in every scenario step by step. So I will leave it here for Alexandros to briefly make the wrap up the conclusion.
So thank you for your tolerance. But so just to wrap up what we have discussed here, again, you see that a common thread. So while the scenarios process has several strengths in the potential to transform civic and political dialogue, this also requires political engagement. So it needs to be connected to the peace process. Again, the political level has not been sufficiently supportive. Like almost every other social civic initiative for a more inclusive process, very often the sense is that it's something that we're working on by ourselves, as it were. So overall, why have initiatives for inclusivity and participation failed to transform the Cyprus peace process? Our conclusion is that the cross-cutting challenge is that the political level never took inclusivity and participation sufficiently seriously. The peace process has been understood as a diplomatic effort for peacemaking rather than a society-wide effort for peace building. Other obstacles include that the solution model, ethnic federalism, might itself be a difficult vehicle for transformative social change. Overall reflections, what are some entry points for a more inclusive and effective roadmap for peace in Cyprus? Some lessons learned, if you like, over 20 years of blood, sweat, and tears, speaking at least in my case, on trying to help in this, and as someone who has really transitioned on from being involved in the Cyprus peace process. And I am trying to be optimistic to younger generations who really want to give this a try. I think it might be possible, but it's not easy. I think a distributed negotiation process might be more effective, where different groups of stakeholders are each negotiating specific dossiers, such as security, property, economy, gender equality, education, in parallel with the appropriate people in each table and with a more inclusive negotiating team and not relying on two political leaders to negotiate everything. I think that might be more effective. Establishing structural links for community outreach and dialogues, connecting the high-level peace process and the wider public. That could be, for instance, through civic assemblies. Establishing a cross-communal and well-funded peace infrastructure with decision-making authority. For instance, that could be a peace-building commission to evolve into a federal ministry of peace in the post-settlement era. a critical reappraisal of the ethnic federalist model. Federation is okay, but can we aim for a federation that prioritizes the resilience of institutions and communities rather than their ethnic purity and balance? I think that might revitalize the peace process. And finally, containing the role of guarantor states so that they're only engaged in dossiers where they're legitimate stakeholders, such as bilateral treaties that will be enforced after a settlement. It seems that I would argue that initiatives such as the ones mentioned before, the social research for peace, the utilization of technical committees and working groups, democratic dialogue, historical research, futures initiatives, I think all of that is going to find much better use if the peace process itself is restructured so that it is no longer bound by decisions that were made 60 years ago. Thank you.
All right. Excellent presentation, but time management. Moving on with Aris Konstantides from Department of Law. Aris will be asking if a bicommunal and bizonal federation in Cyprus is compatible with international law.
Thank you very much, Eren. Thank you all for coming. Allow me to start with a few introductory remarks. And the first one being that, as we were saying today in the morning at the beginning of the conference, normally we are used to having a conference on the Cyprus problem primarily or predominantly with lawyers. This one is the exception. I'm the only one lawyer, international lawyer, in today's conference. I don't know if this gives me the right to use or abuse the time. I will try to stick into time. Having said that, I will also like to have to make a disclaimer at the beginning, because in the past I have been involved in the process. I'm going to touch about things that I think are a bit difficult, and also things that I'm not sure I myself have a very definite and final view. So I would like to take this opportunity to have a disclaimer that whatever I say, it is purely and exclusively my own personal ideas and in my exclusively academic capacity. So I'm going, and let me also add that I very much echo the conclusions of my two colleagues, particularly the one on the need for more inclusive and participatory. I will touch upon it as well. And talking about the scenarios, it seems that I will be talking about the their way scenarios, like more of a top-down, bizonal and bicommunal federation in Cyprus and its compatibility with international law. I'm not going to talk about the compatibility of the BBF. I will be saying bicommunal bizonal federation in Cyprus, the BBF. I'm not going to talk about its compatibility with the EU legal framework, the EU acquis, because this causes different legal issues. So as I said, these are difficult questions that I'm going to touch upon, controversial. There are various opinions, including various legal opinions, and very much depends on, the answers depend on the approach one has on, generally speaking, on international law. So one of the main reasons of the current stalemate is the rejection of the, I will also speak primarily from a, let us say, a Greek Cypriot perspective, although I will use the objective language of law. So perhaps some of my ideas or conclusions might be, I understand that perhaps some people in the audience might have some difficulty with them, but as I said, these are purely academic, personal views. So one of the main reasons of the current stalemate is the rejection of the BBF by the Turkish Cypriot leadership and Turkey as the form of a settlement of the Cyprus problem. This is since the election of Mr. Tatar in the Turkish Cypriot leadership. On the other hand, the Turkish Cypriot side argues that the Greek Cypriot side was the one that rejected the BBF when the majority of Greek Cypriots voted against the Annan Plan in 2014. And indeed, one of the reasons why the Greek Cypriots voted against the Annan Plan was the perception that the BBF is problematic in legal terms. In other words, it is not compatible with international law. Indeed, a range of legal arguments put forward against the Annan Plan boiled down to the incompatibility of the BBF as such and of various specific arrangements of the plan with international law. So in my presentation, I will not talk about the Annan Plan or any specific arrangements that were included in that plan. I will also not talk about any particular arrangement initially agreed upon in the course of the negotiations that followed and failed in 2017. I will limit myself to discussing the more central issue, whether the transformation of the Republic of Cyprus into a bizonal bicommunal federation is compatible with international law. Put differently, whether in the context of Cyprus and the island's de facto division, if there is any norm of international law that runs contrary to establishing, and I'm now using the words of the Security Council, a federation that will be bicommunal as regards the constitutional aspects and bizonal as regards the territorial aspects. Indeed, my central argument is that it is quite difficult to argue that an arrangement endorsed and supported by the international community as a whole, by all states and international organizations, most notably the United Nations and the Security Council, is not compatible with international law. However, such an argument is not problematic if one can indeed identify specific rules of international law that are breached by a prospective federal arrangement in Cyprus. In other words, while it is difficult to assert that what the international community as a whole calls for is incompatible with international law, it is of course possible, and in some respects indeed quite plausible, to do so, if one establishes that the BBF arrangement indeed breaches some rules of international law. So in the remaining part of my presentation, I will address the following issues. First, I will discuss the Security Council resolutions that call for a federal settlement in Cyprus, and I will argue that the Security Council has set out specific restrictive conditions for the permanent status of Cyprus, which the two sides simply are not free to dismiss. And this does not include only the Turkish Cypriot side, which has officially denounced the BBF, but also those in the Greek Cypriot side that reject the bizonal and bicommunal federation. Second, I will address the argument that which is quite popular in the Greek Cypriot side, that a BBF in Cyprus is incompatible with international law because the establishment of a self-governing Turkish Cypriot constituent federal entity in the territory currently occupied by Turkish troops would legitimize Turkey's use of force against Cyprus and run contrary to a jus cogens rule of international law. A jus cogens rule is a rule accepted by the international community of states as a whole as a rule from which no derogation is permitted. Let us say it is in the apex of the rules of international law. So this is an argument against the bizonal character of the federation. And third, I will address the argument that the BBF as a consociational arrangement is incompatible with individual human rights. This is an argument against the bicommunal character of the federation and is a twofold argument. Its very essence is that bicommunalism runs counter to majoritarian decision-making, and second, that the exercise of political rights by the two communities to the exclusion of anybody else is in breach of the rights of those persons who do not belong or do not wish to belong to any of the two communities. What Alexandros said before, the ethnic federation. So in the interest of time, arguments will be brief. More extensive analysis will be elaborated in the written version of this paper, which will be finalized in due course. And of course, happy to elaborate more by answering any questions during the discussions. So let me start with the Security Council resolutions on a bizonal, bicommunal federation in Cyprus, and there's a misunderstanding here. In the Greek Cypriot community, all the time we hear about how important the Security Council resolutions are, how much we should stick to these resolutions. We commemorate, we celebrated, we had the anniversary of 60 years from the Resolution 164, which established the United Nations force in Cyprus, and we celebrated the fact that that resolution required the consent of the government of Cyprus, which was an international acknowledgement, recognition of the state of affairs after the withdrawal of the Turkish Cypriots. So there is a widespread view that Security Council resolutions on Cyprus are sacrosanct and they are the anchor of the Greek Cypriot positions. However, a part of the Greek Cypriot community seems to ignore those resolutions of the Security Council that address the federation. And here they are. Resolution 750 reaffirms the position set in earlier resolutions that the Cyprus settlement must be based. It is not common for the Security Council to use such a wording, must be based, on a state of Cyprus with a single sovereignty and international personality and a single citizenship, and comprising two politically equal communities as they have been described elsewhere in the Security Council resolutions, in a bicommunal and bizonal federation, and that such a settlement must exclude union with any other country or any form of partition or secession. This was reaffirmed in Resolution 1251. I will get back to this resolution. It's the same wording. And more recently, I mean, it's not like resolutions of the 90s that were somehow forgotten. 2024, a couple of months ago, reaffirms all its relevant resolutions on Cyprus, in particular Resolution 1251, which we read before, and recalls the importance of achieving an enduring, comprehensive, and just settlement based on a bicommunal, bizonal federation with political equality as set out in relevant Security Council resolutions, including paragraph 4 of that resolution. Now, something which is also not well known in Cyprus, the International Court of Justice had the opportunity to talk about these issues in an advisory opinion on the situation in Kosovo. While discussing a resolution of the Security Council adopted in 1999 on Kosovo and the relevance of that resolution, it had this to say about the resolution on Cyprus, which was adopted at the same time. So the court notes that contemporaneous practice of the Security Council shows that in situations where the Security Council has decided to establish restrictive conditions for the permanent status of a territory, those conditions are specified in the relevant resolutions. So, 19 days after the adoption of a resolution on Kosovo, the Security Council, in its resolution 1251 on Cyprus, reaffirmed its position that a Cyprus settlement must be based on a state of Cyprus with a single sovereignty and international personality and a single citizenship with its independence and territorial integrity safeguarded. So the Security Council thus set out the specific conditions relating to the permanent status of Cyprus. I'm sorry to say, but we cannot get away from the bizonal bicommunal federation. If we do so, we get away from the Security Council framework. And the Security Council framework carries with it all the other resolutions about Cyprus, starting from requesting the consent of the government of Cyprus for having the peacekeeping force in Cyprus, and the condemnation of the settlement of Varosha, etc. So there is no a la carte acceptance of some resolutions of the Security Council are good, we are happy, we are championing them, we anchor our positions on them, and then we ignore these resolutions, which have been interpreted by the International Court of Justice as having a very restrictive framework. Moving now, okay. So, this is, I have already repeated that, so let us move to the second point, to the argument against the bizonal character of the federation as cementing and legitimizing the de facto separation of the two communities, which was brought about by the use of armed force following Turkey's invasion of Cyprus in 1974. Admittedly, the current ethnic separation in Cyprus is forcible in the sense that the two communities in Cyprus have always lived throughout the island, and we are not occupying distinct areas in the north and the south. We should not forget that as well. So in this sense, Cyprus is different from Belgium, for example, where the two communities, the Dutch-speaking Flemish and the French-speaking Walloons, have always lived separately. However, even though they were living side by side, already since the Ottoman era, the Christians, Greeks, and the Muslim Turks of Cyprus were organized under separate administration structures which precluded integrations. They lived in separate villages or town quarters throughout the island, or sometimes side by side in the same villages, and were rarely intermarried. Let us also not forget that the green line separating the Greek Cypriots from the Turkish Cypriots inhabitants of Nicosia was drawn at the end of 1963 in the aftermath of clashes between the two communities. And during those clashes, thousands of Turkish Cypriots left their homes for greater security, retreating into enclaves around Turkish Cypriot strongholds across Cyprus, covering approximately 5% of the island, where they lived largely in conditions of hardship during the 60s. So the de facto partition of Cyprus was unfolding already in the 60s, but of course, it was the Turkish army that forcibly brought about the geographical separations of the two communities in 1974, which continues to date. Let us also not forget that a year later, in 1975, the Third Vienna Agreement of 2 August 1975 provided for the facilitation of the movement of Greek Cypriots from the north to the south and Turkish Cypriots from the south of the island to the north, and I'm using the language used in that agreement. So in this sense, the situation in Cyprus resembles more that of ethnic separation in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Like in Cyprus, the current territorial division in Bosnia and Herzegovina and its transformation to a loose federal state consisted of two entities, the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, predominantly inhabited by Bosnian Muslims and ethnic Croats, and the Republika Srpska, predominantly inhabited by ethnic Serbs, is based on the war front lines, legitimizing war gains and ethnic cleansing without reference to the historical or geographical internal divisions of Bosnia and Herzegovina. What was the reaction of the international community in Bosnia and Herzegovina? Did it consider the Dayton Agreement that established the federation in Bosnia as an unlawful legitimization of ethnic cleansing in breach of jus cogens? The answer is no. Quite the contrary. The Security Council welcomed and supported the peace agreement. All states, including the Republic of Cyprus, have recognized Bosnia and Herzegovina, and no state has put forward the argument that the federal arrangement in Bosnia and Herzegovina is in breach of jus cogens because it legitimizes ethnic cleansing. In the same vein, one is to anticipate that a similar position will be taken towards a federal settlement in Cyprus. In fact, as we have already seen, this is already the position of the international community. In both Bosnia and in Cyprus, federalization and the territorial subdivision was the product of war and negotiated compromise agreements with the transformation of the secessionist entities into federal units. This entailed the agreement of the parent states and overwhelmingly was endorsed by the international community. What seems to matter for the international community and consequently for international law is that the principle of territorial integrity of states has prevailed, and that a single international legal personality of both Bosnia and Herzegovina and Cyprus has remained one and only. The internal transformation, however this has been brought about, is irrelevant for international law. And it was irrelevant also in 1964 when there was the breakdown of the bicommunal state in Cyprus. The international community was interested that the government continued to function, and it was irrelevant for the international community the internal change, however fundamental, of the situation, which was at variance with the constitutional provisions. I will skip some things I had to say about that, and I will move now to the third question, and last. Is the BBF as a consociational arrangement I guess only political scientists in this room are familiar with this term, but it is, I will, yeah, this is what, sorry, no. Yeah. One of the most advocated models, you can read what the consociational arrangement is. So is it, as a consociational arrangement, incompatible with individual human rights? This is an argument against the bicommunal character of the federation. And is a twofold argument, as I said at the beginning. Now, the argument is that, sorry, here we are. No, I differently. So something is. No, not yet. Sorry for that. For some reason, I cannot move. You're managing one presentation. The other is managed from there. Yes, okay, all right. Now, can we please go back to, which one am I managing? Okay, okay, let us go there, okay? So the argument is that BBF is incompatible with individual human rights because the exclusive exercise of political rights by and through the two communities in the exclusion of anybody else violates the rights of those persons who do not belong or do not wish to belong to any of these two communities. Now, this has been an issue before the European Court of Human Rights in the case, in the settlement in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Citizens of Jewish and Roma origin challenged the arrangement that excluded them from any political posts. And the European Court of Human Rights vindicated them, said, yes, even though the the Dayton Peace Agreement served the public purpose, the restoration of peace, even though the provisions were designed to end the brutal conflict, still, the applicants' continued ineligibility to stand for election was in violation of Article 14 of the Convention, which guarantees non-discrimination. Similarly, in a later case, Zornic versus Bosnia and Herzegovina, the applicant did not wish to declare affiliation with any of the constituent peoples. She considered herself to be a citizen of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And the European Court of Human Rights found that also in her case, there was a breach of her rights under Article 14. I echo now the arguments put forward by Alexandros about the difficulties of having an ethnic federation. And another case in 2016, there the applicant was a Bosnian Muslim living in the wrong side of the divide, living in the Republika Srpska, where again, that person could not exercise her rights, her political rights, could not stand for election. And there again, the European Court of Human Rights found that there is a violation of the prohibition of the principle of equality. I'm rushing a little bit too. This is not a new issue for Cyprus. In Cyprus, in Article 2 of the Constitution of 1960, the three religious groups, even though not necessarily all religious, like the Latins, Armenians, Maronites, are required to choose between one of the two communities in order to be eligible to exercise their political rights. Nobody in Cyprus has any problem with this. If we are to talk about the bicommunal bizonal federation, then suddenly individual rights become a major issue. So this has been an issue already, and Cyprus has been criticized by international organs. Again, nobody discusses this. I am only using this in my classes as an example of how a constitution can be incompatible with international engagements of a state. So already the Special Rapporteur of the United Nations in the field of cultural rights on her mission to Cyprus in 2017, among others, said, the rigid classification of all citizens into members of either the Greek Cypriot or Turkish Cypriot communities is problematic and not in line with human rights standards. She mentioned also Article 2, Paragraph 3 of the Constitution, requiring what I said earlier. And also another United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination said that the affiliation of religious groups with one of the two communities and the constitutional provisions currently deny the members of these groups the right to self-identification. So we don't have a problem with this, but we have a problem if we move to a bizonal, bicommunal federation, because these people will not be exercising their rights in a reunified Cyprus, in a reunified federal Cyprus, although they now do not exercise these rights. So I think there is some hypocrisy in these challenges. However, these challenges are legitimate, and we will face them. If Cyprus moves towards a BBF, a bicommunal, bizonal federation, these are real issues. So how do we deal with these real issues? I'm not 100%, I'm not sure, and I don't have a very steady opinion. So there can be possible challenges before the European Court of Human Rights. In the past, the court was more receptive to consociation. I'm finishing in a minute. For example, it has endorsed a consociational arrangement with respect to Belgium, which were more rigid when it comes to linguistic separation of the two communities of Belgium. They were endorsed by the court in the 60s, 70s, 80s. And also, the case of Cyprus has differences between Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then the Dayton Agreement was negotiated in the aftermath of war in a few weeks, no public participation at all. If we don't have in Cyprus, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they were all secluded in the Dayton military bases until they reached this agreement. So the European Court of Human Rights said that settlement was fine for that time, but with the passage of time, the time is now ripe for Bosnia and Herzegovina to move towards a more inclusive approach. Possibly, an advisory opinion, which is now one of the ways that the European Court of Human Rights can direct this, could be a way if all stakeholders agree that the questions will be put before the European Court of Human Rights, and all will decide and will be committed to accept, endorse, and implement the solution that will be brought by the European Court of Human Rights, so as to preclude any challenges of this kind in the future. Lastly, I don't know if I have concluding thoughts. I think that there are some myths and some realities when it comes to the question if a bizonal, bicommunal federation in Cyprus is compatible with international law. There are still, despite all those years of lawyers predominating the process, there are still remaining legal challenges, including old ones that haven't been addressed. The Security Council resolutions set a binding framework, and this framework is binding for both communities, and this framework is also binding for the United Nations. And the stance of the international community is a factor which should be considered, has a strong role, and I will finish by echoing my colleagues, that the more inclusive the process is, the less the legal challenges will be. So if we have, and in the case of Cyprus, of course, any solution will be endorsed, will have to be endorsed by the people. So this is another factor differentiating the case of Cyprus. I don't want to imagine a European Court of Human Rights invalidating, it cannot invalidate, but holding that what has gone through a referendum of the people will be in breach of right to non-discrimination. Having said that, these are issues, these are real issues, and they should be considered in case there will be, I don't know if it's going to be a last one, possibly a last one, if there's going to be a last process for the negotiations for the settlement of the Cyprus problem. So thank you very much, and apologies if I extend my time.
Thanks so much for all contributions, for all contributors, for a series of excellent presentations. And so, yeah, let's move on with questions. Let's take a couple of questions, and otherwise we would be tight time-wise. Yes, please.
Is there a microphone?
Yeah, here we go.
Is it working? Yes. Thank you very much. And
I am Iakovos Psaltis, Doctor of Professional Studies in Educational Management. Congratulations to all presenters for their meaningful presentations. Listening to at least the 4 of the presentations, the main outcome is that the widespread assumption that the top-down approach which has been applied so far in the way of solving the Cyprus problem is not productive. This was the main outcome of the civil society plenary at the Home for Cooperation a few days ago, which was addressed by the UN special, not personal envoy, Mrs. Guayar. And I think that if the 2 leaders are going to budge even a little bit from their known positions, this will depend on the pressure of the civil society. And in terms of what Aristoteles said about the worries about the minorities, hasn't this problem addressed by the London-Zurich agreements that the minorities choose which side they wanted when the Constitution was signed? Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take one more question, and then we'll move on with answers. Yes, please.
Well, thank you. Stefanos Katsekis from the Department of History and Archaeology. I have a question for the last presentation. In fact, this collective rights versus human rights it's an old question and goes back to the 19th century. And also Greece has dealt a lot with that with regards to the Muslim minority also, and in Thrace. But my guess is probably this can be solved in the context of the European law, because also there are aspects with regards to the Muslim minority in Thrace, as far as I know, that they are not compatible with, of the Lausanne Treaty, they are not compatible with the European law, but nevertheless there was a solution found there. This is just, you know. Now, I have a question. You mentioned the International Court of Human Rights. Do you mean the ICC?
European Court.
The European Court. Because Turkey does not recognize the ICC. And yes, there are 2 communities here, but also Greece and Turkey is part of the negotiation as well. And I would imagine Turkey will object to that.
I only refer to the European Court.
Okay, thank you.
Would you like to answer first?
Yes, very briefly, Mr. Psaltis' question. Yes, the London-Zurich Agreement and the Constitution of Cyprus requires the Latins, the Maronites, and the Armenians to affiliate with one of the 2 communities in order to be able to exercise their political rights. Now, this is problematic because they cannot exercise their political rights because they are Armenians. They have to be Greek Cypriot community members to exercise their political rights. So this is one of the criticisms that was put forward by the UN Special Rapporteurs and other organs. And this is similar to what the first of the 3 cases versus the Bosnia-Herzegovina was about. So this is problematic already. This aspect of the settlement of the Cyprus Constitution is already problematic in terms of but life goes on in Cyprus. We are used to having this. I don't think that even the leaders or the representatives of these communities complain about that. We've got foreigners telling us that, you know what, this is problematic. We don't mind. So yes, it is in the Constitution, but this is considered to be problematic in terms of international human rights law and individual rights. And on the second issue concerning the Lausanne Treaty, yes, there are Greece has been condemned by the European Court of Human Rights for not recognizing the right of minorities in Western Thrace to self-identify as Turkish minority and to register somatia. association before, and even though, despite this condemnation and this finding of a violation, the Greek Supreme Court, the Arios Pagos, has insisted not to allow for this registration. So there is an incompatibility there. The arrangement of the Lausanne, the way it is interpreted by the Greek authorities, is incompatible with the European Court of Human Rights.
Okay.
That were the two questions.
Any more questions? Gentleman back there. Yep. You. Just here. Yep.
Thank you. For Aristotelis, you said that the referendum may help legitimize this problem, but of course, with Cyprus, the referendum is a big part, one of the biggest parts of the problem. We couldn't get it through in 2004, and now in 2024, we have fake news, which is very fashionable. We have social media, which you can put any nonsense through. In 2004, we had Papadopoulos who spouted anything, and that's without social media, etc. I think an ingrained, permanent problem of the Cyprus problem is the referendum. It was put in the process, as Kamal reminded me earlier today, to shut up Denktash, because we thought we would get around Denktash with the referendum. But now, if we don't get rid of the referendum, I think we'll have a very difficult problem ever solving the Cyprus problem. Thank you.
Very briefly, there's a double-edged sword, but I would say that the problem is not the referendum. The problem is the entire process, which is not inclusive and participatory, and when we reach the time of the referendum, it's a chaos. So if we fix the process, I think we should want to have a referendum. We should want this settlement to be endorsed by the people, and then any challenges, subsequent challenges, would have much less chances to be vindicated.
May I comment, even though it was addressed to Aris, may I comment on that question? Because I think it's relevant to all of us. I think that we have heard this impulse that the problem is a referendum. It has been a narrative going over the past 20 years because the referendum failed, of course. But I think the way I would frame it is that unless the referendum itself is an act of inclusivity and participation, so from that perspective, there is something healthy about holding referendums for such important aspects of the future of a nation. However, the problem, I would frame it as incomplete inclusion and participation. So if you are going to have a referendum, then you also need to have a process that is designed in such a way as to generate the consensuses you need so that when you get to the referendum, you will have a good outcome. The problem is when you have a closed, high-level process and then leading to a very open referendum at the end. I think that's what causes the mismatch in this case. Yeah.
Okay. Gentleman over there. Yes, please.
Aristoteles' presentation reinforced my view that lawyers are very useful, but they can also be very dangerous.
Yes.
So we can use them to good cause, but let us not keep them on a short leash.
Yes.
Now, I go now to the issue of the scenario. And I think you have done injustice to their scenario, because we've had their scenario going back to the Zurich and London agreements, and then at the Annan plan. We tried it, we didn't give it a chance to grow, and we killed it. We've had the our way scenario since 2004. This is the official way of carrying out, and the civil society has had 20 plus years to make a point or to make an impact. It has been very poor results. Why? Because as we heard in the morning, the Greek national and the Turkish national narrative is paramount, is dominant. It is not challenged by anybody, more or less, even the civil societies. They don't have the strength, we don't have the strength to stand up and say, this is wrong, because we are going to be labeled as traitors, blah, blah, blah. So I say, give the others' way a chance. And then, once there is some outcome, then civil society can be the prime actor and take the solution in its hands and move forward. And then, even the ministers of education on either side, or the teachers who teach fake history, will take a second place. That's my view. If you have any comments.
No, I just agree with about the role of lawyers.
Okay, actually, we have to call the day for now, at least, so that we can have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we will have a round-table discussion at 15 past. Okay? Yeah.
Okay. Νομίζω μπορούμε να ξεκινήσουμε τότε. Ναι, θα μιλήσω στα αγγλικά, στα ελληνικά και στα τουρκικά. Hello everybody. Welcome. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Language is an essential tool for communication. But instead of talking the other's language, we must talk in English. So this round table with the title Quo Vadis Cyprus, it's going to be in English. And maybe with no questions at the end, but I'm sure that we have many interesting things to hear from our presenters. I am Rali Papageorgiou. I'm a journalist for Cyprus News Agency at CYBC. And I'm here to moderate this round table, which is without table and not exactly round, but we will manage. I have with me representatives from education sector, activism, media, and on my right is the negotiator of the Greek Cypriot side, Menelos Menelaou, who has the privilege to be a negotiator in a non-negotiation time. So I'm very, very interested to hear what he has to say. Before I give the floor to Mr. Menelaou first, I would like to tell you my introductory remark. I'm following the negotiation on Cyprus problem for the last, I think, 24 years. Since clearly this time. There is a word in Turkish, otikileştirme. In English is othering, but there is nothing similar to Greek, not even close. And what is that? Is that for years, for decades, we have learned to talk about the other, but not talking to the other, not talk to the other. That created many problems, and that's why of course, we have negotiators, and we're going on negotiations. But what that caused is a wall that we see and we don't see between the two communities. So I'm always saying that we have to talk to each other, and I'm very grateful that I will moderate this panel with Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, that they can address a public opinion of both communities, because I think I saw other Turkish Cypriots also in the audience. And what is essential also in Cyprus problem towards a solution or going to the future, into the future, is to hear people from different sectors. So we have education, activism, media, and a diplomat. So I'll give the floor first to Mr. Menelaou for his introductory remarks, And then the ladies from education and my colleague Andres Bibisis and Kemal Baykal at the end. So, Mr. Menelaou.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rally. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And I thank the organizers for inviting me. And it's a pleasure to share the panel with friends Hara, Murat, Kemal, Rally, Andreas, and Ipek. And it's a distinct pleasure also for me to be back here in the old campus of the University of Cyprus, from where I have graduated in 1999. Let me say that the way I see it, it is never a privilege for someone to be a negotiator, whether there are negotiations or there are no negotiations. It will only become a privilege if we get to the point where we will be able to overcome the situation in which there is a need to have negotiators and get to the point where there will be an agreement to the Cyprus problem. So even though I hadn't intended to share this remark, I am going to say to you that I have never aspired, even though throughout my career I have always been involved in tasks that had to do with the Cyprus problem. I have never aspired to become the negotiator. I have always desired to see a solution of the Cyprus problem as soon as possible in order for us to rid ourselves of this need. And this is the spirit within which I am engaging, and I have undertaken, and I am carrying out the tasks of the negotiator since the spring of 2022. For the purposes of today's discussion, I will share a few remarks, which I hope you would find to be interesting food for thought for the discussion that's going to follow. First one has to do with the interdisciplinary character of today's conference. I agree with the point that was made by speakers in the previous panels that we are in need for alternative approaches if we are to realistically expect that we can get to a different outcome in a possible renewed effort for a solution. The last 50 years have indeed been a course of unsuccessful attempts, but it was also a period during which processes and developments have come a long way in terms of creating an acquis of convergences, especially during the period 2008 to 2017, but also in terms of grassroots involvement and the role of the civil society in the effort for reconciliation. With regard to this grassroots level, I believe that it can be said that in some ways the society has overtaken the main political track. One can cite a few examples, the most characteristic one being the fact that since the opening of crossing points in 2003, ordinary people have debunked the argument that Cypriots bear inherent hatred for each other and cannot live together. At the level of ordinary people, it has been proven that there are no political, psychological, or consensus barriers to coexistence. A characteristic example, in my view, is that in a few months the Cypriots will be voting and be voted for the second time as one electorate, as a joint electorate, in the upcoming European elections. This has never taken place and would not have taken place if Cyprus had not been a member of the European Union, exactly because in the 1960 Constitution, with regard to the exercise of political rights, we had this vertical division in accordance to which Cypriots had been voting for all institutions on the basis of their ethnic national difference. Now, that being said, it must be admitted that there are issues that do need to be addressed when it comes to the essence of a solution to the Cyprus problem, and the elements that comprise it, such as power sharing, functional institutions, structure, shape, participation, decision-making, overcoming the model of governance that I have already mentioned, which is based on communal ethnic division, a state that will guarantee human rights and fundamental freedoms, non-discriminatory application of the EU acquis, reinforcing the sense of security and the sense of a genuinely independent state free from foreign guardianship. These are elements that concern the people, and they justifiably do so. A key element is to be able to overcome at the level of the society the perception of respective national centers, or motherlands or fatherlands, as they are being called. And that this, overcoming them, does not amount to the denial or the weakening of national identity, background, history, culture, religion, language, and so on, but on the contrary, to its reinforcement, in the sense that it can be upheld and developed in conditions of peace, security, stability, where respective interests will not be perceived as being mutually exclusive, but will be understood as being mutually reinforcing. I will now say a few things as to where we are today in the process to revive, in the effort to revive a process with the prospect of it being successful this time. The appointment of a UN Secretary General personal envoy has marked the passage to a next phase in the effort to revive the process. The word that encapsulates the sense with which we approach the current juncture is pragmatism. We are aware of the difficulties. We are aware of the fact that the obstacles still lie ahead of us because of the negative background of previous unsuccessful attempts for a solution, and also against the backdrop of additional challenges and complications as a result of the present unstable geopolitical landscape and its repercussions in international affairs, locally, regionally, and globally. In such a situation, it is imperative to not lose sight of the bigger picture and to always seek to put things in context. A situation also always makes better sense when interpreted in connection to what is happening to us, not only in connection to what is happening to us, but also in the context of what is taking place around us. It is therefore vital to be guided by a realistic approach. We must see things as they are, not as we would have liked them to be. Turkey's position is well known. It is the one which is being expressed through the public statements and rhetoric of its officials. We are not hearing in the meetings we have something different from what is being, with regards to substance, from what is being stated publicly. From our part, we had shared with our interlocutors in the Turkish Cypriot side in the UN and with all interlocutors a clear message that there is no room for adventurism on the fundamentals. The only viable path forward is a one-state solution, a federal solution. We have a pragmatic perspective. We acknowledge that if the Cyprus problem is going to be solved, this will be due to the creation of a combination of interests that will render a post-conflict model more beneficial for all involved than the continuation of the current situation. We hope that other developments, such as the dialogue between Greece and Turkey, and hopefully positive developments in the context of EU-Turkey relations, can potentially also have a conducive effect. The task ahead of us is to get to the table of negotiations on the agreed basis from where we have left off in Grand Montana, which has a specific meaning. It's not a declaratory statement. For us, continuing from where we have left off comprises three elements: basis, federal solution, bizonal, bicommunal, with political equality, convergences that have been achieved until 2017, and the 6 points of the UNSG that he had shared in Grand Montana. We will exert every effort to this end, and we hope for a more viable horizon in the period ahead. And with this, I conclude my introductory remarks, and I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to an interactive discussion.
We thank you, Mr. Menelaos. So, Harama Krigiani. Ipek? Ipek Burman? Which one? Oh, Ipek. Okay. Let's not take it from Greek Cypriot to Greek Cypriot. So Ipek Burman will give us now her introductory remark. If you want to say something about you, but I think you spoke before. But if you want to introduce yourself to the audience, please do.
Okay, so I am currently an academic in international relations. I'm not a political scientist, actually. I just saw that it was written in the in the program. So my field is international relations. I'm a senior lecturer at Cyprus International University in the north. Also a PRIO researcher, as well as an activist, or trying to be an active citizen in my own capacity. Yet I formerly served as a core member of the Turkish Cypriot negotiating team under two Turkish Cypriot leaders, Mr. Talat and Mr. Akıncı. Maybe I start from there. So having served at the negotiations, around the negotiating table, thinking retrospectively, what strikes me most is what we actually talk today in general, this disconnect between the negotiating table and the wider societies on both sides. And I believe that if I would also agree to what Menelaus said, with regard to the substance of the solution. For me, the common ground is clear. It's the agreed basis between the two sides. That is what we call as bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality. And we have achieved during the course of the negotiations quite a deal of agreements, convergences. And when we went to Crown Montana, actually, that body of work enabled the Secretary General, the UN Secretary General, to identify the outstanding issues which were presented in a package in the form of the Guterres framework. So really, there was quite a progress, and we had some now identifiable outstanding issues that if we were able to finalize, we could have achieved at least a strategic agreement towards reaching to a comprehensive settlement. But that couldn't be the case because we didn't have two political wheels of the two leaders at the same time. So one of the leaders didn't have the political wheel back then to finalize the agreement. And even hiding behind, let's say, behind the rhetoric that his community was not ready to share power with Turkish Cypriots. Well, this could have been the case for the Turkish Cypriot leader as well. I am not giving this example to put a blame on any of the leaders or to personalities, but we also had as Turkish Cypriots, Mr. Denktash, who was known as Mr. Never or Mr. No, whatever, who clearly pursued separatist policies and wanted two states as a solution. So one or the two of the leaders may lack political will and determination, even though we feel that we have reached to the brink of a solution. So what are we going to do about this? I think this is a critical question that we need to reflect on. There are some considerations or ideas revolving around the design of the negotiation process. And I really think that we should change our perspectives, we should change our mindsets, and try to redesign this process, which has been elite-led and top-down all over these years. So really, we need to find ways and means to connect the negotiating table with the wider society on both sides. People need to be informed about how their futures will be shaped and how their futures what will be at stake or not. So it is a common saying in Cyprus that, well, Cyprus, talking about the Cyprus problem is one of our main hobbies, really, you know. We do this at coffee shops, you know, while, you know, coming across with a friend or a neighbor. So it's part of our lives as Cypriots. And talking about it is very, you know, natural thing to do. But what do we really know about the essence, the substance of the Cyprus problem? Do we really know how we talk about this BBF model since, you know, 1977, 79, and do we know how the federation will reflect upon our lives? How it will impact our lives? What does it mean to have a bicommunal federation? What does it mean in practice, you know, on the field, to live in a bizonal state? Actually, when it comes to the substance, the essence of the problem, we don't know much. And maybe we don't want to know much because we let that part to the leaders. And as long as it's the leaders which solely, you know, attains the responsibility of the negotiations, it will always be down to their political will. So, yeah, I will conclude here by saying that we need to
I
find
think we can continue
chain.
about the knowledge of the
please.
public opinion and how they are informed. Maybe Andreas can take a step forward about it. So, Hara?
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to take the point that Ipek mentioned. It has been mentioned many times throughout this conference that we don't know much about federation, we don't know much about the procedures, we don't know much about the negotiations. That's where education comes in. And although many people talk about education, educating ourselves and educating the children, the future of this island, we don't see many drastic changes happening in the educational setting, which is totally separate in the island of Cyprus. So my name is Hara Makriyanni. I am the chair of the Scientific Advisory Council of the Observatory on History Teaching in Europe. It's a new organization, and I'm very lucky to be there because I can, in a way, observe, help, and bring into schools of Cyprus all the relevant recommendations and research findings that are built upon as we speak. I'm also one of the founding members of the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research. I think it's been mentioned a couple of times since this morning. And just the fact that I'm here sitting talking to you means that there are steps that have been taken forward. I'm also one of the founding members of the Home for Cooperation. When we started this whole crazy idea, and I see friends here who were with us from the beginning, people asked, why a home for cooperation in the buffer zone? Why? Why do you want to do that? It was inconceivable. It was thought impossible. And we often say impossible became possible. And now the Home for Cooperation is a reality. And there are many children, teachers, educators, academics who go and visit there. I'm also a primary school teacher. And my last school is a school, it's called Orunda. I didn't know much about it, but I recently found out that it was a mixed village. And many Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots meet there, and hopefully the next step will be to make a little festival about the graduates of our school. Why did I say all this? Because I want to mention a few things that I hope will take us forward, and if the ministers or the leaders of the educational authorities listen to us, perhaps we can contribute as teachers to overcoming the stalemate. So today, as we gather to address the persistent challenge of the Cyprus political problem, we must draw upon a wealth of insights garnered from scholars, educators, and organizations dedicated to fostering dialogue, cooperation, understanding, and peace. The groundbreaking work of many Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, scholars and activists, journalists and politicians, alongside the pioneering efforts of the Association for Historical Dialogue and Research, the transformative initiatives of the Home for Cooperation in the buffer zone of Cyprus, together with the recommendations of the United Nations, the Council of Europe on what education should be about and what should be the aims of history teaching, of offering valuable guidance on the path forward. My colleagues Lucas and Stavroula and many others have talked about this. I will briefly now refer to the association, who has been our baby. So the association has been at the forefront of promoting historical dialogue and offering these very crucial, important, multi-perspectival narratives about and for Cyprus, with its latest publications shedding light on innovative approaches to history teaching and peace education. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but we have the latest publications called Women's History from Cyprus and Beyond, which is Across the Existing Divide, A Space of Our Own, which is a handbook of gender and monuments in intersectional public spaces, Our Multilingual World, you mentioned about the need of othering, Days That Matter, just mentioning some. So my proposal is that by integrating the association insights into our educational practices, we can create inclusive learning environments that encourage critical thinking, empathy, so much needed, and mutual respect. Moreover, the association's emphasis on experiential learning and across existing divide engagement, it has been happening, resonates with the importance of empowering students to become active agents of change in their communities, in our communities. In the buffer zone of Cyprus, the Home for Cooperation serves, allow me to say this, as a beacon of hope, bringing together individuals and groups from across the divide to foster dialogue, cooperation, and understanding. Through its diverse programs and activities, the Home for Cooperation exemplifies the transformative power of grassroots initiatives in building bridges and promoting peace. By leveraging the resources and expertise of organizations like the Association and the Home for Cooperation, we together can create synergies between formal and informal education, amplifying the impact of our efforts to address the Cyprus political problem. I think it's not let's solve the Cyprus problem and then let's deal with education. I think it goes together. Furthermore, and I'll be referring now to the Observatory of on History Teaching in Europe, the first report that came out, which is the outcome of many states that are involved, offers valuable insights into global trends and best practices in history education. As we navigate the complexities of history teaching in Cyprus, we can draw upon the observatory's research findings to inform our pedagogical approaches and curriculum development strategies. By aligning our efforts with international and European standards and benchmarks, we can ensure that our educational initiatives are effective, relevant, and inclusive. Allow me to say that in many schools we still have memorization, and exam-based learning. At the heart of our collective endeavor lies a commitment to transformative historical teaching and inclusive education. Simone knows a lot about this, but I'm using inclusive in another more open term. Education that transcends boundaries, challenges stereotypes, and fosters a deeper understanding of our shared humanity. Because history is not a static narrative, as Lucas mentioned earlier, but a dynamic process of interpretation and reinterpretation. By engaging with multiple narratives and perspectives, learning the language of the other, I repeat, dialogue and reconciliation, we are laying the groundwork for sustainable peace in Cyprus and beyond. In conclusion, by embracing the transformative power of education and history teaching, by harnessing the insights of scholars and practitioners, and by fostering collaboration and cooperation across divides, we can chart a course towards a brighter future for Cyprus and generations to come. This is my contribution. I didn't want to repeat all the negative effects. I'm just leaving you with this.
Okay, let's leave some things to discuss later on the discussion. Maybe we'll have some questions, I'm not sure, but we heard that some things are being doing in education. I'm surprised that after so many years, we are still talking about history. Andreas Bibisis is my colleague from Φιλελεύθερος, and he's covering the Cyprus negotiations for a long, long time, more than me, of course, because he's older. We don't say ages, numbers, no. So, Andrea, you have to defend our job, huh?
Okay, I will try.
Or barriers.
Yes.
Deeper.
Well, after 35 years in the journalism.
Okay. I won't say how much, how many.
And most of the time dealing with the Cyprus issue as a journalist. I have a couple of points to make. Let us first understand how the media in Cyprus operates in all this time. And for me, the turning point was 20 years ago. In 2004, things started to change as far as, at least from my point of view, the Greek Cypriot press, the Greek Cypriot media. That was a turning point. Before that, before 2004, more or less, the media was covering the Cyprus issue, the discussion, the negotiations, etc., from the point of view of their community. The Greek Cypriots were more or less pointing out what the Greek Cypriot side was saying, the Turkish Cypriot side on what their leaders were saying. 2004 was the turning point. They started to write and speaking about what the other side was saying about the Cyprus issue. But the Cypriot media, at the same time, still operates under the circumstances of 2004. They really didn't change a lot afterwards. Some of the Greek Cypriots media are still trying to send a message that they were on the good side of history back then, and say the others were on the bad, and the opposite happens. And they still operate under this spirit. Well, another thing is that usually the journalists, especially in this period, the last 20 years or less, 10, 20 years, we see that usually we're trying as journalists to write and say what the two sides has to do, what is best of the two sides. I can write and point out to Menelaus what is good and what is bad. Many people write believing that their opinion is the correct one, and we don't have to go, to move forward, to go back to the basics as journalists and write the facts and what is actually happening or what is actually discussed on the negotiations. Not is people more. I don't think they care what I believe is the solution or what I believe about Mr. Christodoulidis or Mr. Tatar at this, or what I believe before for the leaders. But they want to know what actually is discussed, what are the facts on the table when we are going to have negotiations again at some time. What the Turkish, for the Greek Cypriots audience or readers, is important to know what the Turkish Cypriot side is saying without comments or what else. And also it's important for the Turkish Cypriot side, readers and audience to get to know what the Greek Cypriot side is saying without comments. It's not if I say the Turkish Cypriot leaders or the Turkish Cypriot say the Greek Cypriot leader. Is their points, the main points they say concerning the Cyprus issue. So this is where I think our role is to go back to the basics and give the people to know what is going on and what the sides are saying, what the different negotiations are saying, and what is discussed. And at the end, we have to bear in mind that the people can read and understand, and they have their own opinion. It's not up to me as a journalist or other journalists to tell them that the way to go. People can walk on their own and they can understand. And we see it many times that we don't actually get to the point to understand what the common people are thinking or believing, their fears. And this is how our role is to get and also go beyond the leaders, beyond certain groups, and discuss with the people. Not also as journalists, but also all those involved in the Cyprus issue and the discussions have to speak with the common people and get them to get their feelings and their fears. Because at the end, is those that it's not what I will write that is going to make the decision, but what the people themselves will decide what will be the solution or of this problem.
Okay, thank you very much. A question remains if they know what is being discussed on the table and how informated they are about the procedure. But Kemal, last but not least, Kemal Baykale.
Thank you, Rally. It's always a pleasure to be among friends. And I had the pleasure of, for example, knowing Menelaus like 29, 30 years ago when we were both students. And the first time I came to this campus, Rally, it was a bicommunal event. We had to get a permission because there were no crossings. Yannis Papadakis was making a presentation particularly for us, telling us about the 1960, what happened. And the second time, this time we didn't get a permission. We had to escape. There was a special permission for us to go to the Litra Palace, but not beyond. But we had friends, Greek Cypriot friends, organizing a bicommunal event here, a monocommunal. There were not a single Turkish Cypriot. And we escaped to honor and show solidarity and come here.
Did you go back?
Yes. And I remember they stopped the entire event, and they were almost crying because it was very meaningful for them to have a sample Turkish Cypriots in the event. You know, it's the 68th anniversary of United Nations Force in Cyprus. It's the 50th anniversary of the events of 1974. It is the 20th anniversary of Cyprus joining the EU. It's the 10th anniversary of the Joint Declaration of 2014. It's been 7 years since the talks collapsed in Crans-Montana. I am going to be very precise, and I'm going to stay in my time limits. I'm going to give 5 points precisely, suggestions, but before that, I want to make 4 observations. As a member of the civil society, and I'm being an activist, and this is why I'm here. This is the hat I'm wearing today. Okay, so I think the first, we need to see the picture. I think the first point is that many people find it irrelevant. They don't see the relevance of the talks. They don't understand what the unification will bring to them, especially if they are living outside this Nicosia bubble. I don't think that they really understand what kind of an effect the solution will bring on their lives. Okay?
Especially Pafites.
Okay, I don't want to.
No, it was a joke. Do have somebody? It was a joke. Okay.
The second point is that I think the blame game created a feeling that there is no. Why should we involve in the Cyprus talks? I mean, the Greek Cypriots believe that Erdogan will not change, and each Tatar is there. You know what they're saying. The Turkish Cypriots have been coming and telling to me, look, we voted in favor of 2004. We have elected the most pro-solution leader, and they, rightly or wrongly, think that it's the responsibility of the other side for the collapse in Crans-Montana. So then again, Harris Psaltis made many studies showing that the belief in the federal solution, the support of the federal solution is bigger than the belief that it will happen, okay? So people don't believe that it will happen. Number 3, yes, we have 2 leaders. It's a structural observation. 2 male leaders, 2 men sitting in the room, talking to each other. These are politicians, and they have their, you know, they are being very careful, and they are, we expect them to be historical leaders and everything, but these are 2 political men trying to solve an issue. And the last one is that for the international, Cyprus problem is not a priority. And they don't want to invest in it. I mean, they invested many times, and they say, we don't want to put any political capital. Look, in Israel, Palestine, people are dying. There are issues in Russia, in Ukraine, and, you know, why should we invest in Cyprus? And then we don't have anything to show that, yes, they can put some political capital. This is just a very quick observation. Now, my points for the future. Everybody is talking about civil society and the role that they play. I think the civil society in Cyprus is doing already a lot of work. It's not enough, yes, true, but we should not expect the civil society to take the role of the politicians. And nobody should think that the civil society will replace the role of the diplomats and the politicians. However, if we make the necessary arrangements, structural changes, to get them involved, so that the politicians who are doing this job feel more comfortable, create a safe space, and they feel more responsible, that will be a positive step. Number 2, it is very important for the internationals to see a possible success story. The United Nations, the EU, the international organizations have lost a lot of credibility in the last 20 years, and Cyprus solution can give a chance for them to actually show that they can help to a solution of a problem. And for this, it is particularly important for, I don't expect this very openly I'm talking about. I'm not expecting anything from Tatar at this stage, but maybe from the Greek Cypriot leadership to show that they mean business by opening up to the Turkish Cypriots, by showing a real steps and efforts that they really mean business. Because, which brings me to my 3rd point, I believe that the Turkish Cypriots are the missing link. It's like a game you see in those, or even a cinema movie, that you bring together all the pieces, but there is one small piece which is very fundamental. They are not the biggest piece, but fundamental for any solution to work. And since Mr. Akıncı lost the elections, Turkish Cypriots is not an actor anymore, and they are not there. So how can we do it? Again, it is important for the Republic of Cyprus authorities to embrace, to show that they really mean and care, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel with the Turkish Cypriots. Number 4, we have talked a lot about comprehensive Big Bang solutions. It's not happening. Everybody knows this. So what's stopping us to go step by step? We need to do whatever we can do to continue building bridges, because the chances of a united Cyprus is dying and everybody is seeing it. And so continue building as many bridges possible. Try your best to open new crossing points. Try to involve Turkish Cypriots into the Republic of Cyprus organs as much as possible. Try to show that programs like Imagine, bring this issue constantly with the internationals. And my last point, I think it is very important to, I'm not expecting this only from the civil society. I think to create citizens' assemblies, try to bring Turkish Cypriots to Paphos, try to bring Greek Cypriots to Kyrenia, try to, and yes, it's the duty of the civil society, but I think at the technical committee level or even at the higher level, this can be proposed so that we can create citizens' assemblies so that people start discussing what the fears are, what the expectations are. My last comment is that we have the elections in Turkey on the 31st of March, and hopefully after that, there might be, I hate this word, but I have to use it, a little window of opportunity where we all know that Mr. Erdogan is known to be changing his positions whenever, 180 degrees if need be, if he's willing to see some prospect. So the elephant is in the room is Turkey, and I think we should try to engage to find a way to use this chance positively. But for this, the civil society, the people on the ground, all of us need to really put all our efforts to show the internationals and everybody that we mean business. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Since I have no clear orders about how we will move, and since Mr. Menelaou has to leave sooner than the others,
I'm okay. I will stay until the end.
You will stay?
I will
Yes.
stay until the end, yeah.
We will solve the Cyprus problem. Are you sure you can do it? Okay. I was about to wrap up. I was keeping some notes to wrap up what the presenter said, but since we are running out of time, and since I was told that this panel has to give some messages for the future, I would like to give the floor to the future. I think there are some students at the back. You are students? Είστε φοιτητές? Okay. Okay, since there are some students here, I would like one boy and one girl to address a question to whoever they want from the panel. Can you do this? It's not an examination that, did you hear what they were talking about?
That is
Okay. Who has the microphone? Can you tell me your first name? We don't need the last name.
Hello, Raleigh.
Hi.
And everyone. I have a question to Ms. Makriani.
Hi, Elena. You said Elena.
Christa.
Christa.
Yes.
Okay.
We know each other, but I guess you cannot see me from there.
Yeah. The truth is I didn't bring the right glasses, so don't embarrass me.
All right, I have a question to Ms. Makriani. You said you're a teacher at the primary school. I have two young boys, and I wonder how easy it is for you to teach a somehow objective history when you have to follow the rules given from the Ministry of Education, which almost every month has to celebrate an anniversary, negative or positive, and the children come back to home with slogans given which they probably do not understand their meaning. But it seems like there is some kind of propaganda, maybe in both sides, that gives them one point of view for our history.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think in a way you answered your
No,
own...
Hara, wait, please,
sorry.
please. Do we have the second question? Can somebody step? Δεν βλέπω μέχρι εκεί.
No, there isn't.
Όχι. Okay. So, Hara, you can answer.
I was going to say, before Ali stopped me, that in a way you answered your question. That's not history teaching. That's, in a way, creating emotions and pictures and representations of how you want your past to look like. History teaching is much more than that. It's about concepts, it's about skills, it's about competences. It's about how to come to grips with multi-perspectivity. It's about looking to different types of sources. It's about constructing your own narrative based on these sources, explaining why, discussing with the other about why you think your point of view is more valid than the others. This is what history teaching is all about, and learning is all about. How difficult it is extremely difficult, especially in little communities. But as I say, as you've just mentioned, there are always windows for opportunity. What I've learned through the years, now 50 years old, is not going like this, is trying to engage in dialogue. It's all about dialogue. If you manage to bring people together to discuss, and with kids, with little ones, it's much easier, then slowly, you teach them how to talk to each other, to discuss and accept the other's point of view. And it doesn't happen only in history teaching, but history teaching is a very important subject and should be treated as such. Because we're always talking about history teaching and learning, but it's what, 1 or 2 periods per week? We can do as much. We can do a lot, but as much. Lucas might have some more to say on this.
Okay. I also have a daughter, 10 years old, and I was born and raised in Greece, so now, through her, I can understand what is happening at the schools. But it's not here, the floor, to discuss about it. Do anybody have a question for the IPEC or Kemal?
There is one there.
Okay.
There was a hand there.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to? Okay. I will make an exception for Andreas.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was enlightening. And thank you, Kemal and Ipek. Actually, it was very precious for me hearing both of you. And, you know, I really connected to the things you said. I do a lot of research at the northern part. And I see and I identify good practices of reconciliation from people who are not politicians and who are not in committees. So I just want, so civic society, yes, it's like, very important. I'm also a member of the technical committee, and I saw exactly the opposite.
Which one? Which one?
The politismo culture. And I see exactly the opposite, meaning that every time is like doing a very simple thing, it's such a difficult and huge step. So that's very interesting comparing the two. But my question is for the role of the media. And I mean, I teach to my students to do discourse analysis on media and on the way the same event is presented in different newspapers, and there is a huge difference. So I don't believe in truth. There is no truth. It's how truth is constructed through media, and I think journalists have a huge obligation of at least knowing that, you know, they can create affect and they can create emotional kind of context to the people. So I think, I'm just saying that because I don't think that people will find out. People are bombarded by the way one event might be presented in one case. For example, if you read Simerini, or if you read even Φιλελεύθερος, and then if you read Diálogos, the same thing is completely... So I'm just wondering whether, you know, as journalists, how you can deal with this.
Well, we have to bear in mind that there doesn't exist in the world objective media. We don't have anywhere. Even the Bible is not objective if we saw it. So, because as a journalist, I had once in a trip in the United States many, many years ago, not to mention it. And we have somebody telling us, well, it was the first time that we were there, Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots in the same room, and we didn't kill each other. We lived and we discussed many things, but one of the teachers there, it was saying us, you have to bear in mind what the other side is saying, and you have to listen to the other side, take the comments of the other side. And I ask one simple question. What the American media does at the time, that when they write about Cuba, do they take the other side? There was no answer. So this is how the media works all the time. We write, as a Greek Cypriot, I'm writing mainly what the Greek Cypriot side is saying, but also I'm trying to take in my stories what the Turkish Cypriots. And you mentioned you have to read Φιλελεύθερος, Simerini, Diálogos, Haravgi. It's good to read all the media. It's good to read what the other side is saying. I have a couple of friends here that I read them, whatever they write, all the time. I don't agree with them, but I read them and I have a greater picture. If you don't read or listen to the other side, you cannot understand, you don't know why they are commenting. And if I may, I go back many, many years ago, before I went to Φιλελεύθερος. The first time that Φιλελεύθερος had an interview from the other side was with Rauf Dektash, and everybody was attacking Φιλελεύθερος. Why did they give a step for Dektash to make his comments that everybody knows what Dektash was saying all the time. But it was really one of the first times that the Greek Cypriots had the opportunity to read. Since then, today, we don't have many things like that happen. I had the opportunity to have 2 times interviews with Tatar.
Two times. Get me also. Get well soon, it means in Greek.
Well, this is the way I think the role of the media is to bring to the people the opportunity to read and understand. Well, today with the social media, we face a lot.
It's a mess. Yes. With the social media, it's a mess.
You don't know what is news, what is reported. Everybody can easily blame the journalists, what they are writing on what. It's a mess. Yeah. But it's our job to inform and let the people decide. I will not tell you what I believe, and it's not my job as a journalist. My job is to inform
report.
you and let you decide.
That is the proper one.
This is what I believe.
Yes.
I can write my point. I can what I believe, but when we are speaking about news, It's our job, I believe, to write the facts as they are in front of us and what we see. My comment is different. You have to give both things to the people, to our readers, in order to decide what they want. My comment is this. I believe 1, 2, 3 things, but the facts are this. This is what the Greek Cyprus side says. This is what the Turkish Cyprus side. This is what Mr. Erdogan is doing, what the Greek government doesn't do. Okay.
At the past, sorry to interrupt, but at the past I did also a research about how the Turkish Cypriot press and the Greek Cypriot press was covering the negotiations, and you know they had many similarities between Volcan and Simerini, between pro-solution news assets and on one side and the other side. But that's another story. So I would like to ask...
If I may add, one of the funny things about Cyprus issue, discussion, media, etc., is that many people on the opposite side take for granted what the others is saying. I had many examples of Greek Cypriots blaming their leadership. They're taking as a fact what the Turkish Cypriot side was saying. They said, the Turkish Cypriot side said 1, 2, 3 things. They took it for granted, this is what happened. And also, we saw it happening on the other side. They don't put things together. They get what each side wants.
Yeah. No. Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Menelau, out of what Ipek and Kemal said about civil society, and that we have to make the civil society involved in the negotiations, and that we don't know much about what is happening on the table. So do you think that if a new negotiation process starts, it has to be more transparent and more civil society involved, and how can this be? And can it lead to a positive result?
Well, we are always open to explore new ideas and new approaches. And as I have said in my initial remarks, we should try and seek such alternative approaches if we are to have a realistic expectation that this time we are not going to repeat what has taken place in the past. One track on which we can possibly explore, we can possibly look for other ways to carry out things, is this involvement of the civil society. I'm not sure if that would have to be necessarily done through incorporating what is taking place at the level of the civil society in the official process, because picking up from the comment that has been made by the lady in the last question that has been put, with regard to the fact that it's much more easy for things to go through and to be accomplished and to materialize when they are being taken up at the level of the civil society, as opposed to what is happening when they have to go through more official channels. I believe that this is an advantage that we should perhaps maintain, protect, that the civil society is mandated by itself and is accountable to itself. It is not its initiatives, what it is undertaking, what it decides to undertake as a task is not something that is coming from the top. And it is something that can be pursued by the civil society itself. There are issues on which there is certainly a need for improvement with regard to our interaction with civil society initiatives. There is also a need for more coherence. There are several initiatives that are being taking place. For example, there is the religious dialogue. There is a dialogue between the political parties. There are activists, civil society organizations, the initiative that was supported by the Netherlands for the transformative scenarios, and a lot of other initiatives that are taking place. I believe that it is worthwhile for us to consider possible ways through which we can bring together all these different processes that are taking place and see ways through which we can benefit, we can enrich the process, whilst maintaining the distinct character of these tracks that can be mutually reinforcing without necessarily being incorporated into each other. That would be my initial remark. But as I have said, I am open to discuss, to explore, to benefit from other insights and perspectives, and examine also the possibility of alternative approaches with regard to the official process itself.
Do we address to the Turkish Cypriot community effectively?
We do that more effectively than we have been doing it in the past, but there is certainly a lot more room for improvement and for a more strengthened communication strategy, not just between the two communities, from the one community to another, but also within the communities, and the necessary messages that would need to be communicated and the misperceptions that would need to be addressed with regard to the solution and the content and the meaning of specific terms and principles about which we discuss in the context of the effort for a solution to the Cyprus problem, and we often find out that they are very, very much misunderstood and misinterpreted. I can tell you a very brief example from a recent experience that I have had. I have been invited to provide a briefing presentation with regard to the current state of play in the efforts to resume a process for a solution to the Cyprus problem to a local association in Limassol that belongs to the right-wing political spectrum. And I have presented the argument that I have shared also with you in my initial remarks about the need for a solution to be seen not as something that can potentially lead to the denial of one's identity, but on the contrary, as a process through which this identity is going to be further strengthened and upheld and supported in conditions of stability and security and peace. And there was a question from the audience that we are in fact pursuing, we are in fact putting forward an argument which is attempting to convince people that they should become brothers or sisters culturally, in terms of their identity, in terms of their historical background, and so on and so forth, with the Turkish Cypriots that come from a different historical background, a different identity, culture, language, and so on and so forth, and that this is to them unacceptable. The surprise, however, was that when I had responded that, on the contrary, this is not leading in this result, it is something through which there will be a possibility to further strengthen your identity, not mix it, not mechanistically create a new identity based on the denial of the special characteristics that we each have. I was surprised to find out that the audience had been receptive. So we shouldn't be, this had taught me two lessons. The one was that we shouldn't be immediately stigmatizing an opinion which is aggressive, is, let's say, reluctant vis-à-vis the argument that we are presenting. And the second is that we should pursue, we should seek to put these tough issues on the discussion, because it is exactly the effort, the process of addressing them that is going to get us to the point where we will be able to realistically expect that we can have the majority of the society on board, which is fundamental. It is imperative if we are going to get to a situation where an eventual agreement, if we get to that point, will go through and will be approved and supported by the society.
Thank you. So my last question is to Ipek and Kemal. What about the two scenarios, one bad and one good? We are going on solution BBF, or the status quo will remain the same. What will happen to the Turkish Cypriot community?
That's well, that's both difficult and easy to answer. Well, if the status quo continues, so the isolation on the Turkish Cypriot community will continue, and this means that dependence on Turkey will continue and grow further. So actually, as you know, it's all known to us that what we call as the status quo is not something static. It's ever-changing. The demography is changing, the land is changing, the environment is changing, the generations are changing, whatever, so we are all changing. And unfortunately, without this, you know, vision and ideal for coming together, sharing a common homeland and sharing a common future, under these circumstances, we will definitely, I mean, the two communities will definitely grow further apart, and it will, what I believe, will poison the whole atmosphere, not only on the island, but in the region, I mean, island and beyond. What if we have a solution, you know, based on a bizonal, bicommunal federation? Well, it's a risk that Turkish Cypriots will likely to accept. This may sound a bit weird to Greek Cypriot friends and colleagues, because our dynamics are different. I mean, the societal and political dynamics on both sides are different. And Turkish Cypriots at the moment, yes, they are mostly, even the pro-solution people, are tired of this open-ended, ever-failing processes of negotiation, but they still don't live, you know, in a I mean, easy environment. They have their own challenges, problems that they face in their daily lives with regard to the Cyprus problem. So Cyprus problem is not something that we leave, you know, aside, we put aside and continue with our lives. No. I mean, your travel, even your, you know, phone call, it's all, you know, affected by it. And this creates, of course, a dependence on Turkey, which is the only country that, you know, recognizes I'm not talking about TRNC, but the Turkish Cypriot community as a political agency, and it's the only one that provides this this link for them. So it won't be easy, but definitely the prospects of living in a united island, you know, under a federal model, I think is much more promising, you know, when compared to the status quo.
Okay, Kemal?
Just a few additions. We are still discussing Cyprus problem with the language of 1970s and 80s and 90s, because this is what we have. This is the only thing we have. If we take out those language, take out this bizonal, bicommunal, we take out two communities, we have nothing else left, all right? But in fact, the communities are changing. We have Russian-speaking Cypriots, we have Filipinos, we have people coming from different regions and being part of those communities, right? And everywhere in the world, in Europe, this is creating resentment, this is creating fear because change is happening so fast. So it's the case in Cyprus, particularly for the Turkish Cypriots, because they are a community which are feeling directly, daily, the possibility of extinction as a community, as simple as that. But this doesn't mean that the communities will always stay static. The people change, the communities change everywhere, which bring us, as a concluding remark, to the point that I really feel very humbled being here today, because there are those people among the audience who spent more years, a lot of more years and time for solution than I did. And for example, I see Maria here, who spent all her life for one of the pioneers, and then she reminded me in the coffee session, why do we want to have the involvement of those civil society, of those people in the process? Not because that they are going to be better negotiators, but because we want to create ownership. They want to understand and own the process so that they can go back to their communities and villages and their circles and explain and understand whenever there is a process what the issues are, so that there will be less pressure on the press to blame the other side, so then there will be less pressure on the politicians.
Thank you very much, Kemal. Can we have a very quick referendum with yes or no? Can we keep the hope alive?
Definitely, it's our job to keep the hope alive.
You are answering as a diplomat. Yes or no?
Yes.
Andrea?
Yes.
Ipek?
What do we have without hope?
Yes.
Yes.
Hara? Yes, of course, yes. So we have a winner. Thank you very much all. We end this discussion here. Thank you very much to the University of Cyprus and all those co-organizers for this very interesting conference. And let's keep the hope alive for the future. Thank you very much.